Another Championship Sunday has arrived here in the Mythic Dungeon International. It's Group C finals, and our teams have their work cut out for them today. There's a crown to be won, spots to be secured in the Season 1 finals, and the biggest prize of all, BlizzCon, still reachable if they can make it through. To get there, they will have to cross the finish line first and leave their competition in the dust. I'm your host, Rickery, here with your MDI casters. DIGNITAS, we've had some impressive teams this weekend, haven't we?
We've had some very impressive teams this weekend. In fact, I think this weekend has been the scariest one so far, as we've had both Liquid and Dignitas, it's basically our defending champion and our defending runner-up of the MDI that are both in this group, and they've both been creeping ever closer together in the bracket, and today is the day that they are going to smash into each other at full speed.
I can't wait to see them face off, and for all of our top 4 teams, though, there is so much pressure. So, Megs, do you think they're ready to stand up to it and get some runs done?
I think they have to be ready, right? If they're not ready by now, then I have really bad news, and I'm expecting tears from the teams if they're not ready now. We're starting in 10 minutes?
Yeah, they don't have a lot of time to prepare, so I think you just kind of have to lock in and just get it done today. So we'll see if they're able to make it happen, but I believe in them. And Tettles, you have a cowboy hat and an American flag that you were showing off on stream yesterday, but is there ever a chance that we see you supporting EU with a beret, an alpine hat, a British flat cap, I don't know, a sombrero cordobes or something?
Well, could lend you some lederhosen.
Essa Possible. Okay, I need that. First off, I'll hit you up after the broadcast. Essa Possible is eliminated, so we don't need the sombrero. British cap. That seems like a mistake. I have a trucker hat. Does that count?
A trucker hat is a hat, and you could wear it. Make seems to say no, but maybe the spirit of travel, because trucks go across the ocean really well. I don't know. All right, Tuttles, you know what? We'll keep workshopping it, see what kind of hats you can keep adding to the wardrobe. But everybody, we're pretty deep into the MDI at this point, but even if it's your first time tuning in, we have plenty in store still for you. Let's look over everything in our roadmap this season, starting at the very beginning. Now, all of our teams had to qualify in the time trials, which you can all participate in too. Sign up, get in there, get a banner. It's a great time. From those time trials, the top 24 teams moved on to our group stages. We've watched the action unfold across 3 group weekends, but we have a 4th as well. Next weekend, we will have our China broadcast with English commentary, so definitely keep an eye out for that because it's going to be a lot of fun. From all of these groups, top 2 teams, they'll move on to the Season 1 finals, and from those finals, the top 4 across the regions will move to the Grand Finals, where they will compete live on the BlizzCon stage for a prize pool of $300,000. Honestly, I cannot believe that we're almost through the group stages. Can you, Megs?
Honestly, no. I feel like those group stages were so fun, and I'm almost a little sad that they're over. Of course, season final, CN Cup still coming up, but I feel like we could elongate the cups, make it 5 or something. I'd be down.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the teams would love that. We'll just keep adding more and more group weekends. They're gonna be invested. Honestly, I'm invested because I feel like these have gone by so quick too, but I agree with you. It feels like it's been such a fast season, and yet the biggest stuff is still to come. So don't worry, everybody. Our groups aren't done quite yet. We still have all of today and our English coverage of that CN weekend, like we mentioned. Next weekend is going to introduce us to that set of contenders, all of whom want to make it to BlizzCon just as much as all of the other regions we've seen. So DIGNITAS, give us an overview of the teams that everybody should look forward to coming out of the China region.
Yeah, so of course the best looking team is the number 1 team, which that's how seeding and time trials of course work, so shouldn't be a surprise. But what might surprise you is just how much they are the best team by, even compared to our global region, right, to the Western teams. This team had such a fast time in the Mysara Caverns time trial that they would have beaten Liquid, Dignitas, Triple Threat, and Mandatory with that time trial run in Mysara Caverns, the fastest one across the world there. Not quite as fast, though. So we have number 2 seed there, Interrupt. They would have been about 5th, so they would have been around the same level, a little bit slower than the Liquids and Dignitases, but faster than pretty much everybody else. And then our number 3 seed, Wafu there, who definitely win Best Logo award by a lot. They would be around that, Direwolves Create team level as well. So also another very, very strong team. And then that's, of course, not to mention what the other 5 teams are going to bring to the table, which we can't wait to see. So yeah, we're broadcasting that. It's happening next weekend. We're broadcasting the English version also next weekend. So you should definitely tune in to watch. It's going to be same place, same time as you're watching this, basically.
It's going to be super exciting. Honestly, I feel like this return to speedrunning format is showing really well for the China team, so I can't wait to see what they're going to do and how big of a competition they're going to sort of put up for everybody else in groups. But of course, before we see China play, today's teams are out to settle who will be the top 2 out of Group C. Tettles, talk us through the journey of our remaining 4 teams and what they've sort of done here to make it to this day.
All right. Well, we started out with 8 teams, but we have ended up with 4 today. And first up, we got to talk about Dignitas. They are the reigning champions, and they have honestly been smashing expectations. They've had a swift 2-0 in all of their maps, and they look really solid. It seems like they've been playing pretty interesting around the spec variety rule, where I think all 3 of their players, their DPS players, have played Death Knight at various points in time, just really making sure that they have some of the best strategies, and they seem like they are one of the top teams to beat, just proving why they looked so good during time trials. The other team that's in the upper bracket, we have Liquid, the Race to World First champion team. They recently picked up Cine. They've had a little bit of limited practice time with him on their roster. There's kind of been a looming question about, with him in this configuration, how will they perform? So far, they've actually looked really good. So while we saw Dignitas have basically deathless 2-0s the entire time, Liquid's only had 1 death in that Sea of the Triumvirate with a little bit of a missed skip. And so I think for Liquid and Dignitas, those are going to be 2 teams that are facing up against one another, and they're quite even. Whenever you even look at time trials, like Dratnos pointed out earlier, they were quite close to one another in time trials. How are they going to perform today? It's really going to kind of come down to last-second decision-making and damage. The other 2 teams that we have in the lower bracket, we have Create Team. This has been a very interesting team that's been playing spoiler throughout the entirety of the weekend. They put up fairly competitive times, and they've been playing fairly clean. Whenever you look at 9th seeded teams, you never really know what you're going to expect out of them. But I feel like for Create Team, if they end up getting like a really good set of dungeons and a good run, I would not be shocked if they could play spoiler. The final team that we have today, we have Ducks Can Fly. Inconsistencies have plagued them throughout the entirety of the weekend with multiple full team wipes, depending on their series, depending on their dungeons. They were also playing against To Be Depleted yesterday, which they ended up 2-0ing in pretty quick fashion. Now, haters would say that was because To Be Depleted snapped some mobs in the Mysaris Caverns and basically FF'd the second map. But, you know, Love Watchers would say that Ducks Can Fly convincingly 2-0 To Be Depleted with the fastest series of the weekend so far. So can Ducks Can Fly build off that momentum of the fastest series of the weekend? We'll have to wait and see.
I love you bringing that love-watching energy for the Ducks Can Fly. Thank you, Tettles. I mean, yeah, it was impressive to see them, what we could see of them yesterday. Hopefully they're able to continue on some of those good runs that they had, and all of our teams bring their best today because they're going to need it here in our Group C finals. Now, before we get things started, though, let's have a little roundtable here with everyone. Starting with Makes, what's one thing that you're hoping to see from today?
Oh, easy. We're still missing Holy Priest and Hunter. Now, it would have been easier for the teams to bring it on day 1 or even day 2. Today, a lot's on the line for the teams to bring that out there, but it's got to happen, right? It's the last chance in the group stages that we could fill out this bingo sheet. I'm just hoping somebody does it.
For sure. I mean, maybe they just haven't used them yet because they're just so strong. They're like too strong, even. Maybe we can hope these last 2 remaining ones, we might see them come into play. Honestly, I think I would love to see it. We want to see the full board be filled out, but already the fact that we've seen this many specs has been really, really impressive. So we'll continue on though. Tattles, what are you most looking forward to from today?
Okay, I hope to not see Holy Priest and Marksmanship Hunter, but I do hope that we actually end up seeing a full 5-map series in the finals. That would be really cool if we go to full 5 maps. What are the teams going to be busting out compositionally? What are the teams going to play whenever they're in the bottom of the bag? Not that spec. Not that one, though.
I don't know. I think there's a way that this could work out for both of you. I think if we go to 5, they have like no specs remaining. We get to see the ones that Makes wants. We get the 5 maps. I think it'd be great. I think it'd be really good to see all the maps up through there, the 3 maps, I guess. So fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. It would be great. Now, Dratnos, how about you? What's the one thing that you want to see from today?
Well, let's see. We've already got Holy Priest off the list. I would like to see a Marksmanship Hunter. That's the other spec that we're going to need here to round out our bingo card. So one of those, please. If somebody could just access the
Thank you, Dratnos.
the midnight release version of Marksmanship Hunter, I think that one would work out quite well in these dungeons. So
good point.
yeah, little time machine. Import one of those here and
I'm
bang.
not sure that's allowed. Hold on now. We're going to get in trouble with
is
our
there an explicit
admins.
rule against it?
It's the tournament realm. It's the tournament realm.
Well, I can't say that there's a specific rule against time traveling in the MDI, but maybe for future seasons this will now need to be a consideration. So thank you, Dratnos. We'll see if it's possible.
Glad I can help.
But honestly, everybody, there's a lot that we are looking forward to seeing. And chat, give us your thoughts on what you are hoping to see today as well. But our top 4 teams are going to have a shot at being able to deliver at least some of this during their matchups today. So Makes, what heads-to-heads will be starting us out in our bracket?
I mean, we're going to be starting with the Battle of the Beasts, so to say. Liquid is going to go up against Dignitas. Those are the 2 favorites in this group weekend. For those of you that are unfamiliar, Dignitas is missed count since they've been picked up by the sponsor org Dignitas. And then the loser of that matchup will be waiting in the wings for the winner of Create Team versus Ducks Can Fly. And that will be their last chance to determine whether or not they can get to the season finals in June. And then, of course, we'll see who takes the entire cup in that final that Tettles was alluding to. 5 maps is a maximum of 12 bans that are possible if we go to this 5th map per team, that is. So we would love to see that.
It would be very, very good. I don't think we've seen a full final series go like that yet. So I would love to see it go all the way through. I'd love to see them take it to the end, and it's very possible here with the contenders that we have in the mix for Group C. And while we have matchups that we know, some yet to be determined, Dratnos, who are you most excited to see face off today?
I mean, it has to be Liquid versus Dignitas. This is a battle of the Titans. We get to see it once to start the day. We are going to get to see it potentially again as well if whichever team loses there can win in the lower bracket. Of course, both Create Team and Ducks Can Fly have a chance in that series, whichever one wins, which I think Create Team would be the favorites to be able to do that, and I think they certainly could play spoiler against either Liquid or Dignitas. But I think there is a very good chance that we're going to get to see Liquid versus Dignitas twice. Of these 8 maps we might see them play in, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see 7, even maybe all 8 of those maps get played between these 2 teams because they are so closely matched from time trials and from what we've seen them play so far. It is, again, defending MDI champions versus defending MDI runner-ups, a team that was heartbreakingly seconds away from winning that MDI last time as well. So, very, very exciting day today.
Well then, honestly, you are in for a great start of the day because we're going right into that matchup here at the beginning, and that opening series is going to be a showdown that has been a season in the making. Liquid versus Dignitas. They are clashing this time in speedrunning format, but let us all know who you think will be faster, chat. Now, I mean, Dratnos, you were just saying you're really excited about it. These 2 teams are really close to one another in timing, but how do you think that their runs compare?
I would say, I think this weekend so far, I would give Dignitas, if we just played their maps that they ran earlier this weekend against each other, I think Dignitas wins that series like 2/3 of the time against Liquid, something like that. They did seem quite a bit more clean across those maps. And also just really fast, really, really good decision-making on the spec variety rule. It seems really coherent, their strategy. So I would lean towards Dignitas based off of that. But that's a very small sample size. We've only seen them play, 4 maps each. So there is a lot of question marks still. Based off time trial times, I think I'd maybe go the other way. I'd maybe be leaning instead towards Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be close between them. And I know that this series is the first time that we've seen Liquid and Dignitas have a direct rematch coming into this season after those close calls last season. So, Tettles, do you think that Liquid is out to prove that they can take them down this time?
I mean, talking to some of the guys at the Race to World First, it seems like they were more motivated than ever to try to, get back out there and continue to prove that they can be the best team in the world. Coming into the MDI last season, that was the first time that configuration of players had played together. And so obviously coming in second place felt great, but it was a little bit bittersweet knowing that they were 16 seconds away from winning. And so now, they have to be able to retool, refocus, and they have actually a lot of speedrunning experience on this team as well for Liquid. How are they going to perform in a speedrunning environment? That is a big question that we have here.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see if they're able to really bring it together. I think both of these teams coming in, they have put up some amazing runs for us, but when you're up against teams that are at the very, very top, it's hard telling exactly how it's going to shake out. Now, it looked like, chat, you were all pretty evenly divided. We had a little bit of a swing over there towards Dignitas that was happening, but we're going to do our predictions as well, and makes hearing DIGNITAS and Tuttles talk about how close these teams are. Where are you kind of leaning with your predictions?
Listen, I'm the only European on this broadcast team, so it is very clear for me that I will go with a 2-1 in favor of Dignitas. You guys do what you want. The Team Liquid fan club here is loud, we know that. I'm gonna go with Dignitas.
Okay, alright, okay. Alright, Dratnos, where are you kind of leaning?
Yeah, I'm going to go with a 2-1 for Dignitas as well, but I'd like to preface this by saying I'm setting up for Liquid's inevitable 3-2 reverse sweep in the grand finals being even more epic with this prediction.
Are Dignitas an NA org? Are we allowed to claim them?
Let's see.
No.
No, they're
You're not
EU.
allowed to claim them. No. The team is EU.
Team is EU, technically.
No, but the organization's NA, so we're allowed to claim
Let's
them.
call up Kira and team and ask them if they would like to be claimed by NA. I'm gonna say that is no.
Sure.
They're based in Newark, New Jersey. So that's us.
You are not claiming that work. Stop it.
That's us. That's,
That is not an NA team.
Okay,
No.
Tuttles, does this sway you? I mean, obviously you were just talking up Liquid, but are you swayed towards Dignitas? What's your prediction going to be?
I'll go 2-1 Liquid. I feel like Dratnos and Mix made pretty compelling points. I think that realistically, this is a series that is about 50-50. Like, I feel like if you ran the series a bunch of times, you would have the teams be, it would be about 5-5 if they ran it 10 times.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I think that they are so close, and that's part of what makes watching these two go head-to-head so exciting. And since I guess we know now that Dignitas is totally an NA organization, I can feel no betrayal here by saying I'm gonna go 2-1 Dignitas. But I have to say, I even though I'm NA, I cheer a lot of times for EU. So either way, I'm gonna cheer here no matter what side we decide they fall on, and I'm gonna do 2-1 towards Dignitas. And it looks like if we peek in with chat, we are still staying pretty close, but Dignitas taking that lead still. So, I mean, all around, Zyra going towards Liquid here. We've got kind of a split desk as well, but the very first time we're going to be seeing them coming head-to-head here is going to be a big matchup for these two teams. I know we're looking forward to it. We're going to have Skyreach, I believe, for our first map. So what are we thinking, Dratnos, that Skyreach is going to bring to the table for them both?
Yeah, Skyreach should be an interesting one to start off our series. I think the Demonology Warlocks make a lot of sense in this dungeon. You've got good damage profile for it and a great gateway for it. You don't need it for either of these other maps. You would want the Affliction Warlock probably for Mysara Caverns. So yeah, I think we're in for a very Warlocky series, is my guess.
Okay, Warlocky. Is that what you're feeling as well, Makes?
I think the Warlock is a likely choice by these teams here. I feel like with Kira, you never know what he's going to bring out. We saw that Vengeance Demon Hunter. He's obviously very happy to flex anything. So is Yips, though. So I think we could see some creativity on specifically the tank role in this dungeon, as it's not one of those where you're like Magister's Terrace, right? Or even Pet. You go for those really massive pulls. We are a little bit more limited in this dungeon, so I think that would be probably where I would see a tank swap.
All right, well, we are going to be heading into our very first map of the day. This is a huge one. Like we've been saying, this is a matchup that has been a season in the making. Team Liquid coming in, trying to get revenge on Dignitas, who took the championship from them last season. Here they go, facing off in Skyreach Caverns for Game 1, Tuttles.
All right, Skyreach is being deployed, and like Rook said here, we do have both of these teams facing up against one another. A little bit of a difference in composition. Yips is on that Guardian Druid on the side of Liquid, and Dignitas Kira is on that Brewmaster Monk here. I think that the Guardian Druid should be a little bit faster in terms of time. We saw the Guardian Druid also played during time trials in this dungeon. Makes, do you think that this is going to be one of those specialization differences that could give it an edge to either of these two teams?
So it kind of goes back to what I was just saying, right? There's a couple of pulls in the Skyreach that are a little bit brutal, but none of them are as massive as you'd see in the Magister's Terrace, where you start running and you go for basically 30 count in the dungeon, or 30% count in the dungeon within a single pull. That is not normally what happens in the Skyreach. And I'm a little bit worried about what Liquid's ban situation is going to be like if it goes to map 3, because of course, after map 1, they can take out that Warlock, they can take out the Resto Shaman. We'll also see, I assume, the same selection on the side of Dignitas, and then I would expect them to also take out that Brewmaster, whereas Liquid then need to either remove that Devour Demon Hunter, that Augmentation Evoker, or the Bear Druid. None of these are necessarily specs you would be happy about losing, so just something to keep in mind.
So look at this. Liquid is a little bit behind in terms of trash count, but they do have additional mobs coming in late. I actually think that the additional mobs coming in late on the side of Liquid is pretty good for both the Augmentation Evokers. Dignitas now has that Gale Caller coming in as well. For this Augmentation Evoker, they actually need multiple targets to be able to spread their bombardments to get really enhanced cooldown reduction on their offensive CDs. Of course, the Devour Demon Hunter, if they have more targets to Void Ray, they get more souls based off of that as well. So there's a couple funnel specs inside of this composition. So watching to see how these teams pull multiple targets on top of bosses, I think is going to be a crucial piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of those massive points is going to come up, right?
Oh my
right
god, AJ got
after
hit with a
yeah, we live that. We live that. Nothing happened. So right after this, you have the staircase, and teams have been dealing with that in different ways. So normally you see them go for one side, and then the other side gets tagged in either later, so after that second boss, or into the trash before that second boss. And I'm curious how Liquid and Dignitas are going to be approaching this segment in particular. I'm assuming we're going to see some CC deployed, but we could also see them go for one big pull here if they're utilizing CC on some of those.
Yargi going down!
Oh no.
It
was at the end, right? So they didn't have any damage loss, but of course, those 15 seconds death penalty hurt between two teams that are as equally matched as these two.
I think that's 100% accurate, especially in a dungeon like Skyreach, where there's not a lot of strategy deviation. We see 80% of the mobs in this dungeon have to be pulled regardless. So the room for strategy in this dungeon is pretty limited compared to some of the other dungeons, like say like a Mysaris Caverns that has so many different routes, so many different mob configurations that you can pull. That 15 seconds is actually a pretty big deal. On top of that as well, Skyreach being a time trial dungeon, this is kind of one of those dungeons that you would expect Liquid and Dignitas to probably have some of the most consistent strategies and be the most practiced on. Now you see Liquid here. They have downed the Solar Elemental. They have made their way into the second boss room first. It looks like Zebi on the side is Warnstoning and tagging some additional mobs into this pull. And on the right side, we have a replay there of Yargi dying as the boss is at 2% HP. He actually walked into the Gale Winds and they got bumped off the edge. Brutal.
That is tragic, but here come the mobs for Liquid left-hand side. That Solar Elemental just walked in. You can see the Initiate of the Rising Sun is still CC'd out there for a little while longer, like 25 seconds on it. And then Dignitas, I believe, have done the same thing, as I'm seeing a Solar Elemental in this pack here. And they are working through these constructs as well to try and start Arachnath.
Yeah, I think that the important thing is, like you mentioned, getting the constructs killed off earlier. Because the limiting factor here is being able to kill the boss, making sure that you can get that boss spawned to drop the gates, to continue to progress towards Ruckran, that's the key element here. And Liquid, now they have pulled Arachnath here. And on the right side, Dignitas pulling the boss at virtually the same time. So all that separates these two teams is actually that death from Yargi.
Yeah, and that's kind of to be expected, right, on their caliber. So a little bit of a heartbreak moment with that death there, but it's not over until it's over. Ball's in the court of Team Liquid for now, but Skyreach is a dungeon that can be quite dangerous. One of those danger factors are these frontals on Arachnath here. Now, thankfully, if you have a lot of ranges, you can just step back, but if you are bringing any melees in here, you will have a little bit of trouble. That is not the case for either of those teams. Everybody should be able to just dodge easily. We're also not seeing either of these teams actually doing the tech where the Augmentation Evoker switches back and forth between those two beams, which we've been seeing from some other teams. So I'm actually quite surprised that they're not doing that.
Yeah, I think that is something that, like, if we were in like a pushing format, that strategy would be universal 100% of the time as it's seen. In a speedrunning format, you don't really want your Augmentation Evoker losing the globals, trying to just dance back and forth. You would rather just plant and be like, all right, Zevi, all right, AJ, heal this.
Yeah, that's true. It is a little bit of extra, and of course, both of the healers being on Resto Shaman also might be a factor point here. They're not as high on DPS output as, you know, the Premier Mistweaver.
That's true.
But could just be that they're saying, okay, the damage we're going to lose through doing this is more than what we would gain if we would let you free cast DPS, right? So that could just kind of be a weighing in here, but you can see those teams are neck and neck.
Oh my gosh.
Basically, between them, there is nothing if it weren't for that one death. So let's see who is actually going to be able to finish off this boss first. It looks like Liquid will be downing it by a second.
Was it Liquid?
Or half a second even. Between the two of them, they're so close right now. What? They're going to be slowing down just a little bit here. It is not possible to add anything else onto those Sun Talons, so they will need to be played by themselves, and then of course the boss will need to be played by itself too.
Look at this. For Liquid, a Shine ends up having his Breath of Eons, and on the right side, Verb not actually having that breath available for a little bit. So Liquid, while they were a little bit, I would say even coming out of Arachnith, but they got a little bit worse off on that split. I think that they're going to be, what is this, 10 seconds ahead in terms of being able to get Ruckran pulled?
Yeah, I don't know if it's 10 seconds, but it's like 3 or 4 maybe.
Okay.
Something we've been seeing teams do on the 15s and on the 16s is just stand in the rain of the feathers. I'm curious if they're going to be electing to do the same thing here on the plus 17. It is a little bit more damage output that Ruckran is going to do, but of course that will only happen once that energy bar is up, so let's just wait a little bit longer to see if the teams are electing to just stand in there and tank it, or if we're going to be seeing them LOS and of course consequentially lose a little bit of damage.
Oh, nice.
I think that choice has been made immediately. Searing Quills come in, and neither of their teams are looking like they want to be hiding that one. They'll just tank it out.
Oh, interestingly enough, Liquid elected to go for a slightly safer strategy. Wolf Disco on that Warlock, banishing the Sunwing, stopping the pulsing AoE damage. We're on the side of Dignitas. They just healed straight through that Sunwing.
Yep, that is strong, but keep in mind, they also don't have any seconds to spare. They know they had a death and they know what that means. So even mini risks that they can now take and expect them to maybe pay off, they kind of have to do that to really make sure they're cutting down on any second that they can find in this run.
Dude.
But even with that, Liquid is still pulling ahead. You can see just by a smidge of a percentage between those two teams. SLT going to be deployed here, and for Dignitas, look at this. They're actually going to be lining here, waiting out the cast as they don't have anything ready or don't want to use it. They had SLT.
What's the link being saved for is kind of the question. For Liquid, their Spirit Link equates to probably 2 or 3 seconds of boss DPS that they're able to accumulate just by being able to hit the boss there. For Dignitas, what is that Spirit Link going to be used for? Is it going to be used for an aggressive pull here next that Liquid may otherwise not be able to do? What is the purpose of saving that Spirit Link is really the question here.
So it is a 3-minute cooldown. 3 minutes in the MDI format are a lot. You can see both our teams are going to be using that Warlock Gateway to make sure they can grab everything together. And I'm expecting Dignitas to just go from here. I think we're grabbing everything. Despite being on that Brewmaster Monk, it's a little bit more scary than if you were on the Guardian Druid. But it has to be for that. It has to be that they're going really, really massive here, and that is what that SLT is needed for. You can see Liquid. They're already there. They have arrived on that platform. They tagged everything except for a little bit of CC that you can see in the back there, that Demon Hunter cage, a CC on the Adept of the Dawn as well.
Hex?
And they're doing this without the SLT. Yeah, I think it's a Hex.
Yeah, the Hex is on the Adept of the Dawn, but the Initiate of the Rising Sun is in that cage. I mean, that's just more funnel for these specializations on the boss. Also, it makes this pull a lot less, let's say, deadly for the tank. Bloodlust being pressed for both of these two teams, and I feel like for Liquid here, this is the position that you hoped for. Yips on that Guardian Druid doing 430,000 DPS on this massive 20-plus mob trash pull. The last boss is now being spawned on the right side. Dignitas with that one death on Yargi on the first boss of the dungeon. They're a little bit slower to get High Sage Vyrix spawned, and for Liquid here, they just have to pump. I think that with their damage that we've seen so far, this has been the closest map that we've seen during group stage, and for Liquid, they should be on the right side of this timer if they don't make any mistakes. If somebody gets dropped off the edge and dies, that could actually be catastrophic to the point where things tip in Dignitas' favor. But for Liquid, they just have to play as clean as they have been already. Zevi gets selected first for the Solar Zealot. He Gusta wins back onto the platform clean.
Wow. Yes, so there are multiple ways to get back on the platform. You see some of them already on our screens. As we just saw, that Gust of Wind. You can portal if you're a Warlock, and then your Evoker can also grab you back. I believe the Devour Demon Hunter should be good on their own as well. So a lot of utility that'll allow them to just ignore those Zealots, and then whenever they drop players in the air, to then let go. We also saw Wernstone come out of Shine there on the left-hand side. So both of these teams will do that. However, some of those spells have a rather high cooldown. So let's make sure we're not getting an unfortunate spawn here that could cause some chaos for them. SLT now being deployed by Liquid.
It looks like Dignitas... Verb moved the Wernstone to Hearthjax, but got the cast canceled like 90% of the way through, so had to recast that Wernstone on him, just losing a couple of globals and a little bit of uptime in the process. And this is the point for Liquid here on the left side. High Sage Vyrix down 15%. Again, Dignitas has 15 seconds worth of death penalty against them. So for Liquid, the moment that they down this boss, the timer is going to stop. 3%, 2%, 1%, and Liquid are going to go up 1 map to 0 versus the reigning MDI champions, Dignitas.
Has to feel good when last season you fell 16 seconds short of taking that crown for yourself. But Team Liquid getting the first point here in our opening series. Honestly, it was close, that death costing Dignitas over on their side. But, I mean, Tettles, how are the two teams looking in this opening map?
This is the closest series we have seen so far, or the closest map at least that we've seen so far from a group stage finish. These two teams are neck and neck against one another, and they're proving why they were so close in time trials and proving why they were 1 and 2 in last season's MDI. This is sick.
This is really cool. I mean, honestly, amazing to see. I think Dratnos will have even more information for us here for our first map.
Yeah, this is an incredible run out of Team Liquid. A 12:46 is 9 seconds faster than the fastest plus 17 Skyreach that we have seen, which was from Mandatory. So Liquid, the new record for a 17 Skyreach. Look at that damage graph. 9 seconds faster than the fastest plus 17 Skyreach that we have seen, which was from Mandatory. So Liquid, the new record for a 17 Skyreach. Look at that damage graph, though. Oh my goodness. It looks like somebody has traced, and not even like badly, somebody who's pretty good but not perfect at tracing has traced the two damage graphs on top of each other there. You see it gets a little desync there. The 4 to 5 minute mark, that's where somebody bumped their arm and it moved a little bit, but otherwise, it's pretty much the exact same idea for the dungeon, just very slightly better for Liquid. Largely just because of that death as well for Dignitas near the start of the run. I mean, there's not a whole lot else that makes this different, although there are a couple of bits of nuance that I'll explain to you when we get to our replay segment, which starts now. Here's that death. Dignitas, Yargi getting knocked off by that Coalesced Wind and dying right at the end of the boss fight. That's 15 seconds right there. That is a big, big deal, because otherwise I think I liked a lot of Dignitas' comp. But one other thing that I did like from Team Liquid, especially when you're playing the Resto Shaman has an ability called Spirit Link Totem. And when you place it down, it has a lot of fancy words that mean that nobody can die while they're standing inside of it. So when you have an ability like this, the second boss's Quills, right, where it's throwing big damage at everybody and you're supposed to hide behind the pillar or whatever, you can just throw down one of those totems and be like, yeah, you know what? we're just gonna live this because we have a Resto Shaman, right? You also have the combination even of Darkness plus Spirit Link Totem if you really want to never die inside something like that, but it's often not even necessary. And yeah, you can see how Liquid able to just get a little bit more damage on the boss, a little more uptime as a result of that. While Dignitas were instead hiding, Liquid were also, both teams were banishing off that Sunwing, which is a nice benefit of having that Warlock. Although, it does mean that you don't generate full resources off of it in some cases, so maybe if you're hiding behind the pillar, you're not supposed to banish that thing. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, very close map. Incredible game between Liquid and Dignitas, and the fastest run ever of a 17 Skyreach goes on the board for Team Liquid, a commanding start to the series.
I mean, it just goes to show what caliber these two teams are playing at, that even with a death over on Dignitas' side, these two could still be so competitive. We could see this big run go up, and then we see this incredibly fast, the fastest one we've seen yet, coming out from Liquid run of Skyreach. Just impressive start, and it's only going to get better from here, everybody. We have Mysara Caverns coming up next, and the two teams are going to have to take into account the spec bans that will be happening. So as we take a look at this makes, what are you anticipating we see these teams kind of angle for?
I mean, we were kind of talking about it a little bit as we were going into that Skyreach. Of course, Liquid now needs to ban either their Bear Druid, their Devour Demon Hunter, or their Augmentation Evoker. We're expecting them to take out the Resto Shaman and the Warlock. I think that's a ban we will most likely see on both teams. But losing one of these three is kind of not ideal, so I'm curious on what the answer is for Liquid if we're just going to be playing around that Brewmaster now. Mysara Caverns is a big dungeon. There's a lot of massive pulls you can do in there. So I'm curious on what that answer is going to be. And I think there's also a lot of routing differences we've seen in that dungeon in particular.
I will say, I think that there's a chance. We've seen this occasionally. We don't see it normally with like our top-seeded teams, where sometimes you'll just kind of FF one of the maps and like play some stuff that you think is like a tier 2 or tier 3 comp. And just try to play your best game plan on that composition. Try to set yourself up for a really solid map 3.
Yeah.
I think that you pointed out, we want, like, I think all three of these teams want Bear Druid, or both of these teams want Bear Druid for all three of these maps. Dignitas already committed to not having Bear Druid in the first map, kind of saying that we would have liked it in Skyreach, but instead we'll play the Brew.
Yeah, so I typically like playing for map 2 over map 3, but looking at Liquid's bans, they've thrown away the Aug Evoker. Now, if you're doing Mysara Caverns without an Aug Evoker, that means you're not going to be able to do the Incense Wernstone stratagem after the mini-boss, which might mean that, yeah, you actually want to be weaker in map 2 and save the full power for map 3 in the Magister's Terrace, because, yeah, like you said, both of those are really Bear makes both of those dungeons really good, and Liquid can only play it in one of those two, so I think I would want to play something a little bit less good in the Mysara Caverns and try and win this one in the Magisters.
I mean, yeah, if you know that you have the leeway to be able to do that, obviously, right, coming in with that point on the board, I think it gives you that room to go, okay, look, like, there's a chance we still could do this, but if they're probably going to try and pivot here, then we need to be ready for that third map, right? So, I mean, with both of them coming in, I think when you have teams this closely matched, they're really trying to play out, like, every eventuality, and we touched a little bit on the routing with Mysara, but let me circle back, Tettles. Do you think we're going to see any variations? Are they going to go the same route? We have the Aug Evoker out of play.
Can't, right?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Makes can jump
Makes
in
is
too.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was saying with the routing. We've seen a lot of different routes, but basically all of them kind of rely on that Wernstone to get the skip off on the healer to go back and click on the altar while they're moving towards Wardaza. We don't have that now for Team Liquid. They don't have an Augmentation Evoker, so they don't have Wernstone. That is just how that works. So either they have come up with a new way to do this that we haven't seen just yet, or their route does not depend on doing this, which we have seen, but was generally slower. So I'm really curious on what their routing looks like, right? That is a big question now.
Because I think that's the big thing, right? Like, if they can't do that, then is their route inherently slower? Or do we think there might be a possibility that there would be a faster route that they could pull off without that tech, Tuttles?
Aug is just so broken in Mysara's Caverns too. I mean, the amount of uptime that you naturally get in that dungeon with things like the 2-target cleave on the first boss. Wardaza can always have like warriors that reanimate on it. I'm pretty sure Aug is like the best spec in the game, and Mysara's just generally speaking. And so even in an MDI setting, I feel like getting rid of it is, tech aside, I feel like it's like unfortunate.
Okay, well, maybe they've got something to show us that's going to completely change our opinion on it, but either way, these teams are going to have to go the distance and see if they can take this second map. This is Team Liquid versus Dignitas. Liquid have the advantage. They have 1 point on the board. They can afford to push this to a Game 3. Dignitas want to stay in this here and now if they can, else they'll be sent down to the lower bracket, where I'm sure our lower bracket teams, no matter who makes it out of this one, are going to be really worrying about what lies ahead for them. We're coming into Game 2 here, Mysara Caverns. What tech will we see? Who will be faster? And how will Team Liquid versus Dignitas shake out in our second map of the series makes?
I am so excited to see what our teams are going to show us. Of course, there's always the potential of going to a third map, or for Liquid, they're actually saying, we're not going to bring the Bear Druid, we're instead going to play around this Vengeance Demon Hunter, as well as the Survival Hunter, I believe it is, that is
that's
now
BM.
in here as well. That's BM, actually, yup. Oh, wow.
So it's kind of what we were talking about, where the Liquid bans kind of pointed towards the possibility that they were going to be playing for that map 3 and that Magister's Terrace. Now, on the right side here, Dignitas, they basically have to play the full meta composition. They are down 0-1, and they need to win this Mysara Caverns, and they're going to have to be clean the entire time. Even though Liquid is on, let's say, a tier 2 composition, this is still the second place team from last season's MDI. They can always capitalize on any mistakes that happen from Dignitas. If they have a couple of errant deaths, that can spell disaster for them. So Dignitas, while they are in a compositional lead, they are, things are not set in stone,
let's say. They're also in the
let's
dungeon
say.
progression lead for now.
Well, yes, of course.
Unfortunately, that Bloodlust is going to be running while they're already gathering that next pull, so a couple of dead seconds on that Lust. They pressed it pretty late here, so it's going to actually carry over just a little bit, whereas Liquid's Lust has ended, and they're now also on their way to that second pull. A little bit of different just pathing on how they're getting to these pulls. You can see that Liquid is going on the right side of that hut, whereas Dignitas went around the left side, but they are both playing similar caliber pulls. So one on Team Liquid is just a smidge bigger, but Dignitas had a little bit of a bigger pull on that first one. So both of our teams are going to be working away on that. But as of right now, Dignitas in a slight lead here, and I think that is kind of reflecting what we were saying about the comp diff, right?
Yeah, I mean, this Aug Evoker is just enhancing the damage from this Devour Demon Hunter and this Affliction Warlock for the side of Dignitas, and I think that it is really good. But also, man, Bear Druid. Like, you put Bear Druid against 40 mobs versus Vengeance Demon Hunter against 40 mobs, and it is no contest. One of them is thrashing to the moon, and the other one is like, oh yeah, I'm putting Chaos Brand on the mobs.
Well, I mean, it could always be worse, right? There's not all tanks are created equal sometimes, and I think that Vengeance Demon Hunter can still do a lot. We saw a really fast Magister's Terrace from Dignitas on that Vengeance Demon Hunter, and that is notably one of the dungeons with the biggest pulls, so I don't think this is a poor choice by any means. But the general composition to me reads as mind games, right? Liquid going in, playing something that is, I would say, decently strong in the first map, then playing a weaker comp in the second map, and then I assume we're going to see something strong in that third map again, whereas Dignitas is approaching that spec ban rule in a little bit of a different way, and I'm really curious if this is going to work in each of the team's favors and how they're planning this out. But let's focus back on the current map, where Dignitas are working away on Origin and Necrax for now. Both of our teams adding in some additional trash here. Dignitas still in the lead.
Dude, they're so fast right now. What is the fastest first boss split that we've seen this weekend makes?
Well, so this is a plus 16, which this weekend I don't have those numbers at hand in the immediate, but if I just continue talking while I'm looking them up, I am sure I will have them at some point. We haven't seen a whole lot of Mysara Caverns, I will say.
Okay.
We saw Ducks Can Fly in here in a match that was forfeited with 529, and then we saw Ducks Can Fly and Es Imposible in here with 611.
So, about the 6-minute marker is what we've been seeing from some of the other teams.
Hold on, we also saw Dignitas in here. 431 was what they locked.
431.
Took me a minute.
Were they playing the exact same composition as they're playing right now?
They were playing the we're playing the exact same specs.
This seems like this is the premier composition, let's say, for this dungeon so far from a lot of these teams. And I feel like Dignitas, how they are dancing around the spec variety rule has been quite nice, quite seamless. But I think that Liquid's going to be full power in the map 3. Now, Dignitas, 4 minutes and 32 seconds here as they down the first boss. They are making their way into the second area of this dungeon. They're going to have to kill off some Gnarldens, and something that I want you guys to watch in chat is how Dignitas gathers this next pull. They make it look so effortless. So basically what Verb is going to do is he is going to press Spatial Paradox on AJ. AJ is going to use Crackling Jade Lightning. At the exact same time, Kira is going to be tagging a bunch of the Gnarldens and mobs that are in the nearby vicinity, and Dignitas is going to get this pack gathered so quick. It's one of those things that you don't even know how it's possible that Dignitas gets all 20 mobs here gathered as fast as they do, but somehow they managed to pull it off. Yeah, and within 5 seconds, 14 mobs are completely stacked and are ready to be able to DPS down by all of the stack cleave from the things like the Seed of Corruption, from the Collapsing Stars. You get the Breath of Eons and the Eruptions on those mobs, and you get all of the Thrashes on them as well. That is a really clean setup by Dignitas right there.
It absolutely is. Liquid now also on their way to replicate what we're seeing on the right-hand side, but of course, substantially slower. You can see like 45 seconds between those two teams, roughly, as you're now also starting to gather up this pull around Rockthal and around the Gnarlden here. So let's see how big they're electing to go. Looks like it should be exactly the same pull that we saw on the other side. And you can also see on Dignitas that AJ is already right now clicking some of the altars, kind of alluding to maybe not needing to go back later on, whereas the rest of the team is just going to walk forward.
Hero's got taken a lot of damage here, but he ends up layering the Survival Instincts and that Bark Skin. Once he presses both of those abilities, he's completely safe, and then AJ is now back in the pack, able to press Spinning Crane Kick over and over again on the mobs, keeping Kira and the rest of the party safe. This pull can be fairly deadly, especially whenever you have those skirmishers blowing up when those shields end up expiring. You do also have the possibility of getting caught in the bounce house that is the tornadoes that are always spinning around the bound defenders, which can be kind of annoying. At the same time, this is a 16. Yep. They don't one-shot you. Assuming that you're not getting targeted by some incidental cleave on top of getting knocked by the tornado, it shouldn't by itself be deadly.
Yeah, it's also kind of nicer because once again you're playing around these ranges here. They don't need to stand in melee. The only two people that kind of get toppled around by what you lovely called bounce house is basically Kira and AJ, who are right in there in that melee pack. So the rest of the team usually has a little bit more space to just move around, but here is Verb. So Verb is actually going to go back while the rest of the team continues, and maybe AJ didn't click all of them, so he just started it off, and they're now setting up for Verb to return with that Warrenstone to the rest of the group. What's Hearthjack's up?
So Hearthjack's is starting to RP on the boss. So whenever the boss initially spawns, he actually knocks players within, let's say 20 yards of this entire platform backwards. And so by actually running there early and getting the RP spawned, it allows Kira to have an unimpeded route just basically onto this platform, getting Vordaza pulled the frame that it spawns. And for Dignitas, we've seen some teams in the Mysara's Caverns waste a little bit of time getting the Ensign's lid and getting the ghost here. But for Dignitas, there was no seconds wasted. Kira was always doing something during that entire series of skips, and even while Verb and AJ were running in the back, they weren't wasting any time.
Yep, I'm just tracking their timer once
Who's
again.
just holding W?
Well, sometimes that's the fastest way to get through a dungeon. They had 1 minute slower than the run we saw from them yesterday in Mazara's Caverns, and their boss split 2 was 9:54. So let's kind of keep an eye on that for Dignitas as they're currently working on Vordaza.
Oh.
I think there's a high likeliness they'll be under that on the split, so it might be an even faster run out of them as we're currently watching. And I've been looking at Team Liquid, but it doesn't look like they did any of the skipping, doesn't look like they did any of the altar clicking, so maybe they just did it while they were in the room there, because everybody's there and they're also now on to Vordaza, of course, with a little bit of a delay in terms of boss HP progression, but a massive pull on their end as well.
I would not be shocked if that Spirit's actually a time loss if you don't have the augmentation evoker. Like, I think that's kind of the thing that enables it to even be a time gain, because otherwise you're sending somebody back and they're having to run, go click the altar, then run back, and then you've wasted all of that time with that Spirit active that you want to have the uptime on Vordaza. So on the right side here, Dignitas, they are going to be down in Vordaza. What was the time that we were looking for? 9:55, I think you said?
9:54.
Okay.
Let me double check. Yes, 9:54.
Okay, so we were looking for a 9:54, and it looks like you were mentioning
You're
earlier,
under that.
Dignitas is going to be under that by about 11 seconds. And on the left side here, Liquid, even on this like slightly off meta composition, they're still making it happen. They're in position where if Dignitas makes any mistake here, Liquid should be able to capitalize on it. And Dignitas, they're not out of the woods yet either. They are doing a massive pull into the final boss. We have seen this from this team before. They take double bound defender and all of those skirmishers, they pull it into the boss, they press Bloodlust, and it basically is it dies or I die. And for Dignitas, they have to be able to kill off all of this trash on top of Rock Tool as quickly as possible. If it doesn't die before the boss sends you into the intermission, the trash will reset. You will not get count from it. But more than that, you will probably be wiping because that trash lived for 45 seconds anyways. So for Dignitas here, this is the major point of the dungeon that is incredibly scary for them. They have pulled Rock Tool. They have the skirmishers coming in. You actually saw that Hearthjax was purging some of those skirmishers to make sure that there weren't too many shields. And once those skirmishers explode, there is going to be an insane amount of AoE damage in combination with the Rock Tool AoE damage.
Yes, the pull that you're seeing on the side of Dignitas is nothing short of scary. That's also why that Lust is used here. All of our cooldowns are essentially being used right as we get into it, and they're making sure they can get out of it as well. Those Soulbind totems won't be for long. Now, this defender will reset if they go into the Spirit phase, so they need to finish it or they're going to miss count. That is something they should be painfully aware of. We've seen it once. I would rather not see it again. They get one more set of crushed souls here where those totems are spawned on Rakthul, and it looks like the team is on top of it. That defender is dropping lower and lower, but let's just really make sure it actually does die off. Yes,
yeah.
And they should be safe on count as Rakthul will send them down the stairs once more. But look at it, Liquid. I mean, they're not far behind, but it is unfortunately looking ever so favored into the corner of Dignitas after that Liquid map 1. Dignitas looking to claim map 2 for themselves.
I mean, Liquid's going to end up being about 1:05 behind, which is really not bad. But at the same time, this is the Dignitas team that we were hoping to see. We saw them in the Skyreach, and now something that they do that's kind of unique compared to the rest of the field is they fight Rakthul on this side of the gate. What this allows them to do is this allows Verb here to just stand here, make sure that all of his players are buffed, and there's never going to be any line of sight issues. There's never going to be any missing buffs on players, and everybody's able to just hit the boss on this side of the gate anyways. Dignitas are able to down the boss in 12 minutes and 27 seconds, stopping the clock and allowing them to even up the series 1-1.
They are staying in it here in the upper bracket, not ready to let go of that just yet, as Dignitas say, hey, you know what, we're reigning champions for a reason. We took you down last season, and we're out to do it again here and now. Now, they still have some work to do. Both of the teams could take this next point, and of course, whoever loses will be moving down to the lower bracket. But in this run, I feel like we've seen, after that first mistake on Skyreach, now we've come back. Dignitas have shown really well here on the second map. And I have to say, Tettles, you mentioned that Dignitas have been playing around the spec variety rule very well. So how would you summarize their approach, Tettles?
I mean, I think that for Dignitas, they've done this thing where every single dungeon specifically, there has been clear bans. Coming out of this Mysara Caverns, the clear ban, it's going to be the Affliction Warlock. That's 100% of the time going to get banned, and then it's going to have to be the Augmentation Evoker and the Devour Demon Hunter. I mean, those are just going to automatically get banned. But I think that Dignitas, every single step of the way, they know what's going to get banned, and they've actually played a Masters Terrace already this weekend on some weird composition that was like an Arms Warrior, an Unholy DK, and so I think for Dignitas, they have a very clear-cut game plan for the composition that they want to play in every single dungeon, every single step of the way. But for Liquid, they're going to be able to play the full fire-powered comp in this next dungeon, and so I think that it's going to be a very hotly contested third map.
Oh, absolutely. But even here on this one, we saw some differences in the comp, and the meters here worked out a little different this time around, Dranos, but what were you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, this time around, it was definitely not like that Skyreach. You could tell that there was just a difference in strategic speed between these two teams. I think you can attribute a lot of it to that Augmentation Evoker as well. The Augmentation Evoker not only facilitating a different path that you can take through the dungeon, but it's also just so good on so many of these pulls. Of course, if you look at the damage meter, it looks like they're getting a nice little carry from their friends through a weekly key, but you have to remember, they're augmenting everybody's damage. The Evokers aren't just a clever prank that we're playing on these MDI teams, making them play. They are actually really, really speeding up these pulls compared to what you can do without them. Now, Liquid still had a pretty fast run in, absolute terms, right? It's just in relative terms compared to Dignitas. They were on another level in this map. Again, the strategic difference. Playing that Beast Mastery Hunter, you could tell, on this pack, it's doing some pretty good damage. It does have the ability to activate Bloodlust as well, which is one of the main things that the Evoker will bring to some of the group comps this season as well. That's really important. But the Evoker has a lot of other stuff that it does that only Augmentation Evoker, in fact, specifically can do, such as that Wernstone incense strategy that happened on that mini boss room we were just watching, and of course just the single target damage that it is bringing by how much it is increasing your other two DPS players, especially on single target, while also not doing a trivial amount of damage itself. It looks like a small amount of damage, but when you add in that plus the augmented damage, it is so much. And so Dignitas able to take this map, evening up our series 1-1, which means the Magister's Terrace awaits us here.
That's going to be a big deciding one for them here. I mean, whoever goes through is going to secure a spot moving ahead. But Magister's Terrace is where they're going to decide this. So, Makes, I mean, what do you think? We've heard that there's some good strategies for Dignitas, but we know that Team Liquid, they have this big, variety of specs they can bring in, obviously, for this final map. What we've seen from these two, what do you think they're going to go ahead and show us in this run?
So the big important factor is what your bans look like, right? Whatever you played twice is now gone for this map 3. And it does make sense that Liquid was kind of forcing this map 3, saying, okay, we'll just play a bunch of random stuff. We'll play around this Vengeance Demon Hunter, we'll play around this BM Hunter, even just to get the count on those classes up to 1, so that then when classes tie with something like the Bear Druid, then they can take out the Hunter, they can take out the Vengeance Demon Hunter and not lose the Premier comp. Now, they did lose the Augmentation Evoker early on. I think Dignitas might have the better ban situation, but it depends on what we're going to be seeing here.
I mean, I think Dig is going to play Bear Druid, Mistweaver, Unholy DK, Arms Warrior, Serve. I think that's going to be their 5 stack. Yeah. But I think so. With that being the case, I'm pretty sure Liquid's going to have a better composition, but I'm not 100% sure of that, because I think Devour Demon Hunter is just really, really good.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. So they did keep the Devourer Demon Hunter, so they will get to play that in this, but they have already lost the Aug. So Liquid can play Bear, Mistweaver, Devourer, Unholy. What are you going to play in that last spot? It probably needs to bring Bloodlust, right? So I think Elemental Shaman is potentially a candidate there. Survival Hunter, another one. Or you could play a Mage. I think it would probably be Cine in that spot. So
no, you cannot.
It's an option. I'm just saying, it's an option. They have Bloodlust. They have Time Warp. Meanwhile, on the side of Dignitas, yeah, let's see what they've banned out, because it looks like, okay, they're going to be losing, of course, that Aug Evoker that they had to lose the Devourer as well. So they can play Bear, although they could also play the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Kira played it in their Magisters before. Now, maybe that was because it was the start of a series for Spec Variety Rule versus the end, but he made it look really good. So I feel like they probably wouldn't even mind if they were to play that. But yeah, I think Mistweaver is a lock for both teams. That's the one thing that is definitely going to be in there.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we've got a sort of thought on what they're going to be doing as far as the specs go. But do we have a thought on how their times actually compare in this dungeon? Do we think that one is faster than the other? Do we think that there's a route that seems like it's going to be something they're going to employ? I mean, I'll look over at Tettles. I don't know if there's something that you think these two kind of compare on in this dungeon.
I mean, Dig has played this dungeon and Liquid hasn't. I mean, looking at Dig's times, they're quite fast.
And again, that was a Vengeance Demon Hunter, Serve Hunter,
Yeah.
Arms Warrior composition. So they might even roll up with a different comp this time around.
Okay, well, the comps will determine it, so will the routes. We'll see what these two teams are going to do as they navigate Magister's Terrace. This is Team Liquid versus Dignitas. These two have taken it to a Game 3, and of course they want to keep going all the way in the upper bracket if they can. This showdown is not over yet. Everything can be laid down here, and hey, there's always the possibility of a lower bracket comeback as well. This will be Magister's Terrace between Liquid versus Dignitas makes.
That's right, and we're going to be seeing actually that Arms Warrior return here for Dignitas. And then, like Dratnos was mentioning, we're seeing the Ellie Shaman on the side of Liquid. Other than that, very similar compositions. Both of the teams electing to go for that Bear Druid, that Mystery Vermont. We're talking about it so much. That Unholy DK is going to return here as well. And then the change is going to be that Survival Hunter and that Devour Demon Hunter on the side of Liquid. But that should be, I think that should be very fun. I think both of these comps are pretty even in what they can do.
Yeah, I think it's going to really come down to a couple of crucial moments in this series where I think that the pull on top of Custos, that both of these teams are going to be pressing their Bloodlust on and trying to deploy as much damage as quickly as possible. That's going to be a really big one. And then the pull into the Gamillis room, which is double Void Collar, Devouring Tyrant. Those are the two pulls that I think that are going to be make or break for Liquid and Dignitas here. There's also the possibility that the pull right before Serenel Sunlash that has all of the runic glaive dots, that can take out a player. So similar to what we saw on the Skyreach earlier, if there's any death, the balance kind of shifts into that other team's favor almost immediately if there's a death.
Yep, that's right, but we would rather there's no deaths, right? I would much prefer if we get deathless runs from both of our teams here, but Liquid is going to be moving ahead here just a smidge faster as that Pyromancer has dropped. Now, Kira is out of the door as well, but Gips is just, an inch ahead here to keep it with the American terms for the American teams. Wolf Disco dropping really low there for just a second, able to survive as both of our teams are arriving at Arcanatron Custos with basically all of the dungeon that they could find on their walkway here as well.
So something that we actually saw Wolf Disco do that was subtle, but it's actually a really big deal, is you saw him drain that crystal while Yips was grabbing the pack for Liquid. What that allowed Wolf Disco to do is get a 10 stack of the energy crystal almost immediately, giving him 10% bonus damage. On the side of Dignitas, they didn't do that. Nobody ended up draining that crystal. So for Liquid, Wolf Disco should have a little bit more firepower in terms of damage on pull here, but Dignitas already had the boss lower. Even though there was that subtle difference between the two teams, Dignitas have accelerated on the boss damage department.
Well, their Bloodlust was also pressed just a smidge earlier, so it's now running out for Liquid here as well, a couple seconds after the Dignitas one has stopped. But I agree with you. I mean, on the damage meters, you can see the clear difference between Wolf Disco and Hearthjacks, but it doesn't seem to be the difference maker in boss progression here. As I say that, Liquid is tying closer, so they're not trailing as far behind anymore, but still, it very much looks like Dignitas are going to be the first team to finish out this boss here, and in record time as well, as Liquid is still trailing on the last couple of percent. We're going to compare this timer to the one that they clocked in on day one, which they're 3 seconds faster than the one we saw on day one.
Yeah, and so 7 seconds separate Liquid from Dignitas right here. And on the right side, Dignitas, they've already gathered the Enforcer pull right in front of Serenel Sunlash. Some well-timed spinning crane kick ticks need to keep the team top. The thing that we're looking for is on the debuff frame, the runic glaive dot. Whenever those are stacked up to 2 and potentially 3, that's where things can become a problem. Shadow Meld can actually stop those from being applied to you. You can also AMS, feign death. Those are kind of the tools that are available. But as the pack goes longer and longer, you have more of the runic glaive dots starting to stack up. You also see Dignitas on the right side, same with Liquid on the left side, dropping that anti-magic zone. And for Liquid, they also end up dropping that darkness to make sure that whenever those worms explode, the explosion from those worms don't end up taking them out or dropping them so low. But Dignitas here, they have killed off the Spellbreakers that are required to pull the boss. A little bit of focused fire damage, I think, from this composition. They even have multiple Spellbreakers still up, so really good targeted damage. And Serenel Sunlash has been pulled for Dignitas, and at the exact same time, Serenel Sunlash is pulled for Liquid.
Actually, Liquid a couple seconds right behind, as it took them just a little bit longer to get the RP started on this boss, but they're getting some additional healers now walking in. Same thing that is happening on the right-hand side for Dignitas, so Dignitas will be able to hold the lead that they build out from that very first pull for now. But we've seen Liquid catch up on bosses before. I wouldn't count them out just yet, as both of these teams are so close still. Dignitas is certainly ahead, Tettles.
I think that making sure that you get the shields purged, if any of the shields ever end up going on to Serenel Sunlash specifically, that is something that has to get purged almost immediately. For Liquid, they actually have multiple sources of purge with the Demon Hunter and the Shaman. For Dignitas, the only purge that they have available is Yargi's, but he can actually talent into that AoE purge as well. So it should be fine for Dignitas. You just really have to make sure that you don't end up slowing down. Now for Liquid, how their composition kind of plays is every single time that Ascendance gets pressed, in theory, they should kind of slingshot ahead of Dignitas because Dignitas has a more flat damage profile with things like the Arms Warrior and things like the Survival Hunter. But so far, Dignitas has kind of paced in a lead throughout this entire map.
I mean, they're certainly slingshotting, right? But they're not getting over the gap. So they're having a wider gap to a smaller gap, but there's still always a gap from the looks of it. Sometimes it's like 2 boss percent, 3 boss percent, and then it goes back up to like 10 boss percent, 12 boss percent. So Liquid are doing what you're saying. They're just not on the same level just yet. But we are at one of the crucial points in this dungeon, because what happens next might determine your entire series' fate. This is the poll. No bloodlust. Everything available that they have to try and get through this, A, as quickly as possible, B, without anybody dying, C, without losing anything. We're going to be tagging everything we can see that is 1 Void Caller, 2 Void Caller, all of the Tyrants, everything into that Gemellis area, and this poll is not for the faint of heart.
It's the Shaman Ascendance versus the damage from the Survival Hunter and Arms Warrior. Those are kind of the key differences. The Devourer Demon Hunter should have really good damage here with that Void Metamorphosis, but it tends to be a little bit more of a flat damage profile. For Dignitas here, they need to make sure they get the Tyrant killed off, and they need to make sure that they get the Void Caller killed off. The game plan is the exact same for Liquids as well. Those are the things that gate Gemillis from spawning. You don't care about that Void Caller that's coming in a little bit late. Instead, you only care about the mobs that pre-existed in this room before you got the pull dealt with. And on the right-hand side here, the pack is dropping lower and lower for Dignitas. Some of the bolts are going off, but they're making sure to get the Void Terror Fear kick every single time. Any of those going off, and it would be an absolute wipe, a catastrophe. And Dignitas here, Gemillis is starting to combine and getting ready to spawn, and I think Liquid and Dignitas are going to be pulling the boss at the same time here, Makes.
Yes, once again, there's like 2-3 seconds between Dignitas and Liquid on the spawn time here. And I will say that Arms Warrior loves this fight, right?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
So much cleave, especially if the tank is able to get many of the Gemelli shades close to it. There's just so much that they are going to be benefiting off of here. But Liquid, adding in those additional Void-infused Light Worms, they're going to be getting some extra stacks, but that also means there's some extra damage that's coming in. These guys hurt.
These guys hurt a lot more than the other Mana Worms. For some reason, they do, like, I think it's like twice the damage of the other Mana Worms. And so even on a plus 15, they do a ridiculous amount of damage. And for Liquid here, they are able to get those killed off. And Dignitas, are they just ahead in count? Okay, no, there's a Void Walker here. That's 1.2%. But I think Dignitas is still just ahead in count.
Yeah, I think they are ahead a little bit. That Void Walker should give 1.2.
There's
so
trash mobs. I see. Still
yeah, in the back
room
there.
For Liquid. Yeah, this is fine.
Yep. They're coming in now, so Void Terror will be added now. That is a little bit safer, right? If you don't do everything at once, you're just getting additional cleave on the boss that's already a cleave boss. So I don't think that's a bad thing per se, but it also doesn't accelerate Liquid, which is kind of what they would need at the current point in time. And Dignitas, I mean, look at it. They're already finished with Gemellis once again. They're going to leave the room, leave Liquid to finish out that boss by themselves and make way for that last part of the dungeon.
9 seconds is what separates the two teams right now, with Dignitas still in the lead on that physical comp with the Battle Shout, with the Survival Hunter Arms Warrior duo. The spec variety rule put them in a corner, and we didn't know whose composition was going to be better. Liquid is playing a composition that most people, if they watched every single week of the MDI, would describe as probably more in line with what the meta has been. But Dignitas is carving their own path in terms of the spec variety rule. And you see Kira, he's running all the way up to the top of the spire, and he's running and he's grabbing this Void Caller Demonic Tyrant. And Dignitas, all they have to do is once those two mobs go down, and once some of these shredders are a little bit lower, they're going to start chaining into the boss. It's really that Tyrant and that Void Caller that is stopping Dignitas from pulling the final boss here.
Yep, and you can see the same thing on the side of Liquid. Some of those markers also have been deployed just to make sure that everybody's focusing the right thing, which is that Void Caller, like you're mentioning, for both of the teams. Of course, every single time it casts a little bit of AoE, but you also want to keep those Void Terrors under control, which is exactly what's happening. You can see Kira is already starting to tap forward, and now we're just going to be running it, we're just going to be flooring it, and the same thing is happening for Liquid. These guys don't have any time to spare.
Yeah, I think that there's also a thing with pets as well on these pulls. Whenever you run up that bridge, like you were pointing out, that pets can actually just get stuck and end up pulling some of the mobs below. But it looks like for both Dignitas and Liquid, that has not happened. The DK pets did end up getting desummoned. Dignitas, I think that the Survival Hunter also dismissed his pet just to make sure that there was never a possibility that a catastrophic extra Tyrant gets pulled.
Something to be aware of here, as both of our teams still have that Devouring Tyrant with them on the Gentrius, is every single time it does that Devouring Strike, you can see it right now on Kira on the right-hand side, it puts a massive heal absorb onto the tank, so something both of the healers will need to manage, whereas Liquid also still needs to deal with those Void Terrors that have now died off. But even with all of that, and even with the Tyrant on both sides now starting to drop slower and slower, Dignitas is only ahead by a couple percent. A single death on this boss fight and Liquid will take the map.
Dignitas notably also gets their Bloodlust up 3 seconds earlier than Liquid, which is not normally a thing that you point out, but in a map that is being separated by 7 seconds on the Gamilla split, it is something that you have to watch out for. Bloodlust has been pressed by both teams now. The army is being pressed by both of the Death Knights. You have the Shaman and the Ascendants. You have the Colossus and it's not Coordinated Assault now, it's Takedown. Takedown for the Survival Hunter. The Devoured Demon Hunter. He actually is not in Void meta on the side of Liquid. Now Cine is entering that Void meta. 15% on the boss for Liquid, but Dignitas have already downed Gentrius, stopping the clock at 12 minutes, 11 seconds, and they go for the reverse sweep, and the champions, the reigning champions, are into the finals.
Amazing to see Dignitas continue to show that whether it's pushing keys or speedrunning, they are masters of Mythic Plus. They have secured their place in both our grand finals later today and the Season 1 finals next month. But this rematch hasn't given Liquid the victory over Dignitas that they have been hoping for, at least not yet. This loss is just more fuel to their fire. They'll have the chance to blaze a trail through their competition in the lower finals later today. This one was so close, though. A very intense final map between these two. I mean, makes comparing their runs on this, what do you think it separated them in the end?
So just for reference, both of these runs would be the fastest runs we've seen in this dungeon. For Liquid, unfortunately, Dignitas played at the same time, so they're not going to get that title even for a split second, but both of these runs are faster than anything we've seen in that dungeon yet by about 4 or 5 seconds. And of course, Dignitas with that claim a new fastest run in here. Impressive stuff. I was kind of in between. I was torn whether or not Liquid was just playing mind games and would be able to claw back in this map 3. I think you could see how close those teams are in every second of that dungeon there, and it was truly, truly a treat to watch.
That was phenomenal. I mean, Dratos, here we are again. Now we're looking like we have that very similar tracer on the graph again.
Yeah, although you can see there are a couple of spots where Dignitas inch a little bit further ahead. There's even, but then right at the very end, Liquid almost clawed it back. 5.794 seconds was what separated these two teams in the Magister's Terrace. I mean, what a great map. What a great way to end our series. And honestly, what a great appetizer for what might be our Grand Finals rematch if Liquid are able to vanquish the lower bracket. Here's a quick look, though, at some of what went down in this map. I mean, I was struck by just how close the two teams were. There was such a high percentage of this map where we were just watching the same exact pull with the exact same enemies, the exact same health bars. There were a couple of slight differences in strategy. Of course, Liquid with the different comp than Dignitas, and ended up going for a little bit less count early, right? You can see that 3% count differential, although this is a point where both teams are collecting count, but it was about 3% in favor of Dignitas for a while until Liquid found a little bit of extra count. But yeah, the big thing for me was just how the two teams were neck and neck the whole way through. Dignitas opened the lead further, Liquid closed it back. Dignitas opened it further, Liquid closed it back. Liquid were never ahead, though. Dignitas were always either tied or winning. But yeah, we were watching the split screen view, just the entire map, watching it could have been the same footage on both teams if it weren't for the different specs a lot of the time. But at that end boss, it was Dignitas that were able to just get in combat a couple of seconds faster, and basically the amount of time they got in combat with the boss first was the amount of time they won the map by. There was no difference, acceleration or deceleration during the boss fight. Both teams put out the exact same boss DPS over the duration of their combat, and it ended up being Dignitas that won this one. But wow, that's one that I think Liquid would have been surprised to find out they lost there after they killed that boss.
Seeing these two go head-to-head never gets old. I just love watching them race against each other. And I mean, yeah, seeing that performance on that final boss, it comes down to literal seconds once again between these two teams. But I'm sure it's just making Liquid want even more to have that comeback. So we'll see what happens, but things have shaken out now after our first series here in our bracket. And Tettles, can you give us a little bit of a touch base on where we currently stand?
All right, so that was a bit of a treat that we had there. Now you see Dignitas, they have moved into the finals. Liquid have been dropped to the lower bracket finals. The next map that we have available the next match that we have available for us, though, is the Create Team versus Ducks Can Fly series. The team that ends up losing that is going to have their BlizzCon and their Season 1 finals dreams snubbed, and the team that wins that is going to have to go up against Liquid, the powerhouse that we just saw take Dignitas to a 3-map series in the lower finals, and so they're going to have to shock the world, let's say.
There's some potential for it. I definitely think so. But I mean, these teams have a lot ahead of them they're going to still have to accomplish if they want to make it through. Great Team and Ducks Can Fly is going to have a lot to show us. So everybody, while we take a break here to get things ready for the next series, make sure that you are back when it's done, because there is a lot more still to come. Up next, we will have Create Team versus Ducks Can Fly. These next two teams might seem like underdogs this weekend, but they are out to prove that you should root for them all the more because of it. This is Create Team versus Ducks Can Fly, so get your predictions in chat. Both of these teams have loads of potential and even some upset potential, as we've kind of pointed out. And Create Team, I think in particular, has put up some very fast times this weekend. So if there's a team that could upset Liquid or Dignitas, could it be Create Team, Tuddles?
I think that for Create Team, they've actually put up, like you mentioned, very competitive times. I think there was an Algathar Academy and a Windrunner Spire that were both quite competitive. And I think for Create Team, they're able to keep maps competitive. Whenever you see, ninth seeds, sometimes it feels like, especially against like the top four, we've had like a really heavy top four coming out of time trials this season. It feels like sometimes some of those maps will be non-competitive, but I feel like for Create Team, there's never a map where I'm like, oh, they're not favored in this map. I think it's one of those things that like they always have a game plan, which I think is more closely in line with some of our top performing teams that have already qualified for the Season 1 finals.
For sure. I mean, what do you think then has been holding Ducks Can Fly back?
So Ducks Can Fly, well, I think Ducks Can Fly, well, they've been wiping a bunch. I feel like they've had like about a 50% chance of just having a full team wipe in a specific dungeon, and that's been tough.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we can get some more, I think, deeper insights as well on this with Dr. Atnos making his first appearance here in the Mythic Dungeon International. Dr. Atnos, can you give us some more information on why wipes are bad?
Yes, as a renowned expert in the field of wiping with many years of hands-on experience, I have some explanations for you as to why it is so bad to be wiping. So, when you wipe, you lose 15 seconds per death, right? 15 seconds times 5. If 5 people die, that's already pretty bad. That's already like at least a minute or something, somewhere around there. The math eludes us. We've got researchers in the field figuring that one exactly out. Then you're also going to be running back, right? So the run back, however long that takes, that's bad. That's especially bad. Then you might have used B-reses, right? So you might not have those B-reses anymore. Yep. That's especially bad as well. And that feeds back in. Maybe this is actually 6 then, right? Oh, that's even worse. If it's at least 10 minutes in the dungeon, it might even be 7. And that could be even worse.
6, 7.
Oh. Could be.
7.
Could be. And then the mobs heal, right? So that's really bad. If it's a boss that's at low HP, that's just catastrophic. It's disastrous for you. And then your cooldowns, right? Cooldowns. I should have gone with CDs, but we'll write out the whole cooldowns here.
You're committed.
Yeah. That's a
Great
little blunder there. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm left-handed, but I use my mouse with my right hand, so this always is, anytime I'm drawing letters, it looks pretty bad. But yeah, your cooldowns will be bad. So if your cooldowns are bad, now you can't maybe do the same pull. We've seen Shadow Meld go on cooldown, and now you can't do a skip. And then sometimes you try and do the same pull, and then you wipe again, and this turns into 11 or 16. Some ridiculous amount of deaths.
Or 17.
And things can get very bad. 17 even. It's a possibility, right? All of that can happen off of just that one wipe. So that first wipe over here, if you can stop that, if you can cut that off at the source, then none of this has to happen, and you can get all your time back. So that's currently our best theory. Our leading theories on why wipes are bad.
Thank you so much.
So that first wipe over here, if you can stop that, if you can cut that off at the source, then none of this has to happen, and you can get all your time back. So that's currently our best theory. Our leading theories on why wipes are bad.
Thank you so much. I mean,
chat
scientists.
wrote that down.
Yeah, chat, please write this down. This is cutting technology right here. And of course, scientists and mathematicians will continue to try to puzzle this one out. But Dr. Atnos, I think that you really did a great job solving it. So thank you so much for coming here and gracing us with your knowledge.
Thank you.
I mean, honestly, these things compound, though, in ways that you don't necessarily think. You can look and be like, oh yeah, a wipe is bad. But there's a lot that goes into it, especially with speedrunning. So, I mean, Ducks Can Fly. Those deaths will cost them. But Makes, you've been a little bit worried about Create Team as well, though, if they end up on a map 3, right?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, I've been, looking over all of her dungeon runs last night after the MDI Saturday had ended, and I've been comparing teams and trying to kind of see how they approached your ban situation. And I noticed something that we haven't really spoken on broadcast before, which is Create Team does not play the premier comp of Bear Druid, Mistweaver, Unholy DK, Devour Demon Hunter, and Augmentation Evoker together, because Fozzie on their team is the dedicated Demon Hunter DK player, and Tara basically only switches between Hunter and Warlock, whereas Toke only switches between Evoker and Shaman. Now, that gives you 6 specs to kind of toggle around and play with, which together with the tank and the healer, of course, is enough, but it could put them in a rather rough situation with their back against the wall if they misplay their bans throughout map 1 and map 2 if we ever see them go into map 3. Now, this is all on the sheer assumption that they don't have any other specs prepared, which they might. They haven't shown them yet. We didn't go to a 3rd map for them yet. But it is one of the things that I kind of noticed, and I was like, hold on a minute. So, yeah, very interesting.
Very interesting,
Yeah.
very interesting.
Let's see how that plays around the maps for the series here, because we are starting off with the Windrunner Spire, which you've already seen is a pretty good dungeon for Create Team. Do we see any problems with their actual spec choices between their players, the duos that each of them play heading into the other maps in our series, though? What do you think, Tettles?
Probably not. Like, I think that you just kind of go with the exact same game plan that you had earlier on in this weekend. Like, I think it was the first map of the series. Yeah. So it was the first map, or actually it was the second map of the series versus Snail Z. But with that being the case, I mean, they were playing like double monk in there. I think that like the strategies, you want to try to keep them as consistent between compositions as possible. That way everybody feels like they have a good understanding of like what is supposed to be our game plan. And that's why the spec variety rule is kind of unique this season, because it pushes teams to have potentially multiple strats depending on the dungeon. Like last series we saw Liquid in a Mysaros Caverns. That could not have been their like best, strategy for the Mysaros Caverns, but it was the strategy that they had to do because they didn't have the Augmentation Evoker. But I feel like for Create Team, there's nothing specifically with this map pool that should put them, back against the wall into some composition that they don't want.
All right, well, we'll see if they've planned it out. I mean, Tettles, you were even mentioning, well, sometimes you can back yourself in a corner. Other teams like Dignitas, figuring out how to play around this so, precisely has also been something that's been a real strength. So hopefully both of these teams are able to take that into account as they come in on the first map, Windrunner Spire. Now, we have some predictions to make, even as you have been predicting, chat, and it looks like a lot of you are leaning towards Ducks Can Fly in this matchup. But, Makes, do you agree? Do you think that's the way you're going?
Listen, I love the birds as much as the next person, especially all of the duckies. However, I feel like Create Team, they're massive gamers. They have looked so good. They have done tons of damage in the runs that we've seen them in. So I will go benevolent 2-1 in favor of Create Team.
Okay, I like it. Zyro?
I 100% agree. I think Create Team is favored here. I'm going to go 2-1. I also all-in all my channel points on them as well.
All right. All in for real. No deception. No fake out this time, Zyro? You're sticking with it?
No hedging. I just believe that they've been the better team this weekend. On the dungeons, they're practiced, and they should be practiced for this matchup, because it's the first one they're playing of the day, so.
Of course, of course. Tettles, how about you? What are you going to do for your predictions?
Okay, so if you go by experience, Ducks Can Fly should probably be favored. However, I think that from the gameplay that we've seen this weekend, I'm going to have to go 2-0 Create Team.
Ooh, okay. So you're going to just say it's going to be a swift and decisive one here. All right.
What do you say, Rook?
Oh, thank you for asking, Mix. I really want to believe in the Ducks. I always love cheering for the Ducks every season, but I have to say,
Go with your heart, Rook.
I know, but
No, it's okay. You can go with your heart.
I think my heart is leading me away from the Ducks, Makes, and it's breaking in two right now. I'm gonna have to go for Create Team on this one, because they have been so strong. We have seen them come in and really make a name for themselves, literally in their name, and when they signed up for the tournament. Create Team here, I think, just being really strong, big contenders, and ones that we can see rival. So I'm gonna go 2-1 in favor of Create Team. Now let's get in here. This is our first map, Create Team versus Ducks Can Fly, here on Windrunner Spire, Zyro.
Yeah, and we're seeing already kind of a mirror matchup. All the teams on the exact same comp with one slight variation. We have the Unholy DK versus the Frost DK, actually two variations, Unholy versus Frost. And we also have Destro versus Affliction, so same classes, different specs Makes.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it is both classes we play, so
Yeah.
funny that those would be the ones that they multi-spec into, but as always in the Windrunner Spire, that first pull, there's not a whole lot that's going to be going on here. I'm a little bit surprised that Create Team is, Ducks Can Fly are electing to play around that Frost DK. Usually when we've seen the Frost DK, it has shown up in the Nexus Point Cenas because it's so good at getting that clear single target in. I can see how it can work in this dungeon in particular though, because you have so many bosses where you can't do a whole lot and they take a long time, stuff like Ember Dawn, the Restless Heart. So I could see how a Frosty K could shine here, but I'm interested to see how it plays out between Fazi and Mirage.
Yeah, and the Affliction lock versus the Destro lock is interesting as well, because Destro is very heavily based around its Infernal cooldown, where, as we've talked about a lot in Mysara Caverns, which is where we normally see the Affliction lock played, Affliction lock tends to have just very solid damage all the time. They're just happily Seed of Corruptioning away the entire time, as you can see from our POV on Moza Demon over here, and Ducks Can Fly. And they do a lot of damage, but Destro, even without the Infernal, is doing a lot more damage on this particular pull. I'm actually very, very impressed by this. Is he also playing the Diabolist Destro instead of the Hellcaller Destro that we're used to seeing in Keys? I believe he is. Yeah, you can see those little fell eyes behind his character, noting that he's playing that Diabolist hero talent as well. So there's going to be a little more single target damage coming out of the Destro lock, but this pull going a lot quicker for Create Team. Ducks Can Fly under a lot of stress here, actually. Goatface just now cleansing that debuff, started to stack back up again here, but this pull is done by Create Team probably a full 15 to 20 seconds faster.
It absolutely is. Ducks Can Fly are starting to finish some of these mobs off, but it is taking them a couple seconds longer for sure. You can see Goatface is trying to cut down on that walking time, taking the entire team for a little adventure while the last couple of Reavers are still alive, and they're already on to the next pull. This is everything on to Derelict Duo. There is that behemoth in there that we always like to call out because it is a massive mob, does a lot of damage, needs to be controlled, needs to be taken into account whenever teams do this. And Ducks Can Fly should be having, some of the additional trash just walk in here as well. But it looks like they have a little bit less onto their boss than we're seeing on Create Team right now.
Yeah, there could be some trash being dragged behind a little bit there. Some casters that sometimes will sit back and channel a little bit. We'll have to see if anything funnels in the final moments. But I believe, they're pretty much in combat with everything that they're going to have. Still slight advantage here for Create Team, but no major mistakes from either one just yet. That's the thing I really want to keep an eye on. Both of these teams, when they're on their game, we talked about it before the game here, when they're on their game, when they're practiced in a dungeon, they have fantastic strategies. They both play for the fastest routes, but they've also both had some major issues. Lots of wipes from both of the teams over the course of the weekend, so we need to make sure that they can both keep it relatively steady. I do think, though, as the trash starts to dwindle out and be dealt with here, I think Create Team is going to have a little bit of an advantage. The two target from the Destro lock, Spect into Mayhem, so it's going to have almost constant Havoc uptime on these two targets. Should start to propel Create Team a little bit ahead here, but you can see it's very, very close between the two teams right now.
It absolutely is. I'm curious for how the pathing is going to look like from here on out. Of course, that first toss was used already. There is a massive pull that some of our teams have been doing on to Ember Dawn, but it doesn't come without risks, as is the nature of massive pulls like the MDI ones. So that is something we'll need to keep in mind as we're looking at both of these teams once they're finished out on Derelict Duo. But I will say, after that first pull, it looked a lot more like Create Team was ahead. Here on this boss, Ducks Can Fly are pulling back into contention, getting back closer to Create Team. Still going to be a couple seconds later on the boss kill finish, but not by much.
Yeah, it's still really close. I think the thing that I really want to focus on here is the cooldown usage between the teams, because the interesting thing about the specs that they've chosen is it completely changes the way they're progressing through the dungeon, right? The Destro Lock and Holy DK are completely centered around the minute 30 cooldowns, whereas the Frost DK Affliction are 2-minute cooldowns. If Create Team can actually get perfect usage of the minute 30s every single time they're up and they don't have to sit on them, they should start to pull ahead slightly in this dungeon. It is on the middle key level of the MDI, so they should be able to deal with the pull in about a minute 30 and then move on to the next pull right as cooldowns come up. It was a little awkward at the start of the dungeon there. They popped their cooldowns on the first pull, didn't have them up until the end of the second pull, but then saved them for the boss and the Bloodlust push. So there was a little bit of time lost there, whereas the 2-minute cooldowns for Ducks Can Fly just naturally came up right around when they pulled the boss. It's probably why it's so close here. Create Team, though, and Ducks Can Fly both gathering up the next massive pull. Create Team, variation from the triple threat strategy from last week and pulling the trash outside, line of sighting through both of these doors here.
Yep, whereas Ducks Can Fly are doing what we've seen before. They're just going to be standing inside that door hallway and then eventually will go outside once some of this trash has died off. I personally love when teams go outside here, but keep in mind there's a lot that happens right now. Graham, for a second, looked a little bit scary, but was able to be healed off by Tatik. So both of these teams are making headway through this pull. Couple of CC.
Oh, Ducks Can Fly! Go face down!
Done before we can get the lasher, but tragedy comes in for the Ducks as it just unravels. And I mean, I hope chat paid attention to our little segment before this matchup. Wipes are indeed bad.
I mean, that was exactly what I was talking about there. The 2-minute cooldowns were not back up for Mirage on the Frosty K on that pull. That pull lasted too long for them. The damage differential, I mean, look on the screens here. Create Team, their Unholy DK was doing almost double the damage of the Frosty K on Ducks Can Fly. Pull lasted too long, Goatface ran out of buttons to press and just ended up melting down to the trash. The other variation for Create Team is they don't pull the Bloated Lasher on top of that Apex Links, whereas Ducks Can Fly did tag it in, so they had that extra damage on the pull. They had that extra Enrage on any particular flowers that they would have had on that pull as well, and it was too much damage for Goatface to live through. Now, Create Team, a massive pull on top of Ember Dawn of their own. They do have that Bloated Lasher to deal with. Spore Dispersal going out just now. Lots of AoE damage on top of the debuffs that Ember Dawn is putting out on the players as well. Need a ton of healing here from Tatik. And the other thing as well to pay attention to, there are almost no personals available for any member of the squad. Just right now, the last use of the Blistering Scales available for Tatok there, we've got Dark Pact for the Warlock, but really that's it. The Cocoon is it. So they need to be perfect on their CC on these Dragonhawks.
Yeah, I was watching back on how that just happened there, and it might have been a trap. We'll need to see what Tuttles has to say once he actually comes in on the analyst segment, but it did look like that might have been the reason on why it all went wrong for the Ducks here as they were moving through it. But once again, Ferocious Pounds is going to take out Koroks. Moza trying to live, very, very low on HP, gets the poison and live for now as they're trying to get back through this pull here. But of course, Great Team has the ball in their park, working through Ember Dawn. That Lasher is now dead. That is the additional risk, like you mentioned, that they tagged onto this boss that is now no more. Now they can only deal with the boss in itself. And while they will slow down just a little bit until their cooldowns are available again, they're looking pretty good here.
Look at the safety as well. They knew this pull was dangerous for them. They still have that Restless Steward CC'd in the back here. They don't need to pull it in until the Burning Gale is done. Although they're going to have to get good 2-target cleave on it. Will be gripped in by the Unholy DK here. But look at this. The cooldowns are back up. Infernal plus Army of the Dead popped once again here. And we know we're not going to need these for quite a long time here. Once Ember Dawn goes down, we have a skip to do. We have to run all the way to the second Mystic. Those cooldowns should be coming up right when we get to the next pull, and they can just freely use them to cleave down this Steward on top of the boss. This is just a great, great execution of this dungeon from Create Team.
Yep, Ducks Can Fly are now arriving in the Ember Dawn area as well. It's taking them a little bit longer to get here, but it's good to see them moving on. All it takes is one wipe on the side of Create Team, and those teams will be back on equal playing grounds here. So there's no giving up until the series is done for. But let's look at the skip here for Create Team. Are they going to be able to execute it cleanly? We have seen some teams have issues with it. Token needs to make sure he doesn't step in any of those arrows. He knows, he moves, it's all good. In come the Shadow Meld, waiting for Graham. Okay, we should.
And we're good. All right. Very, very chill. And look at the cooldowns. They're up in 20 seconds, but the travel time here pretty much allows those to come up by the time you get to that second Mystic. Still a very dangerous pull incoming here. They should know at this point that Ducks Can Fly have had that wipe. They don't need to go for this pull, but it's part of the route. It's part of the plan. You don't want to change anything when you're so used to doing it. They've already done this route 2 times this weekend and executed it nearly perfectly both times. What's one more time for the road for Create Team? The cooldowns are back up. Infernal is down. Army of the Dead being summoned to send these Mystics home. Just blasting AoE damage here.
Yeah, and this is not an easy pack. You can see all of those axe throwers in the back. You're going to be adding some extra bleeds, some extra damage on to individual players in that group there. And they're now being gripped in by Fozzie, making sure that they also can get some damage onto them. You can also see how Graham is just slowly but surely moving towards that last axe thrower. In the end, that Ring of Peace will be deployed to help them grab them together. And that means that they now can get the boss spawned. I believe they should have killed everything that they needed. And yes, Kroluk is in play. So Create Team is on to the third boss already. Not much remains from here on out. But this boss in itself has caused a little bit of a commotion. I don't think we've seen any of our MDI teams fully feared yet, but we had some individual fears, so let's just make sure we're playing those clean.
Yeah, and I mean, they're doing a great job of it. I haven't seen it happen to this team in this dungeon yet. They've been on top of their execution when it comes to the bosses, so I think we should be good for them. Yeah, pulling in the remaining trash that they need here on top of the boss, just getting a little bit of extra funnel. And we're in here. Augevoker actually baiting the first Reckless Leap there. Tank going for the second one. Oh no, Toka's feared for sure, right? Oh, he made it back.
He has it.
What?
He has it. Don't worry.
Okay, we're good. Into the first
There's always a little
intermission.
bit of extra time. I like that they're making it, tense though. It's for the entertainment. They're doing it for the plot. As they're now into the phase, you can see Toka, of course, dealing with the Blade Storm. Terra now focused on next. Both of these players are already pre-positioning, just making sure they don't have to do too much walking here, but in the meantime, the pack has died off and they can progress in this boss fight here. Hold on. Skip for Ducks Can Fly. Can they do it?
We're good. Okay, another successful skip for our teams. Wait, that breaker's kind of close. That was just the charge, though. We're out of combat. That was good for them to notice that was happening. Because if they activated that Wernstone as it charged down, they might have gotten in combat and would have ended up having to pull that extra mob here. It looks like it's going to be too little too late for Ducks Can Fly. That full wipe once again costing them. We talked about this team throughout the weekend. They go for the best strategies, but when they fail, it's usually not just a single death. It's usually a full wipe for them that causes the problem, and it's the same story here for Ducks Can Fly once again, as they did have that wipe on the Apex Link in the Ember Dawn wing of the dungeon. Still going for the double Mystic pull, trying to give themselves a chance in case Create Team does have some potential problem in the final moments of Commander Kroluk, or potentially on the Restless Heart. A lot of AoE damage can happen on that boss if you aren't careful with the frontals, but Create Team are just on top of it here. Warlock baiting that first leap with the wall active, back to the tank for the second one. Our range players could just stand out here. Okay, and they're going to do it. Locke wanted to go into melee. Toke said, no, you're staying with me. We're not going to get feared. The boss will be going down shortly for them.
Yeah, sometimes you have to just hold someone by the hand, even if they don't want to, during this boss fight, just to make sure that you don't get feared. It's like everybody always wants to run into the boss. You don't need to. You just need one friend, not five. Something to learn from this boss fight here, maybe for your LFG routes in case you encounter those type of players. But Create Team are on to the last platform. The Restless Heart is just spawning in, and between them and 1 point awaits Bloodlust. Looking across the board, most of our cooldowns are available as well, and they should be able to just, start right on pull here. Massive damage for the French team. How quickly can they kill this boss? I'm just looking to see what our fastest Windrunner Spire was. I believe it was sent Spellbook on the +15, but on the +16, Liquid logged in 15 minutes 36, which Create Team might be close here.
It's about a minute 45 to 2 minute encounter, depending on your RNG. They did pop minute 30s on pull. They'll have them up active again at about the 1540 mark in the dungeon, if my math is correct. So I don't think they're going to be on the same pace as Liquid here. The damage is going to start to fall off in just a moment, as we are out of those cooldowns now, and the Bloodlust will be falling off right about now-ish. So I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to get there, but it's still going to be fast. I think they can beat their personal best here, which was a 16-12 earlier this weekend. They're on pace for that for sure. They're nothing if not consistent in this dungeon. I feel like Create Team has kind of really made Windrunner Spire their home. They're so solid at dealing with all of the difficult pulls in this dungeon. We haven't seen them wipe in any of those big pulls just yet, We're starting to drop low to those debuffs here. So have the Bolt Gale going on the Warlock, but everyone else gets out of the way, so they should be good to go here. I want to clear that debuff for our healer here. There's no reason to really play it any more dangerously than you need to.
Well, but
They're
you
just gonna
get
wait for the
knocked
Wind
up,
Gale.
and being knocked up is a damage loss, ironic.
That is true. That is true.
Healers heal. That's what they're here for. And that's exactly what Tatik is doing. They don't need to clear any of those debuffs here. They get
just
cleared
did.
right now. There you go. And this is going to be the last round that they need to play here, as Create Team are on to the single digits, onto the Restless Heart in this Windrunner Spire. Not the fastest, but certainly a fast run that we're getting from them here for their first point on the board.
It was quick and clean from them here. Great to see Create Team coming in strong today, and Ducks Can Fly are going to have to see if they can clean up their gameplay to stay in the running on our next map. But here on the first one, we got to see, I think, a very efficient sort of run from them, and while it wasn't as fast as Liquid's time, how competitive did Create Team look in this one, Zyra?
They looked very competitive. This was actually their best run of the weekend. I already was expecting them to play well in this dungeon, but like I said, their previous best run was a 16-12. This was about 10 seconds faster. The question for me, can they continue to play this well for the rest of the series? And can they also play this well, but actually even better than that, to have a chance at upsetting Liquid next series? If they do make it there. That's the real question, because you have to remember at the end of the weekend, you want to be one of the top 2 teams. That's the grand prize. You get to play at grand finals. But for the time being, this was impressive. Just have to finish off the series now.
Indeed, I mean, they want to keep moving ahead, of course. But Tettles, when you were watching this, what were you seeing from either of the teams?
I saw that Create Team made France proud in the Windrunner Spire here. They looked absolutely phenomenal. I think there was actually a moment of time on the Derelict Duo boss where Create Team did lose a little bit of time. Just allowing the bosses to get spread. It seems like something that allowed Ducks Can Fly to kind of get back into the swing of things on this map. Where, again, Create Team, they were a bit ahead coming into this boss, but I think it was like the Debilitating Shriek got baited super far, and then the mobs are getting a little bit spread, and it felt like there was a little bit of a damage loss there, maybe 5 or 10 seconds that could have been made up. At the same time, they had a really good run, and on the other side, Ducks Can Fly, well, Dratnos made a presentation at the beginning of this segment talking about why wipes are bad. Ducks Can Fly not really understanding why wipes can potentially be bad. They end up having a tank death, and that ends up spiraling out of control, causing them 6 and potentially even 7 deaths. And it was just brutal for Ducks Can Fly. I think that they've had like 25 or 30% of their runs so far this weekend in catastrophically with a team wipe. And even though they're in the lower bracket, even though they've actually been able to kind of battle back in some of these series, none of their series have been, very one-sided affairs. I think for the Ducks Can Fly, they really just need to make sure that they are playing to their best strategy 100% of the time. This is a team that we've seen in the MDI time and time again, that they are returning players. And this feels like this is the least consistent version of them that we've ever kind of experienced. But they're not eliminated yet. They're only down 1 map. This is a 3-map series, so while Create Team is up 1 map, we have to see what's going to happen next in the Sky Reach.
We are going to have to, and hey, this one features birds, so maybe it's going to be an advantage over there for Ducks Can Fly. Although they will be taking down their own brethren, so I guess there is that consideration. But honestly, Ducks Can Fly are a team that they have good strats, they have good thoughts and execution when it's all there, but when things fall apart, I think it's oftentimes immediately putting them on the back foot to then have to try to figure out how to overcome it. And they're going to have to do more than just overcome mistakes in Skyreach. Now, as they look ahead to their spec bans, Zyro, what are we thinking that they're going to sort of try to bring in for this one?
So it's interesting, right? Looking at the map pool that we have coming up, obviously Skyreach is something both teams should be very practiced on. It was a time trial key. We've seen it from both of them. Well, we actually saw it only from Ducks Can Fly earlier this weekend, but I'm expecting Create Team to have a good strategy in here. Funnily enough, we saw Ducks Can Fly play this without a Warlock against Es Imposible, which is like a class that we expect to see in this dungeon. So they do end up banning off both of their Warlock specs, but I think we'll probably see Demo Lock from one or potentially both teams here if they don't change that strategy. The question for me, they're not banning out the Ogg-Evoker, but are they going to play the Ogg-Evoker? Because we have Pit of Saran as a 3rd game, and if we get to game 3 and they don't have Ogg-Evoker, that's a huge downside.
Makes you talked earlier before the series started about Create Team's ability to be able to play both Devour and DK being a bit limited. What do you think about them banning that on Holy Death Night?
So that to me says we're going to be seeing Devour Demon Hunter, right? That's kind of what Kazi has just been flipping back and forth on if you're looking through their entire runs. They also played Frosty K, so that could be an option, but I think here it's more likely that it's Devour Demon Hunter. And then for Terra has just been playing all flavors of that Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if this limits them in any way that it's really going to impact overall how this all pans out. We're not yet at that game 3 where I think it really gets down to the wire with that spec variety, but Ducks Can Fly have a chance here to fly indeed. This is going to be Create Team versus Ducks Can Fly on our second map, Skyreach, Cyro.
So, yeah, interesting. Ducks Can Fly strategy is just to play no Warlock here. I thought maybe it was just that they banned it out because it made sense for their series before, but no, they're playing a Warlockless Skyreach here, and you can see the difference right off the bat here. Create Team get to go right up to the platform instantly. Ducks Can Fly have to manually gather everything around the platform here. It is a slight advantage movement-wise for Create Team here. They're also playing the Mistweaver in this dungeon, whereas Ducks Can Fly have opted for the Resto Shaman instead. So we'll have to see how that plays into it. We know Mistweaver is more than capable of doing a lot of damage, so that could help a lot on these massive pulls.
So something to keep in mind here is for Create Team, they want to win this one, whereas the Ducks need to win this one and then take it to a map 3. So they're, of course, maybe thinking a lot more about the potential of a map 3 as their game plan relies on it, which is how I would explain seeing that Resto Shaman. I will, however, also say upon my scouting of team specs that Create Team plays, Tatik has never played Resto Shaman in any of the maps we've seen. Did play Restoration Druid, though, so could have been an option here, maybe deciding not to double stack on the Druid or just class or group buffs could be the explanation, but for now, both of our teams are going to be neck and neck, and as it looks right now, the Ducks are certainly a little bit in the lead here, even if it's only 1% on the boss.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes to the Ogavoker being played here for Ducks Can Fly, but like I was talking about before, committing to the Ogavoker's second play in this dungeon means that if they do win, and they have to stay in the tournament, they're not going to have the Ogavoker in the Pit of Saran. What does an Ogavokerless Pit of Saran even look like? How do you skip up to the last boss? How do you pull the extra trash down? You can't without a Wernstone, so they're going to have to get 100% count before going into the final boss. That's a problem for future them, though. For the time being, they need to just stay ahead and win this Skyreach. And for the time being, it is almost dead even on the first boss here. It looks like Ducks Can Fly had one singular extra trash mob in that pull that's giving them a slight advantage here, but in the massive pulls in the Skyreach, pulling one extra mob in doesn't make that big of a difference in the long run for the tiny boss damage that we're looking at.
Yep, that's right. And you can see how Create Team, once again, as they're playing around this Ellie Shaman, they're just kind of slingshotting with the Ascendants. We were talking about it with Tettles earlier on in that Magister's Tears. Every single time it's used, you can see Create Team just accelerate in damage. You're now going to surpass the Ducks once more. But once it is run out, or has run out, the Ducks will be back onto more similar steady pacing as they have been doing, and both of these teams are going to move closer together. Right after this, though, comes the segment on the stairs where we've seen a lot of our teams just try to deal with one side and then tag the other side into the construct pool while they do triple construct. So that is something I'm curious about, how our teams are going to be dealing with that now that they are finishing out Ranjit.
I actually kind of want to talk about the Ellie Shaman a little bit, because like you're talking about, we saw it from Liquid in the Magister's Terrace, and I was under this assumption that, Ascendance is still the cooldown that it was last expansion, and I was expecting to see them press their Ascendance and pop off and top the meters and do a ton of damage, but every single time they pressed that button, I was extremely underwhelmed by the damage that class did. I feel like it's a Sky Fury merchant, right? Like, you buff your teammate, it's probably the best dungeon buff in the game outside of Mark of the Wild. But unless, you're proccing off like crazy, or you have a power infusion to augment your damage, or, you're specifically there to do damage during a damage amp, I feel like this class is just, it's just okay. I don't think it's anything super special. It does solid overall. I think that's about all I see out of that spec. Unless you get, 3 Tempest during your Ascendance, you're really not popping off.
It is a little bit unfair to compare it to its most vicious version, right? Last season, Shaman was certainly something.
It was the most fun that spec has ever been in the history of the game, and I will never forgive anyone for removing deeply rooted elements from the game. Just being able to press a spender and randomly proc an Ascendance and pop off is the most fun I've ever had playing a class in the game. So, yeah, I'm a little salty about the state of LA Shaman right now. I love that button. But either way, it's still a solid buff right now. Ascendance is back up here. Should be great for this AoE pull, but that means it's not going to be available for the boss for them. Ducks Can Fly also on a big pull of their own. Triple Solar Construct here doing a ton of damage to the group. See that Spirit Link going down for Ducks Can Fly here to help keep the group topped through that first wave of damage on the group. But another set of Solar Flames active on the group. Also have to swap to the Solar Orb before it starts doing AoE damage. Looks like Create Team is going to be dealing with this pull a lot faster with the use of that Ascendance, though.
Yeah, a lot of shields on the side of Ducks Can Fly that they would need to purge to maybe get on through here or just finish off quicker. They still need to kill a lot of those constructs. So if you're looking at it, both of them had like 10% there, while Create Team had already started that pull. Maybe a little bit of misfocus as well as they were doing this massive pull here, but certainly something that has now slowed them down a fair bit. That construct is now going to spawn in the middle, and Argnath is in fight for both of our teams. The Create Team are taking the front foot here. Still have a Sun Priest in there that they also need to eventually kill off, but should be fine, as it'll just mostly get cleaved down on as Cram is just taking it for a little adventure around the boss.
Yeah, very consistent damage here for Create Team. The Demo Warlock is great at that, right? It will pretty much constantly have some form of damage that is dealing. You get a little bit of burst out of every tyrant window, but in general, you're just looking at almost always having some form of damage. That can suffer on the bigger pulls when you don't have the cooldowns available, but in general, it's never going to be that kind of situation for them. They'll have practiced the pulls around those cooldowns and be ready to do a ton of damage. Create Team, though, starting to slowly open up the gap here. The first boss split was only a 1 second differential between the two teams. Create Team on the trash here, though, gain themselves about 10% boss damage. But as we've seen throughout in this dungeon throughout the competition makes, 10% on a boss, you know, that's within 1 death differential. There are so many things in the latter part of this dungeon that can kill you if you're not careful. We've even seen players die to the wind tunnel skip coming up. There's a lot that can go wrong.
That's like the hardest part of that dungeon, Zyra.
Well, it is for Ducks Can Fly. For Create Team, they have the benefit of just being able to take a gateway.
Don't say that.
Create Team can take a gateway. Ducks Can Fly have to actually play the whole thing.
They will need to play it. That's actually something I'm a little bit curious about, how we're going to be dealing with that. Of course, they have shown it in day one, but I will admit, in all my disdain for the Warlock community, that Warlock, there it goes again, that Warlock gateway is just, it's a nice quality of life feature that you have. That was probably like 5 seconds they saved there just from being able to gate up. And it'll be even more with the wind tunnel.
So I think that's a really interesting conversation to have, because I've talked with Lamike about this a little bit. Whenever I'm doing replay, he's a replay ops guy. He's also former MDI competitor. He's the GOAT. But I was talking to him about it. I'm like, oh, there's so many good gateway skips. But he's like, yeah. But the other thing as well is, like, you can gateway every 2 minutes, right? And every time you gateway, you're traveling 40 yards instead of just running it. Even with a move speed increase, you're probably saving 5 or 6 or 7 seconds every time you gateway. That's a huge time save over the course of a 15-minute dungeon. You're probably saving close to 30, 40 seconds, which is, that's 2 deaths. That's a lot of time saved. So the fact that they're able to find those windows where, okay, we don't have a guaranteed gate that we need in the next 2 minutes, let's just gateway here, save 5 seconds of travel time, move on in the dungeon, that's awesome for them. And you can see they've dealt with the trash more quickly. They're on to Ruckran more quickly. This is going really well for Create Team so far.
Absolutely is. Something that we'll need to look out here for both of our teams as they are dealing with Ruckran is how they're going to be playing those Searing Quills. We saw earlier today between Dignitas and Liquid how even just line of sighting one of those Searing Quills can cost you a lot of time on this boss fight. So if for some reason Create Team elects to line of sight right here and the Ducks do not, that could bring them back forward, but by the looks of it, that is not what they want to do. They're going to be tanking this one out just with defensives as well as darkness being deployed here, and Tatik just, you know, healing as healers do, whereas the Ducks will now get their own Searing Quills. Have they prepared their defenses? Looks like the answer is yes, and we're going to see the same thing from them as well together with the AMZ.
Yep. Very clean from both teams living through that Searing Quills. Great team. Looks like they will be getting a second cast of that as well on the 17 here. Highest key level we have in the competition. What's the plan going to be for that second Searing Quills? We don't have the personals or the, well, no AMZ whatsoever for them to live through that. So probably just going to see them line of sight this one. Except for our bear. Our bear can tank it to the face. No problems there whatsoever. Rest of the group going to pull this Sunwing.
They can do what they want.
Yeah, bears just go where they please. So it's all good for them. Bird killed off in the middle. Ruckren down below 10%. Ducks
they
though
have
25%.
SLT, right?
They do.
They could just stand here.
What's the
Are they
plan?
going
Oh yeah,
to?
they're going for
the
it.
answer
Okay.
is yes. So that's going to save them a couple of seconds. Obviously, as Create Team has finished out and are now on their way to just Warlock Gateway up the wind tunnel.
Couldn't find it on the first jump.
The Ducks are behind.
There it is.
But it doesn't mean they're as behind as they looked before. Let's see if everybody has made it up here for Create Team.
So there's no Wernstone for Create
Oh, there
Team.
it is.
It has to be the Transcendence to a teammate from their healer in order to get the skip done here. Rolls through with the Cocoon on top, transcends the team. A Shadow Meld skip through. Great skip there from Create Team. And we're off to the races. The other thing we need to focus on this boss, with no Wernstone, there's no saves for some of the Solar Zealots. We've talked about this a little bit in the past. The Warlock can Gateway. I'm pretty sure the Demon Hunter can shift, or I'm pretty sure they can shift it if they get it.
Demon Hunters can jump around.
They can also double jump. They've got a lot of tools. And Shaman can Gust of Wind. It's a little more personal responsibility. There's going to be no Wernstone save, no rescue save. But for the time being, massive trash pull in order to spawn the boss in the first place.
Yep, that's right. And this is a scary one. That's also where that lust is going to come in. You can see the cage in the back there on just the initiate to make sure that is not yet another mob they will need to interrupt, make their life a little bit easier, get a little bit of extra cleave, extra target onto the boss, which is exactly what that is. And I mean, they make it look so easy. This pull is basically already done, as Ducks Can Fly have arrived at that same spot, and Goatface dropping really low here, trying to get through the same pull. They are catching up, but is it going to be good enough for the Ducks? I'm not sure, as Great Team has engaged High Sage Barracks.
Here we go, cleaving down. Our last trash mob needed, the Initiate of the Rising Sun, will require a kick. Actually, the Axe Toss being used. Unfortunately, stunning it outside of the group on that kick. Decouple those abilities, please, Blizzard. Make Axe Toss just interrupt and not stun, please, I beg. But look at this, they're having to cleave down the Solar Zealot. Ducks Can Fly aren't going to have to cleave a single one of those. They aren't going to have to commit any CC to that. This is going to cost them boss damage in the long run. We'll have to see if Ducks Can Fly can catch up off the back of this. They are on the boss right now. Only 13%. Bang.
There we go. It is scary. It is. You need to time it right. We've seen players fail this before, but of course, the Ducks can fly. It's in the name, duh, so they're not going to fail this one.
Wait, he doesn't have a port down. Why don't you have a port down?
Might be behind us.
They have to cleave this down. Okay.
They act. That's crazy.
But
oh my
he has a
but
port down. It's in fire. Oh no! Wait, is he dead? Is that close enough to port? It's really close to the edge. It's really close to the edge. You can port it. Okay.
Yes.
That's...
Why did we waste damage?
We definitely wasted damage. But for some reason, even though they've been cleaving down the Solar Zealots, Create Team has somehow still pulled even further ahead on the boss from Ducks Can Fly. But the cooldowns are back, about to be active for Ducks Can Fly. Breath of Vion's available in 30 seconds. Army of the Dead is going to be used probably together with that, because there's only going to be one more usage for Moza. But I think they're running out of time here. They're falling even further and further behind on the Sage here. That gap has opened up to 20% now for Create Team. Create Team, cleaving the Solar Zealots down now, are going to kill this boss before Ducks Can Fly have a chance to press their next round of cooldowns.
This is so crazy. The fact that they're electing to deal with the cells, I mean, Ducks are doing it now as well, but that is such a major time loss, and yet Create Team are going to be able to get this 2-0 and move on to fight Liquid, who are waiting in the wings. And unfortunately, that means an 0-7 for Ducks.
It does, but you know, honestly, amazing performance from both teams, and we got to see a much closer final map. And while Create Team are a newly created team that continues to give us experienced runs, they seem as though they have the potential to be fast enough to take down Liquid in the lower finals, but they are going to have to live up to their potential and then some. And very soon we'll be finding out if that is possible. They have taken this series and we'll be seeing more of them in our next matchup. Our Ducks flew together and gave us a very competitive second game. They might have lost our series, but they always win in our hearts. Give them some love in chat, everybody. With this loss, Ducks Can Fly will be eliminated, but we look forward to the next time we see them. Now, Makes, the runs were much more competitive this time between both of the teams, and you pointed out a little bit of some of the time loss here, especially in that final boss, but what do you think kind of separated them in their execution?
I think throughout the dungeon, it was Warlock diff. I don't even know if I can say it any other way. There's so much time. We were talking about the gateway skips that you can save on the back of that Warlock that I think the Ducks probably would have had the potential to also do. Their execution in this run looked good. There were no deaths. It was cleanly done, but they just lost in the minute details of doing boss damage, of pathing through the dungeon, the actual walking time, and that's where it all came apart. You can kind of see how the graph moves further and further away from each other throughout the dungeon too.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can literally watch it happen across the chart, but you know, I think both the teams did come in and really give it a great run. Tuttles, when you were looking at both of them, what were you seeing and how they compared?
I feel like for Create Team, there was a moment in time where they were actually pacing quite closely with both the Dignitas map and the...
Tuttles, when you were looking at both of them, what were you seeing and how they compared?
I feel like for Create Team, there was a moment in time where they were actually pacing quite closely with both the Dignitas map and the Liquid map that we saw earlier today. I mean, it even started off right off the bat, where we have Create Team on the left side. They start their first pull so much faster than Ducks Can Fly, just because of how it's set up. By doing that early gate and just like standing on the platform, it allows you to actually save so much time getting the pack gathered. Because instead of having to have your tank run through and tag all the mobs specifically, instead you just gate and you let the mobs just get body pulled. Then Create Team does something really cool that we haven't seen any other team do so far. They gate up to the top of this ledge, and that actually saves them a couple of seconds, even though it's not the largest time save of all time. I think that was pretty cool. And so then, after coming out of Ruckran, they do end up LOSing here. They are at I think it's like the 9:45 marker, which is again only 20 seconds behind where Dignitas and Liquid were on Ruckran. Create Team did end up losing a little bit of time compared to that split in this last trash area, but and that allowed Ducks Can Fly to kind of get back into things. But I feel like for Create Team, they were always kind of in control of this map in a way that they just proved that today they were the best team.
They were, and I mean, honestly, Create Team, they just continue to show us that for a new team, they have a lot that they are out to accomplish this MDI. So very excited to see what they do moving forward, but congratulations to them for making it through here, at least to our lower finals. Now, before we let you all go, we need to take a look at our bracket and see what's coming up and what games we are going to be preparing for. So Zyro, where are we currently in our bracket here on our Group C finals?
All right, so unfortunately, Ducks Can Fly going home here sets us up with a interesting matchup here. Liquid versus Create Team. Liquid dropping down from the upper bracket here. They'll have about 45 minutes or so to have practiced the series. I'm so confused looking at the way Liquid played, because there are maps that they look lights out in, right? But there are some maps that looks like they just haven't had enough practice time with Cineon to have fully fleshed out their strategy yet. So they looked a little bit off kilter in those maps. Hopefully they have enough practice time on this lower bracket matchup to where they can put together a good series. Otherwise, Create Team is poised to upset here.
It would be wild if they were able to, but those are the kind of moments we definitely all look forward to in MDIs, the unexpected happening and catching us off guard. Now, we're going to be caught off guard by a little something different here. One of our mini games, Something Ain't Right. We know it's coming, but every time I feel like it's a surprise when we actually find out what's wrong with these maps here in Azeroth. We're going to study these pictures and chat. Help us out here. We have some things that are wrong, and we'll do 2 of these. So let's get started on our first one. Waiting. Okay, Windrunner Spire.
That's a dungeon. So far, so good. I can confirm
one's real.
this.
I think, is it Sylvanas' half That can't be right.
Oh yeah, isn't it? It's something else.
Oh, it's quarters. Yeah.
Quarters. Thank you.
Are they
Yeah,
both
you're
quarters?
right. Oh wait, I
Um,
guess it says Savannah.
It's definitely not half. I know that.
Okay, that's
for
what I was
sure.
saying. Like,
Quarters.
I don't know what it is, but it can't be half. That doesn't sound right.
I just
I
don't
think
know
that's
what
the
it
same
is.
name. 'Cause it's all on one level, right? Surely it's. I think that's quarters.
Just the same-
Those quarters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Hmm.
Okay, number one. Oh, no, oh, I see it. Do you see one?
Oh, oh.
Is the
Okay.
behemoth missing?
Yeah, where are the behemoths in this?
I'm trying to find the links.
I've learned the game. All right, and we're gonna have to start doing something differently. If you're ever curious, look at the stairs.
Stairs.
There is an extra
always
set of
gonna be
stairs
stairs.
by the Restless Heart.
Stairs on stairs.
Are there actually
Okay, but
stairs there in like
genuinely?
game?
Yeah, but these are
No.
fake stairs.
Those are fake
Where's
stairs.
the links?
Oh, is there no links?
Oh, missing a links?
Is that no?
Where is it?
I think it's there.
I'm squinting at my screen.
It's in
I'm
the middle.
trying to-
See the pack of 3? I think it's there, right? Isn't it the orange thing?
Oh, I think I see it. Yeah.
Is that it though? It looks
Shouldn't
weird.
it be bigger?
Looks like a...
Maybe there is no links.
Yeah, like I think it should look different.
Is that an
I think it has
abnormally
a
small
different
links?
icon.
It's not the links. Okay.
It's not the links.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see.
Like scanning. Doesn't look like anything has been erased from the map.
Derelict Duo looks good.
Okay, what if, and hear me out, this is a theory, I have no idea if this is true, but what if they turned the Derelict Duo around? That would be a typical production thing, where they just switch those two bosses for fun.
How are we supposed to skip that?
Okay.
It's not the
that.
case, but they have done it before makes, so you are right.
Yeah, yeah. Just trying, you know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait. Is the dungeon entrance in the wrong spot? Don't you have to go through this entire room?
Oh, there you go.
I see.
Yeah.
I think I see another one. I'm pretty sure near where Sylvanas' quarters are. That's a banshee. I'm pretty sure that's not a banshee. Like I think there's only one banshee in that room.
We've had this in the
Alright,
past. That's just how it is in MDT for some
I
reason.
think it's just MDT. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's our 3 for this one. So should we take a look at the second map? If I'm wrong, if there's another one, we'll
I
find
think
out.
there's 3
Is there
per.
another?
Yeah.
All right.
No.
Okay. All right.
There we go.
All right.
Okay.
And so we meet again.
Isn't that food icon wrong? I'm pretty sure it's a
No,
different
that's
food
right.
icon.
Yeah,
No, there is
I'm
food there,
pretty
but
sure
I think
it
it's
is
a different picture.
Oh, it's a
food
different
icon.
picture.
Yeah,
It's like a-
it's a
Oh,
cauldron.
okay.
Yeah.
See, there you go.
Good
That
job.
one looks like
Petals.
delicious noodles or dumplings or something.
All right, hold on. Look at the stairs. Stairs.
What stairs?
I think the
all of
stairs are
them.
right this time.
Yeah, just
Wait a minute.
any,
No,
they
there's
could
the
be
stairs
wrong.
to the top right of the
What?
boss are missing.
Is that right?
No. Yeah, I am
Oh
right.
my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Dude,
What is wrong?
that is messed up.
It's always
always
the
the
stairs.
stairs.
It's always the stairs.
Okay, but there's one more thing. There was one more thing. Huh.
Looking.
Everything is spelled right.
Yeah, it is Echoing Span and Wailing Depths. Those are correct.
You know what's really funny? I'm like looking at all of those mobs, and I'm like, yep, those sure are mobs. That's what mobs look like in MDT. And I like gaslight myself into thinking I know exactly what pack looks like what.
The problem is that it could look like an MDT is always the.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the mammoths are there. It's not that.
Huh.
I don't see it.
I think the ghosts, like the prisoners, are all in the right spot.
Yeah, I think.
Okay,
Oh,
we're getting a hint.
something there.
Oh, it's in this zone. In this area.
That pack is normally
Oh.
not in the boss room.
Is there
There's
a
that
voodoo
pack in the
hexer
boss
pad
room.
that's missing?
Oh yeah, it's
That
not really
pack is
outside.
not in the boss
Oh.
arena. It's not there normally.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, they
the way
got,
that our teams
Yup.
pull.
they got snapped in. They got
Welcome.
snapped in.
Yeah. All
No,
right.
no. That's
This
not
map is
allowed.
disqualified. This map is disqualified.
This no longer can play my Sorry Caverns.
Take
Those
them to
are
jail.
our 3 on that one. Thank you, chat, for playing along with us, and that is yet another, I would say, much more successful this time around for us with the maps here. I feel like we spotted those decently quickly this time. Yeah, pretty good. All right. Everybody, we've got more for you coming up. Our next series will be Liquid versus Create Team. This is a really big one in the sense that, is there the possibility for an upset here? Could Liquid get eliminated when we were sure coming in that they would be one of our top 2 teams making it out? Who knows? They've been looking strong, but so has Create Team. You're going to want to stick around and see how it all unfolds in just a few minutes. Our lower finals will take one of our remaining 3 contenders out of the running. This is Liquid versus Create Team, so time for those predictions, chat. Now, obviously, this is a competition that I think is a little unexpected. Create Team is a team that we didn't totally know was going to be as strong as they've looked so far this season, whereas Liquid, we know they're strong, and they came so close to taking the crown for themselves back in our last season here of the MDI. So Zyro, Liquid put up some record runs earlier, but are they looking entirely on form this season?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a variance, I think, from what we've come to expect from Liquid, right? Obviously, this team is full of some of the best players in the world. They've had some dungeons where they've looked good, but the question marks for me are the dungeons that they might not have necessarily been the most practice on, whether or not that means they're prepared for them overall. Like when we talked to Echo, they said they were prepared for literally everything. Or if maybe that's part of the problem of having a last-second sub. Of course, Cinny swapping in for Boomy at the beginning of this week, so maybe that's something they've had to play around.
Could be. I mean, it's interesting with that, though, Liquid kind of coming in. I mean, Dratnos, do you feel the same? Do you think that maybe there's something that's not quite jiving, or do you think they are stronger than ever?
So if we look at the Dignitas series that Liquid played, 2 of the 3 maps, one of them Liquid had the fastest time of our MDI. The other one, they were 6 seconds slower than Dignitas, who also had the fastest run of the MDI. So 2 extremely, extremely good runs out of Team Liquid. The Mysara Caverns, though, that third map in that series, was rough for them. They went in with a subpar plan, and that is not something that typically a team that wins an MDI will do in any maps of their series. Even if you think, hey, we're going to be the best team in the world, we can beat these other teams, you're never going to be 100% to beat a team like Mandatory, a team like Dignitas, a team like Triple Threat in every single map. So what you need to do is make sure you're giving yourself that chance in every map. And that is definitely the thing that I'm worried about for Liquid, is there are some maps, based on the spec variety rule, based on the map pool, there are vulnerabilities that they have that I do think there's a good chance it is due to that last minute sub, that plan isn't as fully fleshed out. And hopefully, if they can win this series and still make it to the finals in June, they'll have the time to actually iron that all out. But right now, that is a huge vulnerability for them.
I mean, it's definitely something that Create Team could take advantage of, right? If they're looking to get that map, if they know there's one that might play to their favor, they could get in there for it, and we can see the ones that we'll have coming up here. But Create Team is fast. Tuttles, do you think that they are fast enough, though, for Liquid?
I think that Liquid, on a per-map basis, should be just across the board a little bit quicker. But I don't think... So sometimes you have matchups, even in the lower finals, where the team that is favored... it would require like a pretty significant mistake from the favored team to actually lose. Whereas I feel like with a couple of deaths, if Liquid have like 1 or 2 deaths in a dungeon, I feel like that could actually open up for the possibility for Create Team to just kind of take a map off of them. I do think that Liquid should be heavily favored here, but I don't think it's something that is like guaranteed by any means.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we even saw in our past weekend with Group B some upsets that were surprising. Across the board, we've had some surprising matches, I think. So that would definitely be the case here. I agree that Liquid still feels like, even with this replacement, they've come in very strong. And yes, with a bit more practice, that locking in or that sort of synergy, I think will fully round out for them. But they do have to make it through this series. And of course, they're going to be facing off first here on Nexus Point Zenith. So, Zyro, how does this one look for them, for both of the teams?
Listen, okay, so looking at the actual map pool, Seat of the Triumvirate was one of the dungeons that Liquid looked a little bit sketchy on, right? They did have one major mistake that probably ended up costing them in the realm of 1 minute. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say that they're going to be practiced for this series, though, after the hour break they just had. I'm going to go 2-0 Liquid.
Ooh, okay, prediction, all right. Dranos, what are your predictions on this one?
Yeah, I do think this is going to be a close series as well. I am also going to go for Liquid. I think I'm going to go for 2-1, however. I do think that this particular map pool with the Seat of the Triumvirate there, that will give Liquid the flexibility to play around the spec variety rule in such a way that if it goes to a game 3, they're not going to be in big trouble. So, yeah, 2-1 for me.
Okay, Tuttles?
I'm going 2-0 Liquid. It's one of those things that I actually think that whenever you have a strong inkling that one team is going to be winning any map specifically, you should just double down and kind of pick them to go 2-0. So I'm going 2-0 Liquid. I feel like they should just be favored in all the maps, honestly.
Okay. Oh, I would love to see an upset, but I don't know if I would love to see it so much that it would take Liquid out of this MDI. So I think I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of Liquid myself. I mean, especially too, because they are still looking incredibly good, let alone for bringing a different player in, which I think the fact that they're putting up the times that they are, as well as they are, just goes to show the caliber of all the players on that team. And Create Team, they don't have the same level of experience quite yet in this scene and here in the MDI. So they have already gone very far, and I think what we would expect, and I would love to see more, but I think that while it's possible for them to take it here, I'm feeling like Liquid, it's going to pull through and they're going to be able to make it. Now, everybody, we will see how this actually gone very far, and I think what we would expect, and I would love to see more, but I think that while it's possible for them to take it here, I'm feeling like Liquid, it's going to pull through and they're going to be able to make it. Now, everybody, we will see how this actually pans out here. It looks like a lot of you are leaning towards Liquid yourselves, but this is going to be Game 1, Team Liquid versus Create Team on Nexus Point Zenith here in our lower finals. This is an elimination match, so whoever makes it through will secure a place in Season 1 finals, and everybody wants to make it there, Dratnos.
All right, we see right off the bat a very similar idea from both teams for this dungeon. Those powerhouse picks of the Guardian Druid, the Mistweaver Monk, the Death Knight, which the exact flavor will be revealed when we see them cast their first. It's Breathis and Dragosa for Create Team, so it's Frosty Kiss for both. Yep. And then the only disagreement we have is whether you should play a Demonology Warlock or a Devourer Demon Hunter in here. Both strong choices. I think the Devourer Demon Hunter is better in the other maps in the series, so I think I like saving it a little bit more, but definitely both really, really good.
I think that this map pool has kind of an interesting dynamic for Spec Variety Rule, where I feel like a dungeon like Sea of the Triumvirate, you're more likely to play something like a Protection Warrior in it. A dungeon like Algathar Academy, you're not actually mad about playing a Brewmaster Monk, so you just slam down the Guardian Druid here, and there's potential that you can get, you could go Guardian Druid ban, Elemental Shaman ban, Frost Death Knight ban for both of these two teams, and that would make logical sense from like a meta strategy perspective.
That's true, actually, because we are going to move into the Seat and the Algathar, which are Prot Warrior and Brewmaster homes, respectively. So that does work out really nicely, and that frees up some of the pressure that would otherwise fall on your DPS if you're trying to preserve both the Mistweaver and the Bear. I think the Mistweaver definitely will get preserved, though. But a lot of the thought process behind this composition that both teams are running is that the Elemental Shaman is uniquely good in this dungeon at bursting through Core Warden Nizara's burn phase, the other boss on the other side. So we'll have to see how that one works out. The Frost Death Knight, though, I think an unsung hero at being OP at that as well.
It's kind of like, I feel like for being able to meet that burn, it's kind of like you have to do a pick two, where it has to be two of either Augmentation Evoker, Elemental Shaman, and Frost Decay. That Augmentation Evoker, that's a premier pick for pretty much every single dungeon. You would play Aug in most dungeons. So instead, you take those, you call them unsung heroes in the Elemental Shaman and that Frost Death Knight, and that allows you to commit to a potential one phase. Now, Liquid, last time they were in the Nexus Point Zenith, they had a pretty good run, but their players did get stunned during the damage burn, which left their boss at 20% coming out of the first burn, which is not great. If that ends up happening again, it could become problematic, because on the right side, we see Create Team pulling Kazreth at virtually the same time as we're seeing from Liquid here.
Yeah, exactly. These two teams are neck and neck right now, which is a great place for Create Team to be. They are certainly coming into this series the underdogs, but I actually think the way that their team operates, they are very well positioned to take down Liquid if this can get to a 3-game series in particular. I think that they have shown us that their potential is right up there, and I don't think they're going to have as many weak spots as Liquid might in later maps of series. So definitely going to be something to watch out for. As ooh, this is an ugly bomb for Create Team here, and yeah, you can see they're actually Death's Advance and just tanking the explosion are the plan for the two melee that stayed next to the boss, while everybody else was forced to flee away from it. It is something where you don't want to hit the beams. The beams are, I think, very, very bad to hit. I guess the tank can probably live either the beams or the explosion. You definitely don't want to get hit by both, so moved into the explosion to avoid the beam, and then the Death Knight, of course, with Death's Advance, able to avoid everything.
Yeah, beam is deadly, but I think that the movement is something that you're kind of pointing out as well. If any time like players kind of have to panic, or say the DK ever gets separated from the boss, that is actually a decent amount of damage that you were losing for both Liquid and Create Team here, as they are just trying to make sure that they have unmitigated uptime on all of their abilities. Even something like the Devour Demon Hunter that's 25-yard range, weird stuff can happen where if they get stuck on the wrong side of a beam and they're not able to constantly cast on a boss, that is catastrophic.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a big thing to look out for here, as we are going to see the boss going down a little bit faster
look at this.
for Team Liquid, but this is only a few seconds, a few milliseconds separating these two teams. 2 seconds is the advantage for Team Liquid.
But
oh no!
Oh my god!
Disaster for Team Liquid.
Is that 2? Is that 1?
It looks like he's gone offline. So a disconnect maybe landing on the side of Team Liquid here. That is 15 seconds that they could not afford to lose. They did have a 3% count advantage over Create Team, which was a nice thing in addition to the 2 seconds that they had. But now disaster is befalling Team Liquid. Now, luckily, it looks like Cindy's been able to reconnect and get that res going soon. Get that release spirit. It'll be right at the front of the dungeon, which is really nice. But Create Team, they've gained 15 seconds off of that death, plus maybe another 15 as Liquid stood around waiting for their 5th teammate to rejoin them.
I was thinking that, for Create Team to be able to have an advantage over Liquid, they were going to need something to go about 30 to 40 seconds wrong for Liquid, and I feel like this is the opening that Create Team needs here. For them, all eyes are on the right side of the screen. Create Team needs to clutch up. So basically what's going to happen here is there's going to be a pretty aggressive chain with these Sentinels, with these Herald, with these Scroungers throughout this area. And the big thing that we're having to watch out for is pulling a Trash Gauntlet that is on Core Warden Nasira. Because once you actually start to get that Trash Gauntlet engaged, that's the next kind of forced point of progression. And so the earlier you can get those mobs pulled, it means the earlier you can get those killed off, which means that you can get the next wave spawning earlier and then continue that momentum into being able to pull the boss first. And that is like a really big deal. So Create Team here on the right side, they actually end up downing the trash pack that they pulled about the same time Liquid did. So even though Cine disconnected, Create Team was not able to capture a significant advantage from that, although they are still a few seconds ahead. And you see that Core Warden and Nasira trash starting to get engaged for Create Team.
Yeah, this advantage for Create Team is small, but it is significant. If the two teams remain on perfect form for the rest of this map, I think it might be all that Create Team need to go from being slight underdogs to winning this map. Are they going to be able to hold on to this lead, though? A lot is going to come down to that Core Warden Nysara burn, but like you said, a huge variable is how quickly you can get the darn thing to spawn. You have to make sure that you're focusing down the right targets in these pulls, the 5 mobs that are like associated with the boss RP gauntlet to spawn the next wave, then focus those ones down, including a nullifier that often likes to stand off over to the side. Make sure that you actually bring the pull on top of the correct nullifier when it's time for that. And then you finally will get in boss combat. There's a Herald. Okay, there it is. That's the Herald for Create Team over on the top left of the screen. So hopefully they've identified that, and they're going to be bringing the pull over exactly down to this Herald as they are doing and focusing damage into it, because that is the mob that is now gating their progression. For Liquid, you can see it's just spawned as well, and they are also going to make that shift.
Yeah, and I think that focus damage is actually kind of the key element there, where since that is the mob that is limiting what's going on, you actually don't care that there's a second Herald on the side of Create Team all the way in the middle of the room still casting Entropic Leech on them. Who cares about that mob? We're just going to continue to let it cast. Our healer's going to out-heal it, and we are just going to continue to try to progress the dungeon, getting the boss spawned as early as possible. Is there one more trash pack for Create Team, or is this the last one?
I think it's a Null Sentinel wave is the final one. Yeah, you can see it spawning for Team Liquid just now. And the Sentinel is coming in. And actually for Create Team, it's spawning a little bit later than it did for Team Liquid, as they're just getting into combat with that Sentinel now. So it looks like Team Liquid have accelerated here. They've made up the time in terms of dungeon progression, but they do still owe 15 seconds at the end of this. That could be a big problem.
Yeah, I think they're about 5 seconds ahead in terms of real-time progression, but they're, whenever you have to factor in that death, that would equate to 10 seconds behind. Now, we're kind of having to think about one specific point that's going to be pivotal for both of these two teams. The ability to be able to one-phase Core Warden Nasira. There is that Light Scar Flare cast that gives the players a 200% damage amp for 20 seconds. We've seen some of the teams really indexing super hard into being able to one-phase the boss. Both of these two teams have a setup in terms of their composition that looks like they're going to be trying to one-phase the boss. It's the Elemental Shaman and the Frost DK. Those are the two big single-target damage sources, and look at this for Liquid here. Core Warden Nasira has been engaged. They grab some additional Scroungers as well to get a little bit bit more count going into that last side. On the right side as well, Create Team not too far behind them. Only, what, 10 seconds maybe?
Yeah, this is a very, very close pull of the boss, which means that the burn is going to be a crucial variable. 1 extra second of good damage can translate to 5% more health off the boss, which can translate to 10 seconds quicker of a kill time on the boss at the end of it, or even more potentially. So this is going to be a very important check. As you can see, that image dropping now for Liquid. Zinni getting behind it, getting ready to walk in and get that damage amp, and Team Liquid are blasting into the boss. A collapsing star, going to be doing huge chunks of that boss damage. Here comes another one, bang! Another 2% come off the boss's HP.
Yeah, I mean, look at this for Liquid on the left side here. They are going to the moon.
Wow!
Wow!
They killed it in the burn. That's the first time we've seen that. Even Dignitas weren't able to do that. They got it to 2% in their burn earlier, but Liquid are enraged. They're saying, you know what?
Look at this!
No.
For Create Team here, they had the boss at 10%, like you were saying, and now that time that was lost from Zinni has been completely wiped out.
Yeah, look at how long it's going to take Create Team to take this from 10% to 0. It is going to take a huge amount of time compared to Team Liquid. This is something like 30, 45 seconds even. We might even get that next Light Scar Flare cast starting for Create Team. Just an absolute disaster that doesn't feel like it at the time. You're just like, oh, we're just fighting the boss. All this is going well. But you don't know that Liquid have just killed the boss entirely inside that burn window. And Team Liquid now charging down the ramp to the last boss. They still have 2 battle reses as well, so things can go a little bit wrong here. But if they go much wronger than that, I think we're going to start being back to an even or Create Team favored situation. So Liquid have to make sure that they're able to handle this pull cleanly. A lot of these casters, these light rot elementals in here, throwing out those holy bolts, doing huge damage on players afflicted. You can see a Shine there with 2 of those stacks right now, is going to be activating that Astral Shift to survive through.
I think that this is a pull that has kind of a weird texture because, in theory, the Light Rots are the most dangerous mobs with that debuff, kind of like you called out. But the main priority mobs here are those lingering images that you see marked with skull and X on the side of Liquid, where those are the mobs that are required to actually get Lothraxion spawned. And so they're not trying to focus down the very dangerous Light Rots. Instead, they're trying to focus down the lingering images that are gating their progression, very similar to what we saw with the Core Warden Nasira Forced Trash Gauntlet.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same idea, and it means that those Light Rot, even though they are dangerous, they aren't the priority here. And in fact, we often see teams, as Create Team are doing right now, leave one of them CC'd off to the side and say, you know what? We've got a lot of important stuff to deal with right now. At some point, we'll just be fighting a boss, and that is when we can pull in that extra Light Rot. But Liquid are saying, you know what? There are no brakes on this train. We are just taking everything that we can into the boss. We're not leaving anything parried off over to the side, and we're just going to take this boss on a world tour of this platform to pick up the remaining trash that we need during the encounter itself.
I mean, this looks fantastic. This was the Liquid that we kind of expected. Whenever we saw them in the upper finals, I think you pointed out that even while Dignitas did get the better of them in that 3-map series, and there were some questions as to whether or not Zinni's practice and the spec variety rule is going to come back to bite them, they have just proven that they are really good in this Nexus Point Zenith. Their strategy is quite fast here. Lothraxion gets kicked, and I would not be shocked if that was the last guile Lothraxion is getting. Liquid only need 5% enemy forces, which they're going to be grabbing here on this platform, and 50% of the boss HP, and that's all that separates them from stopping the clock.
Yeah, this is going so well for Team Liquid. That boss already sub 50%. Create Team have it at 70%. They will have 15 seconds at the end of this, so they need to accelerate on Lothraxion. What they really need is they need that Divine Guile cast for Liquid to happen. Oh, it's going to be so tough as well because Liquid have another one in 18 seconds here that they're definitely getting. And then I think they're going to be pretty far ahead of the check to skip the next Divine Guile cast. So it is going to be very, very difficult for Create Team to create a comeback opportunity here, but they are going to try their best. One of the biggest windows would be if Team Liquid can land a couple of wrong interrupts here during the Divine Guile phase.
No,
that's always a possibility.
No, it is not a
look out.
possibility.
You never know, especially if they stack up right on top of each other. Looks like they are this time going to solve the puzzle, though. And with just 20% on Lothraxian's HP, Liquid's charge to victory appears inevitable here. Very little left that can go wrong for our defending runner-ups. 12% on the boss. There's just nothing left for Create Team to catch up. They're going to get another Divine Guile phase here, and that is going to be those 15 seconds of death timer during it. You can see they still have that time now, but the boss is about to start flying here, and that time loss is going to take them over the last 8 seconds. Liquid take the map 1-0.
Liquid taking here, getting that first point on the board and showing us exactly the Liquid we were hoping for as we came into this first season of Midnight. Now, we had a disconnect and some things that kind of slowed the teams in various spots in this Nexus, but Dratnos, how is Create Team looking after this map?
I mean, their run looked good. I think the Core Warden Isara burn is a point that you can say that went pretty poorly for them. It's hard to say, though, whether that's always their fault. I mean, of course, you can always try to do more damage, but there is quite a bit of variance associated with a 20-second burn window, so it may not have even been anything bad on the side of Create Team. Liquid were just so good. I mean, taking that boss from 50 to 0 in one burn window in a plus 17 key is unheard of. We haven't seen any other team, even Dignitas, be able to pull that off. So incredible work out of Team Liquid.
Yeah, that was phenomenal to see them just blaze through and do that. But Zyro, as you were watching this one, what were some of your observations?
Yeah, this was a really interesting dungeon for Liquid. We knew that they had a good Nexus point in Zenith. Yesterday they showed off a pretty solid one, albeit with like a couple small mistakes. The question for me was, were they going to be able to clean up those mistakes? And for the most part, they did. As we get into the replay package whenever it's ready here, I want to take a look at, obviously, the first boss lines were great from both teams. We still have yet to see another team pull off the type of short lines that we saw from S Impossible this weekend. But great baits on the puddles make it so that, you know, you're totally okay with most positioning in the boss room. We had a unfortunate disconnect here from Cine. So he went up to grab the RP rock to move on to the rest of the dungeon. He DC'd like right here and ended up dying to the puddle. So that means Liquid had that 15 seconds of death timer plus however long it took him to reconnect to the game to make up for. And heading into the boss, this is actually a clip from yesterday here that we're showing. On their push yesterday, they got the boss to 8%. They ended up trying to go behind the image, and Shine and Cine got stunned doing this. Today, we have a POV of them going for almost the exact same thing as we roll the clip here. They got the boss to 8% on this push yesterday, even with the stun, so we knew the one phase was potentially possible. If we look at their movement here, they start to do the exact same thing, but at the last moment they realize, wait, probably shouldn't do that again. Move out of the way, then move back in, get the full damage amp on the boss, and get the one phase in. Just the day-to-day evolution, learning from your mistakes on the previous day, playing a little bit smarter. That's what you want to see from your top-tier teams. That was what helped them get that clean one phase down, and they had a couple seconds to spare. That was all they needed to make up that death differential and take the first map of this series.
And they did it so well there, especially at the end. Incredible to see. Now, of course, we have another map ahead of us and some spec bans that are going to be coming into play. So Seed of the Triumvirate is on the horizon. And Tuttles, what do you think it's going to bring our way?
Spec ban wise, you're asking?
Yeah, spec ban wise, or if you think there's a consideration with Seat that
I think Guardian Druid, Frost Death Knight, Elemental Shaman get banned for both of the teams if I had to wager a guess. In theory, you could ban the Warlock or team name if you want to, but like I feel like it's just those three specializations because realistically, you want to play the Protection Warrior and see the Triumvirate, and you're probably going to want to play the Brewmaster Monk in the Algathar Academy in map 3 if you end up making it that far. I think that one of the big considerations though is that both of these maps, the Nexus Point Zenith and now the Seed of the Triumvirate, are on that 17 keystone level. So the higher the keystone level goes, especially in the speedrun format, the more volatile things can be, particularly slated towards that first pull of the dungeon.
All right, we're getting our bans in now. And I mean, Zyro, Seed of the Triumvirate, obviously this is going to be a big one. Create Team has to take it if they want to stay in here. How do you think it's looking for them with what they've banned out?
I think the bans make perfect sense. Now, of course, banning out Guardian Mistweaver is always a question mark. You would love to have those available for a third map, but we know that they're not something that they need to run in the Seed of the Triumvirate, right? Prot Warrior is the preferred tank spec in that dungeon. What healer do we think we're going to pair with that, though, if it's not going to be the Mistweaver?
So I think the
always our Druid. Yeah.
You can play the Shaman as well in here. It depends on what your other DPS are going to be. If they're DPS that really benefit from that Sky Fury in particular, and you're not going to play the Ellie Shaman, which, spoiler alert, neither of these teams are going to play an Ellie Shaman. That's banned for both of them. Then you could play something like the Resto Shaman, but typically we've been seeing that Druid, the Druid Prop Warrior combo. Good throwback to the BFA glory days of the powerhouse tank healer combo.
Don't remind me. It's so good. Give me my Masterful Enchants back. The corruptions. Ugh.
I mean, look, there's a lot to be thinking about. Oh my gosh, this look. This is a Mog.
Oh,
wow,
wait.
Wolf Disco.
What? Can we talk about these DKs not needing any versatility to live dungeon mechanics? What's going on here? Huh?
Okay, we've talked about it. No further questions?
That's it. That's the end of the statement, and that is what we have. No, I mean, interesting here. All right, we're taking a look at this. I mean, Dratnos, you oftentimes have insights into our specs. Is there anything you can extrapolate from Wolf Disco?
I've been captivated by the monocle on this character and the top hat. When you're looking at the tree here, I think the Frost have a fairly standard build that they will run here. So it looks like that is what Wolf Disco is using. I'm trying to see if I can find any comparisons. Of course, using that puzzle box, so an on-use trinket that does need to be channeled. Of course, always something you do need to look out for.
All right, well, interesting to see here. Yes, go ahead.
Is there any weird gameplay with Frost DK where you're playing a 2-minute trinket with a 90-minute breath?
Yeah, that can be a little awkward. Also, there is the choice between one-hander and two-handers, which are both compelling right now. I think you play a different one typically in Keys versus Raid, but I know there are people that experiment with both builds in Keys. I will admit I don't have enough experience on Frost DK to understand the nuances of it, but I'm sure that these players do.
Indeed, and we are going to be getting into our next game here, Liquid versus Create Team. Create Team has to take this one if they want to stay in the competition and avoid elimination, but Liquid is out to try and take this 2-0, Tettles.
All right, and you actually see immediately a little bit of a difference in terms of composition where Create Team, they're playing that Guardian Druid, where Liquid are playing that Protection Warrior. The Guardian Druid is really, really solid for this first pull, and you can see Graham Meow, 700,000 DPS compared to Yip's 380k. But with that being the case, Liquid still get the first boss pulled 10 seconds faster than Create Team. What is going on? Liquid just have infinite damn.
Dude, I'm telling you, these bears, they just pad on AoE, and they're like, oh, I'm doing so much damage. Like, yeah, you're killing all the mobs that my Devourer Demon Hunter was going to kill anyways. You were accomplishing nothing and looking good on the meters. And then the bears look back at me, and they're like, yeah, that's what I just said. And we've reached an impasse.
So what did the Protection Warrior do there that allowed them to pull or come
well,
back
the
a lot
Protection
faster?
Warrior cast Battle Shout, which has empowered Wolf Disco to deal more damage to the priority targets. You'll see.
Oh. Okay, yeah, it cleared up his monocle, even. Allowing him to do more damage.
Landing those shield slams on the primary target as well. That's a lot more prio damage as well than whatever the bear's doing.
I think the bear might have more prio damage with Thrash than shield slam, but
all right, we'll agree to disagree.
All right, we see here both of the teams get through probably the hardest pull in the dungeon, the Quad Subjugator. It is a pull that on the 17 Keystone level we have seen teams across this entire weekend wipe to. So that is a pull that is always very dangerous. And now Liquid, I really like how they're actually routing through this room, where they're making sure that Yips is never getting charged by the champions. I feel like that's something that's been happening to these MDI tanks, is where they're kind of at this weird decision where they want to chain and get far away from the mobs and get the next pack started. But at the same time, these champions have this, you have to stay in melee range kind of mechanic, because they'll charge them and put a nasty physical damage dot, notably not a bleed, it's a physical damage dot on the tanks. And I think that the way that Liquid ended up pulling these mobs, it never allowed Yips to actually tank that dot. We see it a lot with the final Rift Warden that's in the Saprish room. That's also one that has the champions attached to the pack, and that's one where we've seen tanks die time and time again.
Yeah, exactly. Managing that it's such a scary ability as well, because it doesn't look like it would be as lethal as it is, but it is very, very lethal. So Liquid getting that boss down at the 219 mark. Now this is, I think, a little bit slower than the I think it was the Dignitas route in this place, where they sometimes have that boss dead just at the 2-minute mark. Teams that are playing, say, the Havoc DHs can absolutely melt that boss with their burst, but still very good out of Team Liquid, and substantially ahead of Create Team this time around. And that Nexus point in Zenith, the two teams were neck and neck until they weren't.
Wow.
This time around, though, it's already a 35-second advantage for Team Liquid as they jump into this big Rift Warden pull.
I mean, look at Liquid. All of their offensive cooldowns kind of lined up. They had the Breath of Eons rolling. They had the Void Metamorphosis, and now they have the Army of the Dead being pressed by Wolf Disco here. And they are just going to be able to melt all of this trash on this very scary pack. Now, the question after this pull is what are they going to do for their cooldown recovery pull? Not something that we talk about too much in the speedrunning format because every pull is fairly large. But there's certainly a question as to what Rift Warden, how many mobs you're supposed to pull. What is the next pull going to look like for Liquid here?
Yeah, exactly. There's a good... You want your dungeon route typically to sort of breathe, right? You do breathe in, and then you breathe out with all your cooldowns on a pack, and then you breathe in with a scary but not as scary pull. Of course, with the way these compositions work, there's always something available, right? Devourer, Demon Hunters, they are able to get into that meta very quickly, very frequently.
Yes.
Frost Death Knight consistent damage is certainly not bad, but the Prot Warrior currently on top of the meters for Team Liquid is a good indicator that it is a cooldown recovery pull.
I mean, look at this. This is like 6 mobs. Like I think
Right.
that's the biggest indicator is Liquid just did a 15 mob pull and now they're doing a 6 mob pull.
Yeah, exactly. And this is generally the way to do a dungeon the fastest is to do some big pulls and some medium pulls that would they would count as big pulls for most players, but for MDI players, this is a walk in the park.
Yeah. Ooh, now Create Team on the right-hand side, they actually had that Bound Void Caller caught in a Banish, so that mob's not actually going to be pulsing on the side of Create Team, and that actually allows them to grab an additional pack into this Rift Warden compared to what Liquid did. But Liquid on the left side, look at their offensive cooldown situation. Cinny's already in that Void Metamorphosis. Wolf Disco pressing that Army of the Dead. Shine is going to be able to rotate to his Breath of Eons here momentarily. And Liquid are pulling, again, another 10 mob pull on top of the Rift Warden. This pull is notably very scary because of Rift Stalker dots. Whenever the Rift becomes destabilized, that round of Rift Stalker dots that we're going to get here in about 5 seconds, that's where players can potentially die.
Yeah, exactly. Those dots can be very, very deadly, depending on who they target as well. There's always a little bit of variance, right? When you have a player getting targeted. Now, looking at these compositions, for instance, I think the Augmentation Evoker, even though they have the cheat death, tends to be the target you're least excited to see getting hit by any of these effects, because the DH and the DK can just very passively tank everything. The Warlock, I would say, is also one that you'd prefer on the side of Create Team for everything to go on that Devourer or Demon Hunter, if at all possible.
This is really sketchy. The pull that Liquid's gearing up to do, they not only do not have like offensive CDs like right now, but it looks like they are grabbing the War Adept, a Boundless Forward Caller, a Rift Stalker, and then some of the Famished Brokens into this pack. The Famished Broken, notably, whenever they die, they do like an AoE hit. That at the exact same time that you get ticked with a Rift Warden, at the exact same time that you get targeted with the Bleed, that can actually take out a player for Liquid if they're not careful. That's why they're preemptively pressing the Zephyr here. They're going to be preemptively pressing defensives if they're also necessary. It actually looks like they have really well-timed just group external usage, though. That kind of pushes them over the finish line there.
Yeah, exactly. Those defensives, really important to plan out, understanding when you need to press them versus when you need to call for help. You do actually get a little bit more help in this composition from non-healer players than usual as well. The Evoker's ability to rescue and put a shield on has been removed this expansion, but you do still have effects like Intervene, actually coming with a little bit of a shield if you want, from your Warrior, plus intercepting certain abilities that might be coming at you. Oh, no, look, you can.
Are they?
Let me check. Usually you talent it and then you don't bother pressing it because you're not too worried. But it is an option. Let me check. Let me pop open the old talent tree here for what Yips is running. Okay, looks like he's chosen to make Stormbolt have a hit 2 extra targets instead. But it has a longer cooldown. It makes your Stormbolt have a longer cooldown. So you could also take the Intervene for a little bit of a shield. You know, it's an option.
It is an option.
He hasn't even talented Intervene, I fear, so it would make it hard to use for that.
All right,
but you could.
You could. That is a good point. In Liquid, you know what they could do? They could take 2 Rift Stalkers and 2 Umbral into this boss, and they did even. Where I think that 3 potential bleeds could have gone out onto different players with the Dark Fang. And those Rift Stalkers being very, very deadly. For Create Team on the right-hand side, instead, they're electing to pull the Famished Brokens into this boss. Mm-hmm. Those are only deadly whenever they're exploding on death. And like if that happens in conjunction with one of those clears going out, or maybe some player that's targeted by bleed and the clears going out, that's where that becomes deadly. I think on a 17 though, the Restoration Druids should have enough firepower to just be able to get over the finish line with their healing by itself. I think they should be totally fine here. Even Zevi and Teak on the side of Great Team, they're just pressing the Convoke more offensively than defensively.
Yeah, and again, if somebody gets targeted by multiple bleeds, you have your own personals, then you start having your externals, right? You have your Iron Bark, and then you have effects like the Darkness, actually. Darkness as an external, I think, is a criminally underrated way to use that ability in dungeons. It's like a 30% chance to avoid the damage in group content. It's crazy powerful.
That ability is ridiculous. It's one that, like, if we had like a keep pushing format for this season, Darkness and Anti-Magic Zone, the points in time in which teams actually elected to use that Darkness and Anti-Magic Zone would be something that we would be talking about for every single dungeon, because those really enable pulls in a way that sometimes group externals don't.
Yeah, you've got Darkness, you've got AMZ, you've got Zephyr, you've got Rally in these compositions. There are a lot of buttons you can press to make your whole group tankier, and sometimes you need to hold them for a big AoE pull where you're going to use them for the group, but sometimes in a situation where people are being targeted by small bleeds, you actually do want to use those types of effects as externals on just one person, and you can't be afraid to press those buttons in that way. But Liquid is setting up this Shadow Meld skip. Yip's going to be getting combat, then he's going to Wernstone Meld, and that's going to drop off the first robot there. Now they're going to walk past this other one.
Didn't he mess this up last time he was here? And it looks like they get the Sigil of Misery perfectly deployed onto the pack. You're going to see the rescue and the shift up. Sandy's going to press a Shadow Meld. They are going to de-aggro combat from that pack. How big is Liquid going to go in this boss room is a question. It looks like they're actually gearing up to pull almost all of the mobs in this room due to how Cinny was electing to cage that Caster mob already. And that Grand Shadow Weaver double bound Void Caller pack and one Conjurer. This is 4 caster mobs that can wipe you at any point if the Voidbender gets cast off, and then you have a Conjurer who's just going to spam bolt the entire time, which you're just going to have to face tank.
Yeah, and then often the thing that actually lands the killing blow is those projectiles. While you're thinking about everything else, those projectiles coming out of the gate, you can see hitting Wolf Disco there, dropping him quite low. Very dangerous, and leave behind a nasty dot as well. Spatial Paradox comes out from a Shine onto Zevi, allowing them to both cast while moving and have infinite range, which is really nice when the boss spawns and knocks everybody back. And now we have the reason why Prot Warrior is so good in this dungeon is in combat with this boss. You can spell reflect and deal incredible amounts of single target DPS with that effect. You can basically spell reflect every other Mind Blast as well if you do set it up there. You can see one of them coming out from Yips. That's going to catapult him into second on the damage meter temporarily.
Can you spell reflect the Tank Buster from the last boss as well in this dungeon?
So you can reflect it. You can reflect 2 out of every 3 if you time it properly, but I don't think it reflects the damage. You just prevent it on yourself.
Okay, so it's just like it's like a deflect from the lance. It's not like
that's what I believe. Because the way that the last boss works is that she opens a portal every 4 seconds, and then once she has 3, the next time she'd open one, she launches them at you. So every 16 seconds, you get them launched at you. Spell reflect. 5-second uptime, 20-second cooldown. So if you press the first one early enough, you can reflect 2 and then take the third off. It's one of those optimizations that you would do a lot more of if it actually dealt damage to the boss, but since I don't think it does, it's something that that brain power might not even be worth it.
But something that you pointed out as well is this is the reason that the Protection Warrior is played in here. Oh my god, this is so bad. So, not having access to that spell reflect, Viceroy Nazar with the bolt that connects onto the tank for Create Team, taking him out. It was very likely that there was some additional damage with like the Grand Shadow Weaver. Maybe a ball got hit on the tank as well. It's unlikely that it was just the bolt, but that is catastrophic for Create Team because on the left side of the screen, Liquid, they're about to down Viceroy Nazar.
Yeah, Create Team were a little bit behind in this, but they were close. They were within striking distance. They were working on the same boss as Team Liquid, but then everything fell apart. And it looks like, luckily, their Shadow Meld is just coming off cooldown here, so they can do this same skip to get back, but they are going to need something to go generationally wrong for Team Liquid in order to have a chance to come back in this one, and there's just not a lot of opportunities left in the Seat of the Triumvirate for something like that to happen. Team Liquid just 10% count and 1 boss away from getting to that finals in June and later today.
Yeah, I think that we've only seen 1 wipe on Lura this entire season. and it was because a Void-infused Destroyer very boldly got pulled into Lura and ended up knocking up multiple members of that team, and then it ended up wiping them for Liquid. As long as they don't take trash mobs into the boss, I suspect that on a 17 Keystone level, Liquid should have no problem downing that final boss.
Yeah, just working on a little bit of trash right now, and yeah, not taking any Void-infused Destroyers into the boss is something that we've learned is very important. Even if that thing has 1% HP left, it can cast those circles, it can cast that cleave, and if either of those happen, you are in huge trouble, as we have seen. So Team Liquid being disciplined, making sure to finish off that Destroyer. A good decision by Team Liquid. That's going to bring them to 100% count, and Zasevi, meanwhile, he said, you know what, you guys have fun with that pull. I'm going to go start the RP, so by the time you get here, the boss is ready to fight.
Okay, so 17 Keystone level. Something that we talked about in Nexus Point Zenith was Core Ward and Nasira, the one phase, what does that look like? For both Liquid and Dignitas, we've seen both of them play this dungeon this weekend. It seems like the one phase on Lura is not something that's super common, to the point where the way that both Dignitas and Liquid were lusting was with the assumption that the one phase wasn't going to happen, and then that they were going to have the remaining 20 seconds of that bloodlust. That was going to carry them over the finish line, as opposed to bloodlusting for the maximum amount of damage in the burn. So it's like the pre-lust versus the lust as the burn happens kind of differentiation in terms of the strategy. Maybe, though, in that run that we saw earlier from Liquid in the Seed of the Triumvirate, things went a little bit wrong for them. I wonder if the strategy might change, if there is a possibility that the one phase is on the table. At the same time, the way that both them and Dignitas have played this dungeon, it leads me to believe that the one phase is maybe not something that's consistent.
Yeah, exactly. It is something that might be a little bit composition dependent. If anybody can do it, I think it would be Team Liquid here. We'll see just how much damage they are going to be able to bring to bear when it is time to hit the boss in that burn phase. First, though, we have to hit one more set of these relics with these next frontals. Always a mechanic that you don't want to mess up, but does happen sometimes in the pugs, yes.
Yeah, the pug killer. This discordant beam, I have seen some stuff in my days where...
Oh my goodness, Tettles, they are also happening to Team Liquid here. Okay, or, now hear me out, or maybe they're delaying for cooldowns so that they can have their full... Although it looks like their cooldowns that are available.
The cooldowns that are available.
Yeah.
Oceans?
Maybe they're theorizing what they want to do against Dignitas in the next series, and they want a little bit more time to think before that series starts here. They know the Create team have wiped. They know they have an opportunity, but here we go. They finally do hit that last relic, and we are now entering the Symphony of the Eternal Night as another death happening for Create team. But the big question is just how much damage will Team Liquid be able to do here? 72%, the burn starts. Let's see where it ends.
They were waiting for Zevi's Convoke to come back up. Commit to the one phase. That was definitely this plan. So there are strategies on this fight where you intentionally miss a Discordant Beam, but the strategies involve your Augmentation Evoker and your Unholy Death Knight pressing Army and Breath of Eon's first global of the boss, which was not what Liquid had planned for. Fortunately enough for them, it's not going to matter. As Lura is at 5%, there are no Heaven's Glaives, no Seeds here to take them out, and they are going to be able to take this series 2-0 moving into the finals.
Liquid weren't content being thrown down to the lower bracket earlier. They are out for a rematch, and they're going to get it. We'll be seeing them face off against Dignitas once more in our grand finals here at the end of the day. And Create Team not only created a team, they also nearly managed to make it into the top 2 in their inaugural season. If we're lucky enough to see them again in the future, they're going to be a huge team to watch. For now, though, their journey in Season 1 ends here. See them off in chat, everybody. I mean, this was a great matchup between these two, but Liquid, they are just on fire. It feels like they are amping up for this final series of the day. And while we mentioned before this series that there were some points of possible weakness for them, is Liquid still looking at all vulnerable, Tettles?
I would have to go with yes. So, I mean, they had a really good series versus Create Team. I think that it's one that you can't look back and be upset about. At the same time, this is going to be their hardest matchup. They have to go up against Dignitas again. In a series where we saw earlier, they basically said that we don't have the best strategy for Mysaris Caverns, so we're going to play like a Tier 2 composition and just try to play for future maps. That is not a strategy that we have seen weekend winners play for yet, and so I think that with that being the case, there is still a bit of vulnerability for Liquid, but you can't say anything but good things about this series that we just saw in front of us.
I think it's a good point, honestly. And Zyro, you were watching through this series, so here in our last and deciding map, what were some of your observations?
Yeah, again, this was another dungeon where we saw good evolution of strategies from Liquid. Obviously, this is one of the first maps that we saw them play earlier in the weekend, and the strategies have only gotten faster and faster for them throughout the weekend. The first pull in general, they end up this is Create Team, they end up killing off this pull, but it's the tail end of the Void meta. Fastmars doesn't really get that much of this Void meta on top of the boss. This might be also, part of the Warlock versus Unholy DK differential between the two. He gets like maybe one good collapsing star on the boss, but then drops out of the Void meta. Whereas over on the side of Liquid, they just obliterate this first pack, and they get a ton of extra damage out of the Demon Hunter. Look, only 7 million damage from Phasmar here for Create Team out of that Void meta. It was somewhere in the line of about 20 million damage there for Cine on the side of Liquid. And they carried that about 20% boss damage differential throughout the dungeon, accelerating past the second boss here, where they got the skip done. Cine didn't forget to press Sigil of Misery. It was a clean push from them. Massive pull on the third boss that they didn't get to do earlier in the week because they missed that skip. Went well for them, and this was just overall a much, much cleaner dungeon for the team. And they needed to have it in order to qualify, because Create Team was hot on their heels throughout the dungeon. They did end up, unfortunately, wiping to this pull on top of the boss, but they were right there if Liquid were to have a similar mistake to what they had previously in the weekend. So it's a well-deserved series from Liquid. I'm sad to see Create Team go, though. This team definitely showed a lot of promise for one of our lower-seeded teams. Overall, throughout the entire competition, I think they were the 9th seed overall, but they played much higher than that. I think in a different world where they get put into a different bracket, they definitely could have upset one of our teams and been one of our grand final teams for sure. They were very impressive to watch.
I think they could have beat Anti's Angels and Sin Spellbook. I think that both of those teams would have lost to them. I think that Create Team is.
I totally agree. And it just goes to show it's tough when you get put into these group weekends with huge competitors, but I have no doubt they have taken away a lot from these maps, a lot from the experience, and it'll only make them stronger in future seasons. But we have to take a look now at our bracket. Every single series this weekend has brought us to this, our final one. Can you go ahead and give us a little bit of a rundown of what we've seen so far this weekend, Dratnos?
Yeah, we saw Liquid and Dignitas charging their way through the upper bracket, colliding earlier today. Dignitas taking a 2-1 victory over Team Liquid off of the back of a 6-second advantage in the Magister's Terrace to win that series. Meanwhile, the lower bracket was scrappy. It featured some impressive performances. Create Team in particular, really well played by them to get to that lower finals, but unfortunately, as we just saw, vanquished by Team Liquid, which means both Liquid and Dignitas will be making it to our finals in June to play for a shot at BlizzCon. But the big question is, which team will be coming out the winners and which team will be coming out the runners-up? We saw them win and run up respectively, with Dignitas winning and Liquid being the runners-up in the MDI last season. This is going to be a grudge match, a rematch here once again in the upper finals in the best of 5.
Honestly, I can't wait. It's going to be an incredible one. But before then, we have another mini game here before we send you all off for a quick break. The Great Route Race is making its chaotic return. Tuttles and Zyro are going to have to try and replicate the route Liquid just ran in Seed of the Triumvirate. It's not only our teams that are speedrunning, but you two who are also being tagged into race right here and now. Are you both ready?
Yes.
Ready as I'll ever be.
All right, chat, you can do the same. You can think about it as well, but you two are going to have to face off and see what you can do to get these routes scripted out. All right, 3, 2, 1. Replicate that route.
Oh no, my cat just sat on my head. No. No.
The Excuse Factory ramping up production already.
I posted a picture. No, this. I think this. That looks right. Okay, I think this is this.
Sure. They seem to be moving more efficiently this time, Dratnos.
They do, yeah. They are zooming right
Maybe
now.
Something like this.
Something feels wrong about that.
And then I think
I can't control click. There's not supposed to be a conjure in this pack,
room.
okay? Just know that there's not supposed to be a conjure in that pack.
Sure,
Oh,
okay,
that's
you'll have
perfect
to
count.
write that on.
Time.
Oh,
No.
and that's, is it? No, you've got time still. You're fine. 43 seconds. Keep going, you two. We gave you more time this time around. Now, Dratnos, from what you're seeing of the routes, does it seem like they're at all close?
Well, I don't even see their routes anymore. I saw Zyro was clicking with a frantic pace earlier. Oh, Tettles also appears to mostly be done. Although it looks like he prioritized signing his name over finishing clicking all the correct mobs. Now he says he is done. Okay, Zyro putting in the smiley face as well. Here's a little bit more of the footage from the route that you're trying to replicate. Definitely make sure that you got all those bosses clicked. Always something to do in your routes.
I'm drawing DIGNITAS now.
You've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And
Wait,
you're
DIGNITAS has
done.
black hair. DIGNITAS has black hair. Hold on.
Remarkable.
Well, I'm assuming that we're going to continue to allow Tettles to draw DIGNITAS on
DIGNITAS,
this,
what
since
color
it's
are
not
your
part
eyes?
of the route, but...
Like hazel, brownish.
Okay, brownish. All right, yeah.
Okay, brownish hazel. Get them in there. All right. Now, we got to take a look at these two maps. So we're going to, I guess, start off here with Tettles. And hey, no bias, DIGNITAS, just because Tettles has drawn such a beautiful rendition of you. But what do we think we see from this route?
It's looking accurate to me. Yeah. Nothing jumps out as glaringly wrong. It is 100%. That's always a good thing to have.
Better than last time, that's for sure.
This,
Yeah.
this conjure is definitely supposed to be done with the boss, but I can't control click in this feed. But
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I did this.
Okay,
I did the
see.
same thing. I just put it all as one
Zyro?
because they kind of just chain the remaining mobs in, right?
yeah,
I think
but
my stuff
I
around.
was trying to be authentic. That's why I put the famished broken as separate after the boss.
I think my stuff around the incursion is wrong. I think you're right
Oh.
about the trash on the far left. Yeah.
How about
Oh.
the first pull or the first area of the dungeon? Tettles has an extra pack of famished broken marked, I believe.
Oh yeah, I think the first
than
pack on the
Zyro
left they do
does.
pull. Yeah,
But
that's right.
Zyro's is a clean 100%, whereas Tettles' went over. So yeah, you can see that extra 5-pack up there being tagged in.
I think these were definitely pulled. I mean, they were pulled
Yeah,
in
but
the
down
Rift Warden.
down by the first
The ones
boss.
at the start.
Yeah, that pull 3 exactly.
This is done. This is done as a resource generating pack right after.
All right, here's the answer.
Okay,
Let's find
here we go.
out.
I can't see.
Oh, it looks like.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Tettles
you're
is
definitely
correct.
closer.
Yeah.
Zyro.
Ooh, big money.
Okay. All right. Well, Zyro, we didn't get a chance to ask, but who was the drawing of on yours?
It was just
Was
a
that
smiley
also?
face.
Oh, it's just
It wasn't
wasn't
anyone in
DIGNITAS.
particular.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, yeah, Tettles, you win this both for your artistic rendition of DIGNITAS and also, I guess, the route that you replicated. Well, Zyro, you're gonna have to try harder next time, and no more excuses about your cat sitting on your hand. Okay.
Listen, I put a picture in the chat. My cat is literally just sitting on my hand right now. She's looking up at you guys on my monitor. She's
She
like,
is
"Well, who are
actually.
those
It's
people?"
It's very good. But you know what, Zyra? I think you did really well regardless. And everybody, thank you for hanging with us through another great and chaotic route race. Now, while Tettles and Zyrus did their best to replicate our team's routes, I think you all can do even better. Raider.io is bringing back their replay race, so download the Raider.io app and compete against some of the top runs from Mandatory in Group A for a chance at earning prizes. The event starts Tuesday and runs for 2 weeks. Good luck, everybody. Our day here is about to come full circle. We started with this matchup and we are ending with it. Dignitas versus Liquid, our reigning champions versus the team they narrowly beat last season for the crown. After this short break, it's time to decide who will be our Group C champions. See you soon. our grand finals are about to start. And as such, it's time to get your last predictions in of the day, chat. Dignitas versus Liquid. Tell us who takes it all. And neither of these teams are content with simply making it to the Season 1 finals. They already have that locked in. Both of them want to be champions. We've got a double revenge match on our hands, and I mean, honestly, knowing the history between these two teams, what does the outcome of this match mean to them, Zyro?
I mean, we already covered it at the top of the upper finals, right? Liquid are still... Some of the players in Liquid are still a little bit upset that they didn't get away with any MDI victories last expansion. I think Wolf Disco in particular could have won both the first one of the War Within and the third one of the War Within. Ended up losing out on both of them, getting second place in the first one to Mandatory and the second one to this squad on Dignitas. They didn't get their revenge in the upper bracket. Can they get it in the finals now?
I'm sure they are hoping that they will, honestly, especially after not making it through those upper bracket earlier. But Mysara Caverns was kind of weak for them in that upper bracket series that we saw. Will their other maps be strong enough for them to take it, mates?
Well, that is just the question, right? We saw their Myzara Caverns. Now, it might have been a Bandiv, but I personally don't believe that, just based on what we saw in there. I don't think that's a dungeon that they have prepared expertly enough, so to say. So I'm curious on how their Pit of Saran and their Nexus Point Cenas looks like. We've seen the Pit earlier in this group weekend on day 1. We've also seen the Nexus Point, both of those maps day 1. Well, one of the maps was against Nomergang and the other one was against Ducks Can Fly. Now, both of those teams are great teams, but they're not Dignitas. So, Heat will be on, and Liquid bring it.
I mean, again, I think they are like, if there's a time they want to bring it, now is the time. And I mean, Dignitas as well, coming into the season, we weren't totally sure how they were going to compete. We saw them win, finally, but in the TGP format, now in speedrunning, they have been having to really step up their game and go even faster in this head-to-head sort of format we have this season. So knowing that we've got this spread of dungeons ahead of us here, I mean, Dratnos, where are you predicting this is going to end up?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I think that Mysara Caverns is a problem for Liquid in all likelihood. I agree with Makes. I think if they had a fast Aug Evoker strategy, they would have done the work to keep it available in the upper finals. So, I think that Liquid are going to lose that map, but I think then they're going to come back, reverse sweep, win the series. I'm going to go for a 3-2 for Team Liquid.
Okay, wow. I like it. Going to that 5. I mean, we were hoping for it earlier. Makes, what do you think?
So I'm with Dratnos. I would love to see the full 5 maps. I mean, just think of the spec ban. We're gonna get 12 bans per team if we can get to that 5th map, and I just want to know what that looks like, how the teams are gonna do it. So I'm gonna give it a 3-2 in favor of Dignitas.
Okay. Zyro, are you on the same sort of page as these two?
Yeah, really quick. Do we have any information about where the prediction leaderboards are? Which of these two do I need to make sure I get a prediction over to stay further ahead?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I'll tell you, Zyra. Right now, it looks like Chad is voting for Dignitas overall.
Oh, I don't care about Chad.
So...
Oh, you don't care about Chad? Oh, you just want
I don't care about that.
Okay.
I want to know where Dratnos and Makes are, and I can agree with
chat.
whichever one is
I just
closer.
wanted to say that.
Oh, okay. I like Dratnos' prediction, but I'm gonna go 3-1 for Liquid, just to be a little different.
Okay, all right. I think I am going to go 3-1, but in opposition of Zyro towards Dignitas.
Ooh,
I think they're
Tuttles
going to
too.
get it 3-1. All right, that's what I feel. Oh yeah, Tuttles as well, coming in on that. Okay. Well, of course, we can make as many predictions as we want, but the teams are the ones who have to prove us right or wrong by the end of it all. So we will see what they're able to do. Now, they're going to be heading into this very first map, Pit of Saran. And given the fact that they might be playing a long series in our best of 5 here in the grand finals, I mean, we have to start thinking ahead to what they might pick. Do you have any thoughts yourself, Makes?
Well, I just hope they make smart choices, because obviously the spec ban rule gets more and more difficult as we move on. So hopefully they have made a plan. They looked at it beforehand. They said, like, this is what we're playing here, and this is what we're playing here, and this is what we're banning. Earlier today, somebody told me that we are still waiting on the deliberation of a team on what they would want to ban. I'm not going to say any names, but I don't think you can afford to do that in the best of 5 grand finals of Cup C, so let's hope the teams have a plan.
I think that Liquid, if they don't have a better plan for the Mysara Caverns, when we get there, which is game 2, we're starting off in Pit of Saron, but the Mysara Caverns, when we get there, if they don't have a better plan, they should play a much worse plan and save all their good specs. Just get one on the board of a bunch of specs they don't mind losing for the rest of the series, because you're not going to beat Dignitas in there if you don't have a better strategy than the one they used last time, so you may as well make it work for the spec variety rule.
Yeah, checks out. I mean,
and a Marks Hunter?
Yeah, put the Holy Priest and the MM Hunter on the board, get our bingo, bang.
That would be the hope. If there was any series where it was going to happen, I mean, this best of 5 definitely gives them the most room to get down to the wire in those spec picks when things start getting really slim in your choices at the end. But thinking of that, best of 5 does kind of change how we've seen teams approach it. So Zyro, with what we've seen from other grand finals, do you think that this shifts things considerably in how they plot out their spec variety?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? Unless you're like supremely confident that you're going to 3-0 the series, you have to play this series completely different than every other series, right? You can do weird things like play a full meta comp game 1, play a completely different comp in game 2, and then use that game 2 set to ban all 3 of those specs that you don't really care about, and then you can move on to game 3 and game 4 and play kind of as you did in the previous series.
If you play full meta game 1, you need to ban 3 of those specs.
Well, there's, a lot of different meta comps, right? There's melee comp, there's
well, I'm glad you're not making the team's plans.
Well, listen, I made it to a global final, so I don't want to hear it.
Zyro, I would follow your plans. I believe in them. I mean, Dranos, what about you? What are your plans like?
I think it just goes to show, the spec variety rule is fun. It's fun to theorize. It is complicated. There's a lot of nuance to it. Even the teams, we've seen teams get the spec variety rule wrong in their understanding and be like, oh, halfway through the series, we realized we aren't allowed to actually do what we wanted to do with this. But yeah, you can see all the specs that we've played right now, up to and including 38 of the 40 specs in the game, just missing that Holy Priest and that MM Hunter to round out our set. But yeah, incredible work by our teams to have played all the specs that they have to the degree they have. The spec variety rule has made multi-classing better than ever in the MDI, and it's always been good.
It has been. I mean, honestly, I think it's been really fun to get to see this variety of specs. We've had a lot of people ask over the years, of course, can we see more things played? And seeing the teams kind of broaden what they're able to sort of pick and bring in, what they're preparing, and then what they're kind of learning, I think is something that just builds on itself over the seasons as they go, hey, well, we had to pick these up last season, so maybe they'll work for us this season, or we can try these specs if they're really strong right now. So we only have 2 left, and it would be great if we got to finish out at least our initial set of groups before our CN weekend with our last 2 off the board. But I mean, who knows? Maybe CN region will pick some things and we'll get those last 2 as well. But now we have a lot ahead for us here in, so a little bit leaning more towards our reigning champions right now for Dignitas. But I think Liquid has just been continuing to amp up the pace today. And if they can come in and if they can even get the advantage by a few seconds, they can absolutely become our Group C champions. This is going to be our first game of the Group C Grand Finals, Pit of Saron, Dignitas versus Team Liquid. Zyro.
All right, one sec. My cat is currently trying to type on my keyboard. Okay, interesting. We're seeing double Holy Paladin from both of our teams, so they're both opting to play the better part of the strategy that I was trying to outline, where they play comps that they don't really care about too much in the first map, but they still have to try to win the map. Dignitas opting for the Oggevoker right off the bat, though, Dratos. That's the interesting thing to me.
Yeah, the Oggevoker and the Devourer Demon Hunter, 2 very, very potent specs. Now, Dignitas won't have to ban them out after this. They'll probably ban the other 3. But that will mean that if they play them again in map 2 or I believe map 3, they will only get 2 total uses in the series, where you could potentially get 3 if you delay the usages to those 4th and 5th maps. Now, Dignitas might be trying to 3-0 this. They might be trying to win this thing as quickly as possible as well, so in that case, it wouldn't matter. But yeah, the Holy Paladin out of both teams is interesting. A great choice in Pit of Saron. The Blessing of Freedom in particular, super powerful in this dungeon because it frees people from those plunge grips. It also just cleanses one of the dots in this dungeon that's used all over the place in this dungeon. It's a nasty frost damage over time that comes with a small movement speed decrease. And so if you have a freedom, you are both going to remove it and immune it for the duration of that freedom on you. And I believe Holy Paladins, when they freedom, they also freedom themselves for free. So you can get double value on it if you are lucky with how you set it up. So very potent spec for this dungeon, largely I think for that reason, for the power of freedom.
That's very, very good. Yeah, I also wanted to take a look at Yargi here, because he is playing that Destruction Warlock that we did see a lot from Create Team, who unfortunately is no longer in the competition. He's playing a slightly different setup compared to what we saw before. He's playing the Hellcaller Destruction Warlock, so heavily indexing on mass AoE damage, going to be slightly worse on the pure single target damage. But as you could see, he bursted for 1.6, 1.7 million damage on that first pull, and is a lot of the reason why Dignitas are so much further progressed in the dungeon right now with that massive first pull. I think it's a really smart choice, and it really kind of ties into this same spec ban idea where Destro seems like it's pretty good, but it's not like near the top of the meta right now. It's great for the AoE blast and the lower keys, but it's something they're freely able to just ban out right after this map.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that you can get rid of, and you don't mind losing it in other maps, but it certainly works out in a lot of these dungeons. And the interesting thing as well is, Affliction is probably the version that you want to play in Mysara Caverns, which is coming up next. And then Demonology is also one that you'll use in maps like, say, a Skyreach, which I believe is towards the end of our pool this time. So a lot of utility, or Nexus Point Zenith, both of those are great dungeons for Demonology Warlock. So yeah, Warlock's kind of great. You use it in a lot of maps, and especially for the spec variety rule, the best part about it is you use different specs in different maps, and you're happy with multiple of them in multiple of these maps as well.
I think it's also in a great spot where it's just like generally all of the specs are just good, right?
Yeah.
None of them are the best in the game at anything in particular, but you never feel bad playing a Warlock spec. It's very, very strong defensively. Healthstones are always good. I do want to point out, though, different strat differential from Liquid, heading to Icken Crick first, rather than the typical strategy of heading up to Forge Master Garfrost. What do we think the plan is for them here? Why did we go this way?
It's interesting, yeah. I mean, much as I love podcasting about Warlocks, it is worth talking about the strategies on the screen from time to time as well. And I've not seen a lot of the Icken Crick strat, but I think what we just saw is probably part of the reason why. Yips there is outside of the boss room during this fixation. He is on a mission, and it looks like he is grabbing trash and bringing it into this boss. So that would probably be it, Zyro. If you do this if you do this in the other direction, you have to have pulled this trash probably to get here. But by doing it this way, you get to fight it on the boss. And you get to fight it on the second half of the boss. Now, Zyro, a big reason you'd want to fight on the second half of the boss, some extra trash, is because you're playing the Arms Warrior. The Arms Warrior wants trash on boss 100% of the time. So you want a way to pull trash not just onto the start, but also the end of every boss fight. And I think that is the big reason behind doing this, because otherwise, it's typically inefficient to go to Icken Crick first. But Giuseppe goes down to a Plague Expulsion. The B-Res does land, but that is 15 seconds off of Team Liquid.
And maybe with that death, they feel like they have to then commit to killing off the Shades of Crick. Yes, they do. One of them is already down, heading to the second one. We don't want to have our entire team die to that Shadow Nova. That is actually very close to coming off cooldown at the end of this phase here. Head into another Fixate phase very shortly in just a moment. But yeah, that funnel from the Arms Warrior, one of the few classes in the game that really actually still has meaningful funnel. But I think the big thing to keep an eye on here at Dratnos is even with this differing strategy for them, they're still significantly behind in trash count. Not only from that first pull where Dignitas were able to pull about 12% more count in the first pull alone, but the massive pulls that you can do up to Forge Master Garfrost, just they're so much more efficient than the pulls you can do over on the side of Icken Crick.
Yeah, maybe Liquid will have a way of pulling some of that into the second half of Garfrost. That would really allow them to accelerate back into this one, because not all count is created equal, right? Of course, The game tries to do its best to have all the enemies be roughly percented based on their difficulty, based on their health, but something that they can't really capture is which ones are easy in locations where you can pull them with other good count. And so just because Liquid are at a smaller count amount than Dignitas doesn't mean they're as far behind as it looks from that, because they should still have those good pulls ahead of them, whereas Dignitas have either skips or awkward pulls largely ahead of them, as they are going to skip around a little bit to the side here to bring some of this trash straight into Ick and Crick. And yeah, Liquid need to get this trash pull done and get engaged with Garfrost as soon as possible here in order to stay on pace with Dignitas. Otherwise, it looks like Dignitas might be opening up a serious lead here.
I think they're just so far ahead right now because, yeah, they're just closer to the end of the dungeon as well. Liquid has to backtrack a ton. They have to do even more trash after this boss on top of Forgemaster Garfrost, whereas Dignitas, they're essentially done at this point. So this is just one pull of execution for Dignitas, and they'll be moving up towards the final boss. The other question as well, right? The Augavoker, it really allows you to do so much in this dungeon where having that available to you not only gives you a reliable skip past the trash that runs down after you unlock the wall here, but it also lets you do the Wernstone trash into the final boss, into Scourgelord. Liquid doesn't have that available to them, so they have to do even more trash before they start heading up to that final boss. So they have a lot that they have to do still, whereas Dignitas, the second this boss goes down, they're pretty much ready to complete the dungeon. They can just run to the top and press W.
Yeah, exactly. There's just so little dungeon ahead of Dignitas and so much ahead of Team Liquid here, as Forgemaster Garfrost with some trash is good, but I don't know how they'll ever get trash in after this, so I think the Arms Warrior is going to really decelerate as soon as all of this trash dies on that boss damage metric. Meanwhile, Dignitas looks like they are making the commitment to just focusing down Ick and Crick, not worrying as much. And Kira's actually running out to grab trash during this as well. We've got a Plague Bearer, it looks like, running on to the boss as well. So Dignitas a little bit less aggressive in terms of just how much trash they're pulling onto this boss, but they are on the same idea, if on a smaller scale.
It's a little bit inefficient, though. We're going to have to single target this Plague Bearer down after the boss dies, but obviously they can't stop DPSing the boss right there. They still had the Shade of Crick totems up. They couldn't let those explode on them. So we're DPSing a single target mob down. They needed this for count, though, so they had to do it at some point. So a little bit inefficient, little blight on an otherwise perfect dungeon for them. But of course, we still have to set up the rest of the dungeon. Last prisoner, not freed yet. They don't want to free it too early because we want to be able to get in position here before the wall disappears so that we can already be on the right side here before the trash runs down. Now, we take a gateway. Oh, okay. It's a rescue skip normally. I think that's the first time we've seen the gateway used at that particular point in the dungeon. New tech for people unlocked if you didn't already know about that, and we're already heading up to Glaciath.
Gateway is a very nice way to go. You go a little bit further, you get to all go through it without worrying about navigating a 3-seater mount, which takes some time to set up. And then, of course, afterwards, it'll take some time to set back up being all individuals once more. But yeah, Dignitas on this big cave pull, while Team Liquid, not only do they still have to finish off this final health point on Garfrost, they also still need a bunch more count.
They need like 13%. Actually, no, it's even more than that because they're not going to have the 6% or so that you get from the Wernstone skip down. So yeah, they need something in the realm of like 15%-ish more count. Maybe they'll just pull the trash that's behind the wall as well.
The Wernstone stuff they'll just get now, right? They'll get it on the way up probably. But yeah, Yips going on a adventure right now. Oh my goodness, Zyro. This is absolutely novel. I mean, this looks cool. You're getting a lot of count. Your warrior is forced to go off the mount to be able to health pot to not die. And now trying valiantly. Oh no, Shine! The plunge grip. Gonna grab a Shine from Narnia. Absolute disaster for Liquid. And I mean, Zyro, this just seems so bad. Like, if you mapped out the total route that Yips ran here, he has run 2 full circuits around that inner section of the dungeon where the Lich King's, mining operations are in full swing. That is an incredible amount of movement and backtracking to add to an MDI route. It all is in the service of things that look cool, but Shine getting targeted by a gargoyle again. Luckily, this time he's able to go into Ghost Wolf form, but now the Geists are leaping on him, and Shine just can't catch a break.
Oh man, that's supposed to go on your Warlock. He's the range player, but they're taking so much damage from all of these leaps. The rest of the trash starting to funnel in. The Proto Drake finally makes its way up the hill. That's going to be something they have to keep an eye on as well. Those frontals going to start doing a ton of damage to the group if they don't dodge them. Yips, though, still under a ton of pressure, tanking all of this trash. You have a Cold Wraith in the back just free casting Ice Bolts on the group here, finally interrupted by a Shine. Oh, but they also Axe Toss it. It gets stunned outside of the group, so it's going to start free casting again. No, no, no. You're not supposed to ever interrupt a mob outside of the group as a Demo Warlock, Senny. You cannot do that. They're just going to, take their losses, move on. But in the meantime, during the gather of this circus of trash, Dignitas have gotten the Wurnstone skip down. They have the remaining trash they need on top of the boss. Yargi is in an interesting position inside the ice blocks there, but it looks like Dignitas are cruising to a map 1 victory here, Dratnos.
Yeah, this is looking so good for Dignitas. We spent a lot of time talking about what Liquid were up to in this map because they were on some really novel ideas. Dignitas, though, also doing some really great stuff across this run. In particular, just the execution of this strategy with some of these off-meta specs has been flawless out of Dignitas. They won against Liquid earlier today. They won against Liquid last MDI as well. And this one is looking like it's going to be one of the least close wins against Liquid that they'll have had in a map, as Wolf Disco going down for Liquid is going to cement this for Dignitas. They are already so far ahead. Scourgelord Tyrannus just getting absolutely melted by all of their damage.
I'm very, very impressed with the off-meta picks here for Dignitas, making them look fantastic. And they are practiced on these off-meta picks as well. A super, super clean dungeon from them. 5% remaining on the boss. But it's a formality at this point. Dignitas take the first map of the series.
The rematch is already moving in Dignitas' favor with that first point ending up on the board here, but this is a best of 5 in our grand finals, so there is plenty of time here for Liquid to still make a comeback. Now, seeing these two go head-to-head again after their earlier maps, I think has us all on the edge of our seats. They are both so competitive, and even with Dignitas on top right now, Liquid has a lot of potential in what they might be able to do. Now, you were both talking about noting the routing differences between the teams, but even though we know how the timers panned out, Dratnos, do you think the novelty for Liquid really was going to pay off in efficiency?
I think this was a spec variety rule plan. We've seen Liquid in here with their full-powered composition, and they are really good in here. In fact, I mean, yeah, this run from them, I think, is really just saying, hey, now we're in a best of 5, right? We've got to make sure that our spec variety works out in these other maps, so we can't use all of our full power in the Pit of Zeron this time, and we instead have to go with a different strategy. But given the different strategy that they had, I do think there was a lot of intelligent decision-making they were doing with the way, they pulled that trash onto Ick and Crick, for instance. That made a lot of sense to me.
Okay, Zyra?
I mean, I wanted to point out, the strategy there for Dignitas, 1209 there, that's only 5 seconds slower than Liquid with, their full meta comp. That is a ridiculously fast run for playing the specs that they did. That is extremely impressive.
Okay, well, Megs, you have an even deeper insight as our analyst. What were you observing from this run?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things I was kind of looking out for. I was looking at the day 1 Liquid Pit of Zeron, where they look pretty fast now.
Extremely impressive.
Okay, well, Megs, you have an even deeper insight as our analyst. What were you observing from this run?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things I was kind of looking out for. I was looking at the day 1 Liquid Pit of Zeron, where they look pretty fast now. Not as fast as some of our other teams across the tournament, but still decently fast. Now, something to keep in mind here, of course, and I know you guys were covering this as well, is that we're seeing the kind of off-meta comms where teams are playing some strange variations of specs. But I didn't expect to see an off-meta route from Liquid, as they actually just beeline for Ick and Crick first, while Dignitas is playing the normal route. And for a second, I was a believer. I was like, okay, maybe it's possible, right? Maybe they have just this really insane route where they're gonna double back, and then that'll be worth it because they can add so much into Garfrost. You can see even here, Yip's just adding some extra trash on because in case you don't know, those walls are fake. They're just an optical illusion. But then, unfortunately, there is that death that does come in and take down Sasevi, which then costs them an additional 15 seconds. There it is. That Plague explosion is going to take him down. And then we reached that point where I'm like, okay, now they're going to go really big into Garfrost, and it just doesn't happen. In the meantime, we're seeing a familiar picture on the side of Dignitas. They did deal with one of the shades, actually, interestingly enough, but the other one was left up, and they then clutched it out. All in all, a really fast run, a really nice first dungeon here, but I feel like our teams are telling us something with their spec selection as we look upon this potential of 5 maps.
Yeah, I mean, as we talked about before, right, this is a bigger game than just any one map. So Mysara Caverns coming up next, and I mean, honestly, both teams performing very respectably on the comps they ran last time, but Dratnos, with Mysara Caverns and these other maps ahead of us, where do you think they're going to strategize for their next picks?
Yeah, this is the thing that I'm worried about for Team Liquid is Mysara Caverns. They were quite a bit slower in the upper finals. Now, what they could do is sack this one as well and then play for the reverse sweep. The other plan is say, hey, in the upper finals, it was a different situation. This time around, we've already gained a lot of space in the spec variety rule from the Pit of Sauron. Now we can try with the full, Og Evoker composition, the Og Evoker strategy in Mysara Caverns, and then Nexus Point Zenith, Skyreach, Windrunner Spire, they all have different specs that they like, these Demonology Warlocks, these Brewmaster Monks that you can play in these other ones that won't hurt you on the spec variety rule, these Elemental Shamans as well. So they could probably use pretty much that full meta comp in the Mysara Caverns with that Affliction Warlock as a little bit of sprinkling of spice on top that would get them a very good composition if they have the strategy prepped. If they do, they should do that. If not, they should play another 5 off meta specs and just get to play whatever they want for the last 3 in the series. It will be a very difficult road, but it's better than using some of your meta specs in the Mysara Caverns and not having a chance of winning it, which is what would happen if you don't have something as fast as Dignitas prepped.
Indeed. I mean, we've got our spec bans coming in now, and like we've been kind of recapping, Liquid, this Mysara Caverns, they didn't look so strong on it earlier, but can they come in with these specs, these bans? Zyro, is it looking like this is one they're going to be trying to do better on, or do you think this is one they're going to be trying to just get behind them?
I think these bans are completely unsurprising, right? Like, they're really not banning out anything that we don't suspect. Liquid still has the Holy Paladin ban that they can do after this map as well that they can fall back on. The big tell for me about how these teams are prepared for this series is what the comps are going to look like for the Mysara Caverns. If Dignitas commits to the Og Evoker in this Mysara Caverns, they don't get to play for the rest of the series. And that's huge when you look at the maps ahead. Og Evoker is great for Nexus Point Zenith Burst. It's great for Skyreach skips. It's great in general for the rest of the series. They don't have access to it. That's a great position for Liquid to be in if they can execute and capitalize on the strategies in these dungeons.
Me too, and I feel especially reassured knowing that it won't just be Makes on Analyst Desk this time, but Ari's also there to make sure that everything is really caught in all of the details.
She's biased, though.
Oh, yeah,
she's so
who's she voting for?
I'm sorry. She's a Dignitas fan through and through, that
Oh,
one.
wow. Okay, well, if we hear any
Yeah,
Dignitas
not
bias,
impartial.
then we'll know when we get to the analyst section. But before that, we have to have our game. This is going to be game 2 of Mysara Caverns, Dignitas versus Team Liquid. Now, Dignitas has 1 point on the board. Of course, they want to try and get another here and give themselves the advantage to try and push this to match point. But Team Liquid have a lot to prove, and that first map clearly was one that they knew was not going to be one to bank it all on. Will this be where they make a stand? Dignitas versus Liquid. Let's get into it, Dratnos.
All right, here we go. The Mysara Caverns from Team Liquid. We are seeing once again the no augmentation evoker strategy out of them, which means they don't have access to that Wernstone skip, which I believe means their route is going to be slower than Dignitas. But there is, of course, always the chance that things will go particularly well for Liquid, or something might go wrong for Dignitas, or I might be wrong, and this might actually be a route that can go as fast for Team Liquid. It didn't last time, but that was, of course, just one dungeon run that we saw.
I mean, we just saw Dignitas play an incredibly fast Pit of Sauron with quote-unquote off-meta specs and go only 5 seconds slower than the giga-meta spec comp for Liquid previously in the weekend. So it's not like you're gaining that much more time. That being said, looking at the comp for Dignitas here, they are hard committed to a 3-0 here. After this dungeon, they're losing the Yogg-Evoker, they're losing the Devourer Demon Hunter. They will have neither of those specs for the entire series, so they really need to win this series. They really need to win this map. If Dignitas lose this map, they are in a very, very bad spot, but you can see they are very committed early on here. First pull already done for Dignitas, and we do have a death for Liquid at the tail end of this pull already.
Ooh, that is not good for Team Liquid. One death already on the board for them. Not something you can afford in a series as tightly matched as this one. Dignitas already charging ahead on the enemy forces percent as well, engaged with this big pull, while Team Liquid are spending this time freeing these prisoners a little bit behind where Dignitas were. Yips on that Vengeance Demon Hunter. Spec that I expect we will see. We saw Kira playing it in that last map, which, yeah, great spec, very fun one to use in a lot of these keys.
Yeah, in general, I think you've been talking a lot about how it might be the second highest damage potential tank, like after the Guardian Druid. It seems like it does do a lot of overall damage pretty much all the time. But like I've heard you talk about this a lot, like its damage is really hard tied to its meta, right?
Yeah, so the way that the the Vengeance Demon Hunter build works right now is it's all about these Voidfall Meteors, which you'll proc them sometimes. You'll get these little hits of Voidfall Meteor on your Soul Cleave, but the big one comes every time you get to do a Spirit Bomb after you hit meta. So when you hit meta, and when you proc meta, and when you proc Last Resort, all of those are big opportunities for you to get, you actually get both of the kinds of Voidfall Meteors right then. And if you can line that up with your Fiery Brand, that increases the damage that they take from those abilities as well. So that lines up really well for doing huge burst damage, especially if you can be aggressive enough to proc your Last Resort offensively, which I believe we saw Mirez do on Core Warden Nysara in a Nexus Point Zenith. The problem with the entire thing is that your Metamorphosis and your Fiery Brand are also your two main lines of defense when it comes to staying alive on these big pulls. So you have to line up your defensive cooldowns for offense if you want to maximize your damage, which might mean they're not available when you actually need them defensively. Something like a Guardian Druid, for instance, you use your Incarnation offensively, right? And you enjoy the defensive benefits while it's rolling as well. But you get to hold Barkskin and Survival Instincts to use defensively. Vengeance Demon Hunter really only gets like Health Potion and Darkness to use in that way, and anything else it should be using offensively. And Health Stone, yeah. That's worth noting.
We have the Warlock there for that extra health pot, just in case. But yeah, that is a good point to make. Got to keep an eye on the defensive capabilities of that Vengeance Demon Hunter. For the time being, though, Dignitas, with behind the damage of the Guardian Druid Yogg-Evoker combination that they have in the group, are careening ahead in the dungeon here, nearly 50% ahead on the first boss here. Liquid only just now gathering this trash on top of the boss for their third pull of the dungeon. Liquid also notably using the Fury Warrior after banning out the Arms Warrior last dungeon, really committing to banning out these off-meta classes. Sevi goes down, that's their Ankh being used, but a Shine going down. They don't have the Battle Res, I don't believe, from earlier on in the dungeon. I believe they already used that when Cine died earlier, so I believe we're going to see a boss reset here in just a moment from them. You don't want to be dealing with this boss with the DPS down for 80% of the boss HP.
Yeah, this is not good for Team Liquid in the slightest. Down a player. You can reset the boss by running up the stairs. So we'll see if they decide to do that. You could continue the fight, but yeah, the way the math works on this is like if the boss is above 70%, you know, it's still got a third of its, or 2/3 of its health, and you only have 2/3 of your DPSers. Now, of course, the tank is also doing a large amount of damage, but the DPS player, another one going down, is going to seal this in for Liquid. They are indeed going to be forced to reset this boss. That is a bit tragic for Team Liquid. Luckily, the trash didn't reset. They've killed most of it, and there's a few pieces alive that still have tiny bits of health. One Headhunter here that was CC'd, still at full HP. But they can deal with this while they wait for the boss to respawn and for their friends to respawn.
In the meantime, Dignitas have dealt with the first boss. The duo is down for them. Spatial Paradox on AJ to tag all of the mobs in the room. They went into this pull. Quick gather together to go into the AoE blitz of our Affliction Warlock Devourer Demon Hunter, also aided by the Incarn Thrash spam from Kira on the Guardian Druid as well. This is just a textbook pull once again from Dignitas. They are looking so clean in this series. 0 deaths again at the start of the dungeon for them. Little unfortunate bait on that whirl. Is that actually on the altar if they get put up there? No, they're good. They've got a little bit of room, so won't be killing any players. You can see Yargi standing behind that altar, free casting the Seed of Corruptions, not getting pulled in by that ability. Just so clean play from Dignitas. This is just perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Down goes that last Gnarlden. You can see AJ already on an adventure to activate some of this incense. You have 4 different incenses around the room that need to get activated, and then you actually activate the spirit later. So prepping that spirit to be activated as quickly as possible later, really valuable. You can see the Wernstone even used there by AJ to cover a pretty small amount of distance. It will be back available, I think, when they... Actually, probably what will happen is Verb will be the person who goes, and then Wernstone's back to AJ. So, yeah, a little bit of the Wernstone juggle going on for Dignitas.
That button is just so game-breaking in general. Wernstone is such a cool ability. It is so unbelievably strong, but AJ going down. Okay, that's the Piercing Screech going down. That's the Ankh being used, able to top himself off before any further damage goes out, so they still have that Battle Res in the back pocket, but that is the first domino to fall for Dignitas. Liquid does, however, need several more to fall if they want to have a chance of coming back in just this game alone. A slight blemish on the record for Dignitas, but still on great pace.
Yeah, this is, again, characteristic of Dignitas, is if there's a mistake in the dungeon, there's typically only one, and it's typically very small. Even a death is a bigger mistake than we've had for them in almost every other map that they have played. This team has just been lights out all weekend as they are now making their way down. Verb going to be heading backwards, though, and activating this spirit. Then he's going to be rejoining AJ via the use of that Wernstone that he bestowed earlier. And now with that spirit, they'll be taking that gateway and getting to this boss as quickly as possible, wasting very little time and gathering the enemies along the way.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's a slight improvement that could be made, but if the person that's getting Wernstone too just gets on a 2-seater, and the person Wernstones and then hops in them out, they don't have to spend time casting their mount. That's a little bit faster. You know, it's super min-maxy, but that is literally all we are doing in the MDI is min-maxing the hell out of a 12-minute dungeon. You know, it's a tiny thing, but every little second counts. Dignitas already have the trash gathered together on top of Vordaza. Keep an eye on those skirmisher shields as they start to slowly whittle away. Personals lighting up across the board for the team. Yarki only using the Dark Pact rather than the wall to live through that burst of damage, and everyone is perfectly healthy and topped from AJ there.
Now, this composition lacks like a paralysis, right? You don't have in cap from a monk. So they are going to have to deal with all 4 of these phantoms every single spawn, unless they want to go out and use something like an Entangling Roots, which is kind of awkward for your tank to be doing. Some kind of other effect like that, a landslide, maybe to hold something in place for long enough. Because the way these Unstable Phantoms work is if you can keep one CC'd right where it spawned, you can basically ignore it, and then the next wave that spawns will have another one right on top of it, and they'll both explode immediately.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going for the strategy like you said. Oh, Unmake. Okay. Unmake almost clips Yarki there, but he's in a good spot, and they've dealt with the rest of those phantoms there into our first Necrotic Convergence shield. Should be able to quickly break this, so they don't have to dodge orbs for too long here. They are kind of out of damage here. Void Meta not rolling for Hearthjacks. No real damage coming from the Affliction Warlock. Either way, shield quickly dealt with. We're out of that intermission phase once again. No trash now on the boss. Are we going to be gathering any further trash onto the boss, or are we going to force our DPS to just single target for 30% more of the boss? Looks like that is the play. Dignitas will likely get the remainder of their trash from the bridge and dragging it on top of the boss with that second Bloodlust in about 30 seconds here.
Yeah, this is so close to the end of the dungeon already for Dignitas. Just past the 10-minute mark we are, and they are already nearly done with the second boss and also the second to last boss. They will be heading across that bridge and getting in combat with Raktul with the final boss in mere moments here, as Team Liquid race to try and catch up, but they are so far behind at this point. Those deaths on the board compounding with the slower strategy that they use, really going to be a big problem for Team Liquid. They need a calamity, the likes of which has not been seen in years on the MDI, to befall Dignitas in order to have a chance to get back in this map. But, of course, it is a best of 5, so even if this map is going to go in favor of Dignitas, which it overwhelmingly likely is, it will not be the end of the series. Dignitas, though, they have to close out this map first. They walk up the stairs, they gateway to the drummer, and they're stacking up here, waiting a little bit, gathering the trash. Let's see when this Bloodlust decides to get used.
Probably when they get the trash up to the boss. Killing this drummer, it fulfills two things, right? It means you have a lot more room to play with than the boss. A strategy we've seen some teams employ, notably mandatory, is to skip the drummer entirely, head to the back part of the room. Dignitas lets the trash funnel in, though, while they're killing the drummer, and then they can line of sight around the corner there with the Spirit Link dropped as well, just to make sure all of the trash gets as close to possible. We still have this bound defender in the back, but that'll eventually join our group. They do have to kill this down before the intermission, though, or the trash will reset. So we need to make sure we have a lot of focus damage. But the burst AoE on the trash pack with the cooldowns, with the lust, is just so good for them. Meanwhile, on the side of Liquid, gathering up the Vordaza pull, Yips ends up going down to the trash pull. But I fear they were so far behind at this point that they had to go for that. It just wasn't going to be enough for them.
Yeah, tragic for Team Liquid indeed. As down more players have gone for them. 8 deaths on the board, 2 minutes of death timers against them, while Dignitas only that 1 death. Rocktool already sub 50% health before we even enter that intermission, which is going to be coming in about 10 seconds here. Once they get back to this boss from that intermission, it is going to absolutely melt as well with that damage amp. There is so little that can go wrong from here for Dignitas. It is just getting over the finish line that they have to do.
Even the boss damage here is absolutely nuts for these guys. 35% before the intermission phase. With that trash on the boss, the Bloodlust pops up hole, we're used to seeing teams get the boss to like 45-50%. This team is so good at doing DPS. This has been the trend for the team that was formerly known as Miscount throughout the years. Every single player is so good at extracting every last point of damage out of their characters. 150% damage buff active on the players now. Rakthul getting absolutely destroyed, and Dignitas have put Liquid on tournament point.
They have to step up their game over on Liquid's side if they want to stay in the running to be our Group C champions, because Dignitas, they will not stop, they will not slow down. They are just off to the races, and they are racing better than almost anyone at this point. Amazing to see them continue on here and get the 2nd point on the board. Now, of course, we had some deaths on either side. We had some things kind of go wrong, but given their performance and comp in this map, does the comeback sweep seem like something Liquid was anticipating going for, or do you think that Dignitas are really going to run away with it, Zyro?
Well, that's what it looks like right now, but looking at the specs that Liquid has opted to play in the first 2 maps, they've got everything they could ever need to make a reverse sweep happen. The next map we have coming up is Nexus Point. They looked really good at that earlier today, but Dignitas is also playing so well, man. It looks like they're unbeatable right now.
Makes you sound doubtful over there. Was that little questioning laugh?
First thing you're gonna say, bro. Nah, you're not gonna come out of a 2-0 and say they look in prime position for it.
They've got all the specs they need. Hey.
Yeah,
they do.
That's the game.
Yes,
it's been my prediction from the start. Literally in the upper finals, I said Dignitas 2-1, Liquid reverse sweep in the finals, and here we are. The script is going exactly according to plan.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I think you guys are on to something. I'm just not seeing it yet, maybe. But let's take a look at this dungeon for Dignitas and Liquid here. That first pull, a massive matchmaker, basically. You can see they're already getting basically a quarter of the count here. It's something we've seen from other teams as well, but Liquid is not going to get that same count here. They are going to be ending this with like a little bit less. And then also, they have this necrotic wave hit, unfortunately, and that is their first death. Didn't stay at just a single death, but there was an attempt by Dignitas to equal it out as AJ does go down to a piercing screech from one of the bats, actually, a rare death to the bats on a healer. Then, of course, we did see Verb return to the altar, and then Wernstone back to the team. In the meantime, Harshjack's moving forward. You can see him kind of like gliding in the background. He looks like a little moth, but I promise it's a demon hunter, as he's starting that RP already onto Vordaza. And then we are also seeing some minor stuff on Vordaza, for example, where on the Phantoms, they didn't even care to CC one, they just played them all down. And then this pull is so scary. I like that they're using this corner as line of sight at SLT deployed, and only when everything arrives is that Bloodlust actually pushed. That means AJ has to do a lot more work to keep everybody alive through the drummer, and through the entire group come running, but that also means they're getting so much more damage out of this Lust. So just nicely executed from the side of Dignitas. They were fast with it, not as fast as we've seen them previously in this Mazara Caverns. Their fastest one was 12:35, but of course they also had that one death.
Yeah, it'll cost you time, as we have gone over. Even Dr. Atnos telling us about the cost of deaths earlier in more detail. But on Nexus Point Zenith, neither of these teams are going to really want to have to contend with that. And for sure for Liquid, if they are trying to make this reverse sweep, this is the moment to do it. They need to bust out the specs, they need to bust out the strats, and they need to be able to get a winning map. So Dratnos, what do they need to do to achieve that?
They need to do exactly what they did last time they were in Nexus Point Zenith, except without a disconnect. But there, they were the team that was able to one-phase Core Ward and Izara. Now, Dignitas have done Zenith before. They were not able to one-phase Core Ward and Izara. They got it to 2%. That's pretty good. You know, we call that an A, maybe an A- performance. But Liquid's performance against Core Ward and Izara was an A+ in their lower finals. So if they can do that exact same route, if they can do it as up to their potential, again, without that disconnect, I think that they will be favored in this map.
All right. I mean, I agree with you. They had a really strong run. Even with that issue, it was still so fast. But of course, we have 6 specs that now are going to be taken out of the running. Looking over them, Zyro, what are we seeing available for the teams?
I mean, the big thing for Dignitas, no Og, no Devourer for the rest of the series. Those are both premium picks that you don't have available to you. Both very good at doing burst damage on the Core Warden, which is like the big focal point of Nexus Point and Zenith. Now, there are some suitable options. We've seen Ellie Shaman do great burst damage, Frosty K, great burst damage. They have Unholy available to them too. Maybe they could bring in a Priest Healer if they want the full single target burst experience, but that kind of suffers versus the Mistweaver and other aspects over the course of the entire dungeon. Dignitas is also in a situation where if they do opt into playing the Guardian Druid in this dungeon for AoE damage plus burst on the boss, which I think they have to if they want to 3-0 this series, they'll have to ban that out after this map if they play it here. So I feel like Dignitas is in a position where they really need to 3-0 this series, otherwise Liquid will have a much better spec ban situation moving forward. But like we were talking about, the times for both of these teams are very, very close. I think Liquid slightly edges them out, like by mere seconds, if they have a perfect run, but it could go either way. We already saw in the first series of the day, some of those maps were literally decided by less than 5 seconds, so it's going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, no, I love how they kind of challenge themselves. Like, oh, last season it was determined by 16 seconds. Sure, this time let's just go ahead and bring it down to 5. Let's see if we can make it 1. Maybe we'll see here on this map. Just get it as close as possible. And honestly, your predictions chat as well were showing that it is so close between these teams. And while Dignitas definitely seems to have the advantage right now, Liquid, it's very possible that they have set things up in such a way that they're going, maybe this wasn't the optimal way to do it, but at the same time, we feel like we could focus this, maybe get the most out of it, and then we can take this here with Nexus Point being our sort of pivot point for both of the teams. Now, their bans are in, and the teams are almost into the dungeons, getting ready here at the starting line. This is going to be Dignitas versus Team Liquid. This is the second map here third map, here in our series. The first 2 have gone to Dignitas. This one is the deciding factor for them. If they can take it, they win 3-0 and are our Group C champions. Team Liquid, though, they are out for revenge. Last season, they were robbed by 16 seconds. Earlier today, they lost by less than 5, roughly 5. And now here they are, hoping that they can determine this once and for all and have a comeback sweep here in Game 3, Dratnos.
All right, here we go. The exact same plan from both teams, except for the Warlock versus the Devourer Demon Hunter. Liquid, of course, still having access to basically everything they might want, whereas Dignitas starting to run it a little bit more into that spec variety rule, especially as we go later into this series. Both teams going to run down the left-hand side here and start a big Bloodlust pull right away.
And again, the difference class-wise here, I'd say Devourer has the slight edge, but we've already seen Dignitas is so good at just extracting every single point of damage from their characters that they possibly can. That is the sole difference, the Demon Hunter versus the Warlock. Let's see how they shape up on this first pull. Warlock does have a little bit of ramp time, but so does Demon Hunter. Once they get in the Void Metamorphosis, they just start throwing those basketballs as quickly as they possibly can. Warlock topping the meters for Dignitas with the slightly quicker pull, but Liquid still starting to catch up. It is Dignitas in the lead at the beginning, though.
Yeah, Dignitas zooming a little bit ahead on this first pull, but a lot is going to be based on how quickly they're able to get these gathers going on the next few pulls, and how quickly they're able to start dealing damage to the priority targets inside each of these pulls. You can see this time around, Kira wasting no time to get up to the top of the stairs. We've got some target markers already on some of these enemies as well. They're going to want to focus down. And this is a theme across the entirety of Nexus Point Zenith. You want to focus down the mobs that spawn the boss. Every single boss has specific mobs that you kill to spawn it, and those ones are the ones that need to be getting your priority damage, especially valuable if you have players, that do have a main target that takes way more damage than the secondary targets, which neither of these compositions have a huge amount of that, but all of these specs have at least a little of it.
Yep, Dignitas just now dealing with the first couple of mobs of this pull. Boss RP has started. The boss is active. They have already pulled the boss. They are quite far ahead of Liquid. Liquid only just now starting the RP. Yep.
Yeah, this is one of the ones where you just walk up and it starts spawning, right? Or are there trash to kill for it? It's the other two that have the mobs that need to die to spawn it, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, boss active for both teams. We are on the boss. Dignitas already dealt with every bit of trash with the cooldowns popped on top of the boss. Actually, it's just the Frosty K really popping cooldowns now. Hearth, Jackson, Yarky don't have those available for another 10 seconds, but will be popped almost immediately in order to get as much boss damage as possible. Liquid's starting to catch up a little bit on the boss damage, though.
Wow, we saw an almost exact mirror happening for both teams as a Nexus Adept that was CC'd earlier off the side, ran up the stairs for both of them, and then got Death Gripped in at basically the exact same time for both teams. I'm getting flashbacks, Zyro, to the Magister's Terrace that we had earlier today between these two teams, where you would just look back and forth, and you would see the exact same thing happening on both sides of the screen. Right now, we're at basically that position in this dungeon. What will happen to allow either team to take a commanding lead, or is this one going to come down to 5 seconds on the last boss as well?
This time around, it's almost mirror comps, too, right? The only difference is that one DPS spec, but there's really not that much of a difference between the overall damage those two are capable of. The big thing is going to come down to that burst window on Core Warden, right? Warlock, its damage is spaced out over a 25-second burst window. Lightscar Flare, notably, a lot shorter than that, so it's not ideal for the Warlock. Devourer Demon Hunter, though, they have to time it perfectly to where they can get the tail end of their Void Metamorphosis inside that window. If they don't get enough souls to get that third Collapsing Star inside the window, they lose out on a ton of damage. They possibly don't get that one phase. And the difference between a 5% left on the boss versus 0% left on the boss, that's over a death timer's worth of differential, which we've already seen when these teams are playing at their best, is less than the difference there is between them. So these guys, they have to be perfect. For the time being, though, Dignitas, first boss, already down. Liquid, not far behind. They are exactly 8 seconds behind off the first split. This is so close, Dratnos.
Yeah, this is so incredibly close indeed. 8 seconds feels like an eternity between these two teams, as Liquid finally will be teleporting as well. Dignitas going to be getting this next pull started. And honestly, Zyro, I think the biggest gap opened up just on that very first pull of the dungeon of anything that's happened here, when Dignitas were able to just get up to that boss platform much more quickly than Liquid. Liquid looked like they were kind of accelerating back up a little bit in boss combat, but Dignitas then at the end of the boss fight once again reopened that lead.
I mean, the big thing to look at for Liquid in particular, right, is how they're playing around the Void Metamorphosis. Are they getting great usage of that button? Are they chaining packs aggressively so that Cine isn't dropping out of the Void meta? If they're able to do that, that is how they come back in this series. The Warlock has a much easier time of it, right? They just press Tyrant and they start spam casting Hand of Gul'dans. Hopefully they get a lot of Ventar and Inquisitors so they can mind sear the mobs away. That looks like is what happened for them on the very first pack of the dungeon, because Demo Warlock typically doesn't beat out other classes on mass AoE like that, especially when you're talking about the top meta classes. Either way, it's still an advantage for Dignitas here. Keep an eye on Cine here as he's in the Void meta here. We want to try to make sure on Liquid's team that they can chain this Void meta into further trash so we can get maximum value out of that button.
Yeah, exactly. This is all about figuring out how to get those collapsing stars onto the right targets and in the right amounts. Little time gains here or there based on whether you're able to do that. And if you're playing the Devourer against that Demonology Warlock, you're going to need them to be perfect in order to keep pace, because the Demo Warlock may be a little bit less meta than the Devourer, but it is very, very strong as far as specs go. And its burst against this boss should also be nothing to sneeze at. Although, of course, if you can line up the perfect collapsing stars against the Core Warden, I think that is a big part of how Liquid were able to one-phase this last time.
Yeah, and of course not getting stunned by the Lightscar Flare. Death for Liquid, though, as Wolf Disco goes down to a Nullify cast. Missed interrupt for Liquid. They are now even further behind. Already about half a trash pull behind on the Core Warden spawn RP. Now 15 seconds of time differential and no safety net. Battle res gone for the next 3.5 minutes. Fortunately, Wolf Disco had not yet gone into his Breath of Sindragosa, so they didn't lose the cooldowns. It could have been worse.
It could have been worse. It can always be worse, but hopefully Liquid will be able to stop things from getting any worse here for them. And if they can execute this burn as well as they did the last time they were in this dungeon, that might still be enough to get them those 15 seconds back without anything going wrong for Dignitas. It is such a high damage composition that Liquid are playing. Yargi dropping super low for Dignitas. The Life Cocoon does come out, keeps him alive, puts that big Absorb shield over the healing Absorb from that Entropic Leech that was being channeled into him. Lots of little minions to dodge as well here for both teams, as those heralds in the back are just being allowed, of course, to free cast the entire time here while both teams just focus on the boss RP mobs.
Extra funnel for the different classes in the group to stay in combat and continue doing damage to something while they wait for the next set of mobs to spawn, but it's dangerous. Like you said, every single Entropic Leech debuff, in addition to the AoE going out from this trash pack, every single one could potentially kill a player. They are sometimes using Shadow Melts to prevent the application of that debuff, but it's not happening that often for them. Dignitas now dealing with, I believe, the final pack before we spawn the boss. Liquid only just now spawning that final pack. So it is still a slight advantage for Dignitas here with the addition of that 15-second death timer. Dragnos, we keep talking, by the way, about how Liquid was able to get that one phase. Dignitas weren't that far off on their end. Like we talked about,
no, they were not.
A little bit worse at the burst damage. But if Dignitas is able to get the one phase, they can really slam this series in Liquid's face. That door might be shut if they're able to get the one phase off here.
Yeah, we see the last Sentinel go down for Dignitas. Kira gonna run around and tag these 6 Hollow Soul Scroungers that like to hang out on the sides of the boss room at the back there. And then starting to take this forward. And let's see the boss engaged by Dignitas at the 8:15 mark. Let's see how much damage they're going to be able to bring to bear against this. Just the P1 damage as well, right? Before the intermission, before that burn is valuable, but it is, of course, way more valuable inside that burn. That is the most important thing, is if you are able to get huge damage inside that Lightscar Flare window. Liquid in combat with the boss as well, factoring in the deaths about 30 seconds behind Dignitas. Will they be able to make this up on the boss burn? The first answer is going to be coming from Dignitas soon, as we see that image up at the top there, starting its animation, leaping down, and starting that Lightscar Flare channel. And the entire group
really
getting
smart.
ready to jump in. Here we go. Big damage for Dignitas. It's starting at 51% HP. Let's see if we can get this down to 0.
Oh my god, this boss is getting absolutely destroyed. They have so much damage here. This is not even close. This is going to be one phase with multiple seconds left. Dignitas absolutely destroying Core Warden Nizara. Dies as the Lightscar channel ends. Liquid on their side now have to answer. They need the one phase to keep themselves within snapping distance, but it's with 5 seconds left on the cast. A Shine absolutely ascending. Look at a Shine, 800k.
The thing is, it was more damage from Liquid, but it was only those 5 seconds they saved because Dignitas were also able to one phase it. If Dignitas had had a little bit less damage, right? If they had 5% less damage in that burn, that boss would have taken them like 25% longer. That is how important smashing as much burst damage into that window is, and that is why Dignitas are able to still be in the lead here, is though even though they had a little bit less damage than Liquid were overkilling that burn window, so it actually stopped being efficient again once they were dealing more than the full amount that they needed, which Liquid absolutely were. Dignitas now charging down the ramp, Liquid also charging down the same ramp. A death on the board for them, so they need to not just catch up, they need to overtake Dignitas.
They need to do the most damage they've ever done here just to overtake Dignitas on merit. Realistically, what they need is Dignitas to give them that death back, but Dignitas is not a team known to do that. These guys have been lights out the entire tournament. The multiple lingering images, throwing out those flares, Verb dropping low, Cocoon being used by AJ to answer that debuff. Verb still has the Icebound Fortitude just in case it's needed. But look at this. Breath of Sindragosa not even being used on this pack. They're waiting to spawn the boss. They're waiting to do maximum boss damage. They're lining up everything for a perfect Bloodlust window to burst this boss down as quickly as possible. Liquid on the other side, gearing up to do the exact same thing, but they do have the Void meta already active for Cine. Is this going to line up with the Bloodlust? Are they going to be able to get maximum use out of their cooldowns? That's been a problem for them in some of their dungeons in the past. That Void meta has not been perfect. And look at the Cine dropping out of the Void meta right as the boss is pulled. If they lust here, it's not going to be a good lineup for them.
Yeah, we can get back to that Void meta more quickly with Lust, so if you think about it in those terms, it is useful, but definitely not as useful as landing it inside the Void meta itself.
But the thing is, the Void meta is going to start to get to its best ramping point when they get to the intermission phase, so he's going to lose out on those last couple of really high damage and collapsing start. He pressed it, he's instantly in it, but this is not going to be a good Void meta for them. Dignitas starting to run away with the boss damage lead here. Trash already dead. We have one final pack that we're going to be pulling in the next intermission phase, but look at this. First intermission phase, Lothraxian at 50% HP heading into it. Divine Guile going out here. Can we find that image quickly?
Yeah, meanwhile, Liquid trying to get this boss to as low or lower before that same Divine Guile cast so that they can have a chance of overtaking in the second phase. It looks like their damage is going to be roughly equal to Dignitas, which is not what they need. They need more damage, not the same here. It's going to be basically the exact same phase there from Team Liquid. They get back into the Lothraxian burn window now, needing to move over, just like Dignitas did, though, to tag the remaining count here. And Dignitas 37% and dropping on the boss. Life Cocoon comes out on Verb to keep him alive there from AJ. AJ also using that Fort Brew on himself. The last big damage intake of the fight will be while these mobs are all alive, and it looks like it's not going to be for much longer for Dignitas.
Stacking the debuffs on the players, but they don't care. Verb's in the AMS. Your bear is a bear. He's not going to die to that random boss damage. They've got Lothraxian down below 20% HP. Final Light Rot is down. We're not going to be beating the second Divine Guile, but Dignitas literally one intermission phase away from sending Liquid home to the 3-0. Can we find the final fractured image? It's taking them a little bit of time. We haven't found it yet. Find the Lothraxian. They've got him. The interrupt is out. Liquid now going into Divine Guile phase of their own, but Dignitas, they have the Ascendance back off cooldown. They're sending this boss home. Dignitas look like they're going to be taking this series, Dratnos.
Indeed they do, and down goes Lothraxian, a 3-0 for Dignitas here, sweeping Team Liquid.
Dignitas, our reigning champions, have defended their crown. Dignitas are your Group C champions. We weren't sure if they would take to the speedrunning format as much as we've seen them excel at key pushing, but they were out to show us that if it's Mythic Plus in any form, they are out to be the best of the best. They still have Season 1 finals ahead of them and BlizzCon beyond, but there's no doubt that this team is running at speeds very few can compete with. Liquid had their chance at 2 Revenge series today, but despite some impressive runs, were unable to keep up with Dignitas' pace. There's still time to polish up and close that gap for the Season 1 finals, though, and no doubt that's all they'll be thinking of in the weeks to come. However, both of our teams will be moving on to the Season 1 finals. Now, having seen them all this weekend, do you think Dignitas is looking, can we definitively say that they are looking as strong in speedrunning as they are in the TGP format, Zyro?
Yeah, I mean, they look fantastic. And for a team that says that they don't like this format as much as the key pushing format, they look scarily good at this format still. So I'm really looking forward to see what the evolution of this team is going to be between now and Grand Finals. Obviously, I think the big thing we've always talked about is teams tend to kind of like hold strats for the Grand Finals. So what could they possibly have prepared? It's going to be exciting to see.
I can't wait. Honestly, I think it's going to be a really exciting Season 1 finals, but makes thinking about this match, this was a really exciting one as well that we just saw.
It was the map where Liquid finally locked in, right? But of course, with playing for those last 3 maps, you have the risk of being 1 match point away from losing the series, and we all know how that story played out, but let's take a look at the start of the dungeon once more. Already, in that very first pull of the dungeon, Dignitas is able to pull ahead, and even if it's just by seconds, that is what matters in the end. You can see right here, the pack is finished out, and for Liquid, it still continues like 3-4 seconds. I did want to highlight this hero play from a shine, though, because the orb does come in. He walks forward to, of course, make sure he doesn't get knocked into the beam, then stands there to bait those patches away from the rest of the group as they're starting to lose space. Just excellent range DPS mechanics in show here. And then, of course, this is where it all went wrong. They might have been able to take this map if it wasn't for that nullifier in the back there. And you can see why they didn't interrupt it. It basically had a sliver of health, but that was enough to get the nullify cast off and unfortunately take down Wolf Disco. It died just a second later, but, well, had to have been interrupted. Here's Dignitas with that Light Scar Flare. We were talking about the day one. They had 2% or whatsoever. Well, they had 0% this time around once that Light Scar Flare face ended. Something that I found quite peculiar though, because we've been talking about how you can use projectiles to find the correct Lothraxion. To me, the way this team approached Divine Guile looked very much like we'll group under the boss, and then everybody has like a quadrant of the room that they're running towards to try and find the guy without the horns. So maybe a thing that has not been min-maxed by Dignitas just yet. We'll need to see. They did do some minor adjustments between their day one and the run that we saw today from them as well. They started spam clicking the console, for example, so maybe just something to take into the season finals.
There's definitely going to be time. I mean, of course, as they look ahead, we've got our CN group next weekend, and then we don't have the season one finals for another week after that, a couple weeks into June there. So everybody, keep an eye out, because I think our teams have time to really focus in on some of these details that maybe they hadn't quite finessed yet. And we're going to see even stronger showings when it comes to those finals. But looking at our, overall weekend, how the bracket has shaken out and where we've ended up after it all. I mean, Dratnos, how did this weekend pan out for you? Were you surprised?
I was certainly surprised. I mean, I was really excited to see Dignitas and Team Liquid clash. We saw some really climactic maps between the two, but unfortunately then we had some kind of anticlimactic ones here in the actual finals here. As I think the Zenith was a great end to it, but those first two maps really was hoping that we would get Liquid at least taking the third, then bringing us to a Game 4, Game 5. This best of 5 with the spec variety rule has so much potential, and then we keep having these 3-0s with it, and we don't get to see those maps 4 and 5 with so many specs banned.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, and I think we know there were some considerations as well, right? Liquid had a replacement player. They're still kind of finding synergy with that. And I know, Makes, you were pointing out some of the dungeons, like that Mysara Caverns, that were perhaps a bit slower for them. So what do you think that they need to really kind of focus in on in the weeks leading up to those finals?
I mean, I think with a replacement, you're just always going to have limited time, right? For every other team, you had like a month or something to prepare from time trials to come here. Liquid had 3 days to practice with a new player. They think, or I think they did as well as they could have in that time. It's a lot of dungeons you need to kind of get ready within that short time frame. And sometimes the best approach is just to practice a handful of dungeons real good rather than all of the dungeons kind of like lukewarm. And I think that's what we saw from Liquid. So hopefully more time and they will be back in the shape that we expect them to do.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, Dignitas was just in incredible shape. I think that just makes it even harder when you're going up against them. I mean, phenomenal seeing them come back in and still look so strong this season, even in the different format here. But, I mean, looking at both of our contenders from Group C, Zyro, how do you think that our finalists here sort of measure up to our finalists from our other weekends?
I was actually checking info on that just now. Let's take a look. I'm actually looking at every single map here. So it wasn't a deathless weekend for them, but they only had 2 deaths over the course of the entire weekend. It was 1 death in their upper finals yesterday, 1 death today. That's a pretty damn good weekend, right? I think Mandatory had a 0-death weekend. I mean, it's hard to compete with those guys, but Dignitas does look like a team that can compete with them. They looked fantastic this weekend. I know we were talking a lot about the series. Okay, here's Liquid's win con. Here's how they can get back in this series, but when Dignitas is playing so well, it's really hard to even have a chance to come back. So, massive shout out to Dignitas. Obviously, these guys wanted to show up big after getting picked up by the team. They looked amazing this weekend, and I can't wait to see what they have prepared for Global Finals.
Yeah, honestly, it looks so good, and I feel like every single team that we've seen, even some of those ones that were lower seeded or that were surprise elements that kind of swept in to qualify in, I feel like every single one of them offers something unique, and I'm like ready to see what they're going to do as they all face off finally head to head in our Season 1 finals. Now, of course, we have some other ones that we're looking ahead to. Dratnos, you alluded a little bit to the CN region as we were getting things started today, but, do you feel like there's some good speedrunners in that group?
Certainly, yeah. I think the first seed team over there looks absolutely killer, too. So I think they are going to have a really good time in that bracket, but the rest of the bracket, a little curious about. Want to see some of those teams as well. There's some names that I recognize from the top teams as well, from some of the previous CN MDIs as well, and from the high key, from the Raider.io leaderboards. But yeah, here's a look at the teams that will be playing next weekend. They're playing next weekend, and we are also doing an English broadcast of it also next weekend. Same time, same place, same channels, everything as you're watching this right now. But yeah, Big Lucky, their Mysara Caverns from their time trials was faster than all the Western teams is Mysara Caverns. So that is a team very much to look out for, not just if you're a viewer, but also if you are one of the MDI competitors who's made it through to the global finals. That is going to be something to look out for because they are going to be there as well, challenging for a spot at BlizzCon in all likelihood. The other teams here, though, also a lot of strengths, a lot of strong logos as well. In particular, that one for team number 3, Wafu. Definitely a winner for me in terms of the logo department.
Yeah, I feel like we should have, like a separate logo competition every season as well, and maybe get some chat votes. We'll see, but I always love seeing what the teams kind of come up with and what everybody helps make a reality for their logos. Now, we have been waiting long enough, and we are sure all of you are very excited to talk with our winners, just like we are. We have an interview here with DIGNITAS. We've got Verb and Hearthjax joining us, so let's get them in. Hello, hey, good to see you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Honestly,
Hello.
It feels like we were just sitting here for your win last season, but we are so glad to see you back. I mean, Verb, are you feeling the excitement coming back and being a champion again?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think I felt way more nervous during this format. It's my first time playing this format, so I felt the nerves a bit more, maybe, than the last TGP.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, thinking about that, it's something that I wanted to ask you about. I think we all did. And Hearthjax, I'll ask you. We saw you in that TGP format last season, but obviously now the team has come out on top in speedrunning too. So how was it shifting to the speedrunning format this season?
Yeah, so it was also my first time speedrunning keys in MDI. I would say I prefer the other format personally, but I ended up enjoying this format a lot more than I expected. And honestly, I love playing with my team. For a couple of seasons since we've been together, it's just been great. It's just, being around them. Yeah, it is a little bit tiring though, especially with groups and the spec variety rule. It's been a little bit. It was a lot of preparation.
Yeah, I imagine that for sure. I have a question, and Verb, feel free to pick that one up. In the Nexus Point CNES that we just saw you guys in, on the very final boss at the Divine Guile cast from Lothraxion, would you mind sharing with the class what your strategy is there? Because I was watching, and to me it looked like the strategy is we all group under the boss and then everybody has a direction they scatter into. Is that what you guys were doing?
That's pretty much exactly it. Yeah, we just divided the room and we scan a section each.
I have a different type of question. You can start with you, Verb. What's it been like getting picked up, of course, by DIGNITAS? Got an org backing behind you. What's the journey been like from forming Mist Count to becoming DIGNITAS?
Oh, I mean, we're definitely so happy to be picked up by DIGNITAS. It feels like it's another step forward, I guess you could say, and we're definitely really excited to be working with them going forward.
Cool. Okay, I got a question for Hearthjax here. So you talked a little bit about the prep for the MDI here, and talked about how it was pretty intensive. I'm curious. So how do you guys approach choosing what your spec ends are for a series? Do you practice multiple different things per dungeon, or do you have a set plan in place for each series once you see which dungeons are in each series?
I guess I can spill all the beans since the groups are now over. Well, we definitely went with the approach like similarly to what Mandatory said in the interview, where we want to win every, like, have a chance of winning every match. There's definitely specs that are maybe not in the the ultimate best team comp, or like not one of the best, but shine in a given dungeon. Like apparently Affliction Warlock, well, everybody played it in Mythic Caverns, for example. And then so we try to put those there, where they're like maybe 95% of the best second best spec, or like the very best spec. Other than that, like we try to, if we practice something for the finals, like the finals of the group, then we want to have a very similar team comp in the previous matches, even though it might not be 100% optimal, but where we do like make those optimizations where possible. Yeah, and that's about it.
Okay, cool. And one follow-up. When are you going to play Mage, man? Where was the Mage at?
There was a plan for a mage in the last match.
Oh? Okay.
Yeah, but
Can't believe we missed out on that. That is upsetting stuff. I speaking of that last map though, we had some casters, I shall not name names on this broadcast, who were convinced that Liquid would reverse sweep you guys. How were you feeling about kind of going through that series? And obviously Liquid were kind of playing for those later maps with their spec choices based on how it looked like. Like, what was going through your head as you loaded into that third map that was match point for you guys? I don't know, Jax, if you want to take that, or if you want to follow up, whoever feels like taking it.
Sure, I don't mind taking it. Well, definitely winning third match was important. Like, it clearly was what they were going for. Like, lose first matches and then win 3 in a row. And if we didn't win it, it's hard to say how Windrunner would look like. But we already lost a match against them, and they seem to have like left the Guardian Druid for Skyreach. So we were likely to lose match 4 unless they make a mistake. I think also. What's interesting is it was quite important to win the previous series against Liquid, because I feel like they were tired as well, like after the whole day, and we had more time to practice the keys that we're gonna play in the finals before that. So yeah, that helped a lot for sure.
Awesome. Verb, did you want to follow up at all on that?
No, I think you covered it all good.
Okay. Well, then I'll lob another question your way, Verb. BlizzCon is obviously a possibility for our teams this season. So what would it mean for all of you to make it there?
Well, I mean, I think BlizzCon is, of course, the ultimate goal for most of the teams competing this season. They want to win obviously the Season 1 finals, but they also want to qualify to BlizzCon. And we obviously want that as well. We would be honored to represent Dignitas at BlizzCon as well. So.
All right. Well, we really hope you make it there, but we are definitely looking forward to seeing you no matter what in the Season 1 finals. So before we let you go so that you can rest after the exhausting speedrunning weekend, we'll let you do some shout outs here. Maybe we can start with Hearthjax. Is there anything or anybody you would like to shout out?
Well, our team, of course, it's always a blast to play with them. Our new org, and I believe the partnership going forward will be fruitful. And I suppose that's it for me.
All right, and Verb?
Yeah, I'll add my girlfriend to the list alongside my team and Dignitas, of course.
I love it. Well, we love seeing you play. We're so excited to see you back and in such amazing form here for this season as well. And we can't wait to see you at the Season 1 finals. So until then, take care, rest up, and practice hard. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And with that, we have done it, everybody. Group C weekend is done. We had Dignitas emerge as our Group C champions, Liquid as well, coming through here to make it to Season 1 finals. Now, across all of our groups, we have some incredible contenders. So honestly, Groups A, B, and C only set the stage for the Season 1 finals, where all of our top teams will clash. But before our top 8 face off, we have 2 more finalists to find from our China region. Get even more MDI next weekend during our CN broadcast, starting same time, same place at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET on the Warcraft channels. Some of us will see you there, while the rest of us will reunite with all of you in chat in the Season 1 finals in June. Best of luck in your own runs and whatever you're doing in-game. Maybe a little of interior decoration as well, but we can't wait to see you. Until we meet again.